the abolition of monarchical governments and ethical societies, uh, and governance of ethical societies. The agreement that educating the youth is the most important aim. So here we have them educating the youth, indoctrinating them into their religion. These are very
Ooh.
religious sounding principles. And we're just going to keep going. Like they want to evangelize us. They have these principles. Like Islam has its main, pillars or whatever, and it's just going to keep stacking up, and it's just going to be kind of undeniable for any honest person in the audience as we go on.
Yusuke, you seem to have a really big problem with BLM. Can I ask why?
I'm not saying that I have a problem with BLM. I'm just saying it is an example of a highly religious structure.
How is BLM highly religious?
I guess.
I mean, so in the definition that I was giving with like the 10 particular things, right? You have the belief in the sacred. There's the doctrines and teachings, the like sort of the anti-racism, the power structure, the definition of racism, the rituals and practice that go along with it. You got the morals and ethical guidelines, etc.
What about anti-racism? They say that if you're not anti-racist, then you are racist. So they got to include.
I don't agree with that. I think that's a dumb statement by people. But what I was saying to Yusuke was, but kind of what I was saying to Yusuke, it's like what I asked, how is BLM a religion, and you said they like. So can you give me why of your plethora of examples how it applies to BLM?
So if you're not anti-racist, you get excommunicated. That's a very religious thing. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, so you effectively have the patron saint that is deified within George Floyd.
How is he the patron saint of BLM? Other than the fact that other than what happened caused the outrage, but how is that the patron saint? In
exactly the same way that you would treat a religious figure. During the summer of 2020, he was treated as a religious figure. Like he had,
well, they don't pray
effigies being set up for him.
Please, I really want to have this conversation. But keep on going. Summer 2020. Shoot.
Yeah. I mean, essentially just being like sort of the founding mythos, the founding narrative of the idea, being martyred for this thing.
Okay, so do you think that idea formed when George Floyd died?
That was in the same way that, there's the New Testament coming in. Obviously BLM existed before that. But in the same way that the New Testament coming in, this was it was the catalyst event for the start of that New Testament.
So because I was one of the,
I'm so sorry. I mean, I was asking a question because we're kind of having a conversation a bit, but
I know. I like to have conversations too, right?
Yeah,
that's why you got to share the mic.
I understand. I'm sorry, but but like when you're saying there's an Old Testament of BLM and a New Testament of BLM, essentially, how do you define? Like you define it at that moment. So you recognize that there was a prior version of this then?
Yeah, I don't remember too much of the particular details of things before. I think it was Trayvon Martin was the previous saint.
There's a lot of things.
No, it started with Mike Brown. Hands up, don't shoot.
Right? There's a lot of things.
And I was actually in this community, during this time. If I could just fucking speak, dude. What the fuck? You're like a fucking tackle. Just
stop overreacting. Just continue.
Okay, so I was part of this society, right? Around 2011, 2012, we were doing cop block, right? Which is different from cop watch because we didn't record cops in the street. We took the recordings of them murdering people that were unarmed and getting away with it, and we posted it everywhere. So in a big way, this did make it religious because before it wasn't about race. Before it was just about everybody getting mowed down by cops for simply doing something that was slightly resisting. And the more and more that this happened, people got like a little bit too crazy with it and started going off on the deep end, and I literally left. I was like, look, I'm not doing this no more. I was hanging out with, Black Lives Matter people online,
It's not
posting
new.
stuff,
It's
sharing
like, didn't they
stuff.
have Rodney King in the 90s?
Yeah, but like I said,
Yeah.
They had Rodney
It got
King in the
religious
90s.
and it got
and then a
weird.
new
And
phenomenon.
you guys go ahead, Marcus.
So to speak directly,
Yeah,
to
that's you guys fucking ran him over like 3 ways to Sunday just now. And people are saying calm down. No one's getting treated like that. That's really disrespectful.
Okay. So to speak directly to your statement, it's kind of funny, but I lost friends because during the BLM movement, I would say, guys, this is so stupid. It's not black lies, it's all lies. And the statement is we should stop the militarization of the police force. That's how I see it. But
yeah, that's a heretical statement in this religion.
That is not.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. Like I said, that was my statement. But at the same time, I said it's about the militarization of the police force. If you focus on that, everyone's problems are fixed. But I'm speaking directly to you right now about your position because, as it was said, and what I was going to say was, you just noticed it when George Floyd happened.
No, like I knew things before, but like I'm a fairly young guy, you know what I mean? Like
How
I
old
wasn't
are you? Just to give me a range.
like mid-20s.
Okay. Okay.
So like I didn't exist in like I had no idea about anything about Obama in the sense of like I wasn't
I get it. I don't
conscious
remember
about anything political until like 2015 or so.
I don't remember Reagan. I get it. I know what you're saying. But at the end of the day, so if you've, I'm not saying you're ignorant, but just based upon youth and the fact you weren't there, I'm not trying to just speak to that. But the question was, hey, was there a prior movement prior to your saint that emerged apparently, and you didn't know? And what you're doing is you're associating a very, very long period of history to one moment. And then you're seeing the things that happen. You can call them good, bad, or indifferent. That's a judgment call by you and on your world position. But the fact that you became aware of this doesn't make this the Genesis moment, doesn't make it the New Testament moment, doesn't make it anything.
No, what I'm saying with it being like the New Testament, it is the addition to something that existed previously. Because obviously you didn't have the Rodney King LA race riots. Like that was, if anything, like way bigger than like the 2020 BLM stuff. Like that was like really big stuff.
How would you? But just think about it though. I mean, I was alive during that.
What a
time.
shitty religion. Your religion is just getting angry and yelling in the street about black people. Like that's such a shit religion, bro.
I never said
that has no depth. That has no like depth.
Who's speaking right now? Noah? Is Noah talking?
Yeah, it's not Noah, his religion.
No, I'm sorry.
It's not Renee's religion.
Noah, if you listen to words, right, instead of just reading shit out of a book that you won't post, I didn't even say that. So shut the fuck up.
I didn't say you said that. So why don't you be quiet and listen?
Okay.
Yeah, but
having a religion based off of like literally shouting about black people in the streets is the least profound, stupid thing I've ever heard. It's like such a vain, stupid pursuit. Like people participating in this must be somehow mentally damaged or like psychologically conditioned. Because
when people say
there's no rational reason.
Have you not heard this same? Have you not heard the same thing about flat earthers?
To get religious about things like that.
Have you not heard the exact same commentation about flat Earth?
What?
Have you not heard very similar comments about people who profess beliefs of flat Earth? Literally sitting on a fucking live chat reading.
Yeah, but a belief.
You haven't. Hold on. You haven't heard that. You haven't heard that about flat Earth. You haven't heard that about flat Earth. You have no. Please answer my question. Please answer my question.
Stop repeating yourself, sir.
So answer the question.
This is so weird.
Is there a moderator in the room?
Yes. Please. Will the moderator please
I
ask
request that I'm
question?
able to actually speak without being interrupted.
Okay. So we answer the question.
May I speak
No.
without being interrupted?
Will you answer the question?
You are not reasonable. You do not want to hear the other person's reason. You just want to interrupt them.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. Speak without interruption. But will you answer the question through your
Yeah, so
speech? Okay.
there is a difference between holding a belief and having a religious movement. So your, I guess, question does not apply because it's just in a completely different category. Holding a
So
belief,
why don't you answer the question?
although being part of having a religion is not a religion in a whole. There's other things like social institutions and such, like how they have in the BLM religion.
Just out of curiosity, while I was gone, did he define what religion was? Like, did he give a definition? Okay,
No.
great.
No.
Whenever I go to read out things and define them, the entire chat screams and yells, and moderation is needed. So it's strange you being one of the biggest offenders of that is angry now that there's not definitions on the table.
That's strange. I thought
It's
you
very
just give the
strange.
definition.
That's very strange. It's very strange.
For me,
To block information and then ask where it is. It's like weird.
Yeah, can you
It's
get?
also
can you
very
get-
strange to ask a guy about Black Lives Matter, and the guy who was there in the beginning with Black Lives Matter as it was forming, doing the same thing they were doing, and that guy gets interrupted when he can actually answer your question because he was fucking there. That's
They don't
might
care
cut
about
out.
the truth, Larry.
Yeah.
Larry,
So I
they
can
don't
give
care
the
about the
definition of
truth,
religion
actually.
if we want, or no? Do we not want that? The definition of religion?
I mean, we're on another topic after you
I know.
left.
But you said that Black Lives Matter is a religious organization, and you said you can
That's-
have a belief. You said you can have a belief, but not necessarily be religious, right? Unlike the Black Lives Matter organization, which is religious. So I was just wondering if you gave a definition for religious.
Yeah, there was
Yeah.
a definition for religious that was given. Also,
Oh, great. What
Renee was going up on a questioning of me, and he was getting to a point, and we interrupted him and tried to change the topic.
I did try. I just asked if there was a definition of religious given.
Yes, there was. Renee,
Okay.
if you want to continue, we've already said it. You were out of the conversation. Don't leave the
Doesn't stop you
conversation.
from being able to hear it again.
Yeah,
right?
you were self-deafening yourself, as far as I
Okay.
remember.
True.
Not participating.
Doesn't
Yeah.
stop you from hearing, like saying.
Yeah,
it.
so now you're interroupting because you were self-deafening earlier completely.
Yeah,
I
Renee,
didn't-
if you want to,
completely
Listen, how
not
about this real
respecting
quick?
anyone else in the entire chat.
yeah,
Yeah,
Renee,
not just
if
me,
you
but
want
everyone
to,
else at the time.
How about like I actually Larry's point is like I didn't want to speak over Larry, but I was trying to finish chain of thought conversation, so like kind of like this didn't happen. But I think what he's saying is very pertinent. You know, he was around the movement and he saw the movement change. He didn't like it. I think that his point should be heard. So if you would please tell us what
Okay.
you're.
Did it
super
turn
quick, super
religious?
concise. Yes, it did. That's what I'm trying to say. Is in the beginning, it was about white, yellow, red, black. It didn't matter who was getting killed if they were unarmed, and they obviously murdered the guy on film. And we saw the whole thing from beginning to end, and he was not guilty or found not guilty or never prosecuted. We would find this cop, and we on YouTube, not in person, and not YouTube, Facebook. We would find the people he went to church with, the people he went to school with, and we would post this video because we have the right to freedom of press all over the place. Well, when this was going on, things were changing. We were getting body cams nationwide. Everything was getting better, right? But then George Soros started funding these Black Lives Matter people, and it divided and conquered what we were doing because it was wrong. So it went from
Did he just cut out for anyone else, or?
I think
yeah,
George Soros
he
muted
cut
him.
out. He cut out
Okay.
Neelis.
Yeah, he did.
So
And then
after
what do you-
one,
And then he'll come back and say, "Why is everybody talking over me?"
Ben Shapiro
exaggerating.
Ben Shapiro thinks that Donald Trump should pardon Derek Chauvin. Do we think he should do that? Do we agree with that? Do we agree with Ben Shapiro?
Derek
on that?
Chauvin, not a real person.
So you
Whatever
could have a
genre.
real conversation then, right? Like
Yeah,
you offer nothing of substance to a conversation.
Yeah.
Okay, so the person who killed George Floyd, do we think Trump should pardon him? Do we agree with Ben Shapiro on that?
Yeah, I was never here to argue for or against the legitimacy of BLM. That was never the point being invoked.
you are kind of arguing for the legitimacy by your argument of the way you position BLM in your arguments, and you basically position it as it's illegitimate. But
no, I'm positioning it as a religious movement. That doesn't mean that it's wrong or that it's bad or that its goals are good or bad. Just that it is a religious movement. It can have totally altruistic goals. It could be, you know, something that is a net gain for society. It could be a net negative for society. That is irrelevant to the classification of whether or not it is a religious movement.
The thing is, like,
it's only bad for the people who are claiming to be secular when they're actually lying about their own movement.
And you determine that too. You determine when that's the case.
I think the whole heliocentric model is a religion, right?
It's just a personal attack. Like whatever I say, that's crazy. Like that's so not contributive. That's so not contributive to the conversation at all. Like it's no contribution. Like what? Yeah, no contribution. Like why would you just not contribute?
I didn't personally attack you, and I did try to.
Why would you over and over again not contribute to the convo and ruin it?
Yeah, I didn't.
Why would you do that why would you disrespect the server like that?
Yeah,
and just ruin the conversation
shut the
over
fuck
and
up.
over.
You've been disrespectful plenty of times around here. Seriously,
because that's what they do.
Why is the guy just yelling "shut the fuck up" as the first thing he said?
Because
you just whining like a bitch.
As if it's pointing out.
You heard
pointing out the truth.
You heard all the answers to your question.
So I think I asked for a citation.
On with the convo.
I agree. We should move on with the convo.
Yeah, no one cares about what you ask. We just care that you contribute, and not just subtract.
And then, yeah. You determine that though, right? You determine when they're lying?
See, look, he does it again. The thing that I was just pointing out, he doubles down.
No, let's move on with the convo, guys. Move on with the convo.
I agree.
Yeah,
move on.
I agree. Let's move on.
Yeah, I agree.
So where's all the money going? Are we talking about the religious or is it fraud?
Yeah.
BLM's religious as hell. They have a saint. They have a clergy. They have doctrines.
Who's the clergy? Who's the clergy?
Beliefs.
Who are the clergy?
Some like I don't know, some like communist lesbians or something. Last time I checked.
The people. Yeah, those people.
Yeah.
Who's the god of BLM?
No, like there's actual
Who's the god of BLM?
that run it.
Racism.
It's Yakub.
Racism.
True. Who is the god of BLM?
Racism.
Yakub.
I don't know if they particularly have a god. They're more like Buddhism. They don't really have. I mean, they have a prophet or like saints, but
they have a creator.
As far as gods go, I think they're like trying to kind of loosely based in atheism mostly.
I have a question.
The founders are communist atheistic or whatever.
I don't know this shit to keep just talking these long monologues what he thinks.
Yeah,
without being able to question what he thinks. Like he's saying that by de facto they're saints and fucking
that guy just
prophets in the BLM without giving any evidence. Like, are we gonna allow him to
bring
do
any
long monologues?
That guy's not bringing any value to the table. He's just muting me with insults.
He just said you were doing long monologues, so I don't know why you keep thinking these things are insults.
Look, they have a creator god named Yakub. They think a black guy with 3 brains or whatever created white people. His name's Yakub. They literally believe that. So you're proven wrong again.
Who's
that's the god?
Retarded niggas believe that.
True.
It's me. That's what I believe.
Mod, your mods, you guys are doing so good right now. Like seriously.
Wait, you're the main problem in here.
True,
You literally spurg out over and over again and not let me make my points. And then 3 other people hop in, and all they do is just yell insults.
You're the only one whiting right now.
If the moderation was actually good and objective, you guys would have been silenced.
How are you calling me out for whiting when you said the exact same thing I just said, which was very good?
Could we please talk about a topic instead of moderation?
I agree. We should move on.
Yeah, I agree, Noah. Please stop crying and bitching.
Yeah. How is
look, right there? Another case, an example.
Yeah.
Again, it just happens over and over again. I wouldn't need to bring it up if it
what
didn't
you're
just
doing
happen
is obvious.
repeatedly.
You're trying to
You want me
drag
to
out
change your diapers
moderation.
too, Noah?
You're challenging
Wait,
moderation.
look, that
and you
guy,
need to
that guy's
quit.
mocking me in the background. That guy's mocking me, and left lane's actively ignoring him.
That's what you're
While
doing.
trying to,
That's all you're doing
while
is
trying to
mocking
gaslight.
moderation.
While trying to, oh, wait. Yeah,
No,
left lane
why would I make fun of you to your face if that helps?
left lane is witnessing me being mocked in real time and ignoring me being mocked.
I
and
find it
instead trying to
hilarious that
gaslight me.
Noah takes
You're
offense
asking
of
for it.
being mocked when the first time I joined, Noah called everyone a retard like 45 times the first time I saw him talking here. So yeah, I find it hilarious.
Yeah, you're regressive. You're regressive. All you
I would
do
just
is
like to
mock.
say
You don't
that
bring any
I would just like
contribution to the table, and
Oh
you
my
shouldn't
God.
even
I
be
would just
allowed
like to
speak.
say, like,
Go ahead,
I'm a
Larry.
fucking Zen master. Yeah, I would like to say that I'm a Zen master, but I get overtalked so much here that you guys actually trigger me like I'm fucking year one practicing Raja Yoga. Thanks.
It's true. It's true. You need to be very patient to be
You
in
need
this
tough
biased
skin
server.
here.
Unreasonable and
what
biased server. Not tough skin. Not tough skin because one side is the one side does not need tough skin because they're not. Nothing
The
happens
thing
to
about
them
Black
that
Lives
requires
Matter
it.
is that
Yeah.
I wouldn't go as far as call them a religion.
It's a
what
fat
BLM
religion.
basically are is that they're grifters, and as like they're grifters. That's what
Religious
they are.
grifters.
No,
They
wait.
are just taking advantage of a situation to earn. Well, not all BLM as a whole, but I mean, there's a lot of leaders in the BLM that have been
The
proven to
followers
just
are
be
religious.
The clergy
I mean,
are taking advantage
if
of lay
you
people.
want to call it that and you sleep better at night for calling it that, then go ahead. But I'd say again, it has to do with grifting, and grifting is something
Like a religion.
that
It's
a
like
lot
a
of
religion.
humans do. It is what it is, and I mean, I think that they're just taking advantage of a situation where they are like in the focal point in U.S.
Religious
history,
grifters.
and what they want to do is just gain as much money as possible, while at the same time crying wolf and pretending that they have a horrible time. I mean, grifting exists everywhere, especially online. And as much as I don't want to like say that, but grifting happens all the time. But at the same time, I mean, it is what it is. People are going to grift, and people with a lot of attention that don't have morals or ethic, they are going to grift. And if there's a lot of money given to us to a special cause, there's going to be grifters.
You
Would
just
you
made
guys
the
say
best
that
argument.
followers-
Hold on. You just made the best argument for BLM being like a religion. Like you actually just made, in my view, the best argument for BLM being just like a religion.
Thank you.
Like he
Thanks, bro.
I mean, there's a lot of
That's lit,
sects
bro.
that do
You-
the same
you-
thing.
you
So
argued for
I mean,
us.
if I'm not here to debate if it's a religion or not. If you want to call it religion and it makes you sleep better at night, then yeah, why not? But
Thanks for
that's
proving
not
it,
the
dog.
point.
Thanks
The
for
point
proving
is
it
they're
unwittingly, dog.
grifters. But I mean,
Thanks for
at the same
proving it
time, there's a lot
unwittingly,
of
dog.
people that
That's
aren't
great.
even religious that are grifters too. So
True.
it's up to you to call if you want to do that or not.
No, he just made the best argument for BLM being like a religion. I honestly think so.
Thanks, dog. That's all we were trying to say.
I don't know.
I'm glad we
I
came
mean,
to an agreement.
if you would like to, yeah, but I think that's not the point. The point is that grifters exist everywhere, and people
I'm glad
are
we
gonna
all
grift.
agree. I'm glad we all agree.
Like a
that
religion. I
BLM's
never said it is a religion.
That's lit.
I said
I'm
like
just
a
glad
religion.
we all got to the point
Yeah.
where people are showing the proof. They're even coming
So
to it
it's-
unwittingly, subconsciously of their own.
Like the one of the main leaders.
they don't
of
even. They're
BLM,
coming
like,
to the conclusion. They're
having
coming to the
money
conclusion
buy
by not even
mansions
conscious
and
of it.
houses.
He's just interrupting.
There's a lot of chasers, like lawyers, that
I was not
trying
finished
to
actually.
chase cases to sue anyone for anything. I mean, it. At the same time, I think that grifting has been so normalized in today's society that you really can't. I mean, people are gonna grift. It is what it is.
The chronicles of the BLM past. We know, yeah. It's like the chronicles in the Bible. Religious subtext to their
Can we move on
to their
now?
new prophet.
No, he can't move on.
Does
He just
anyone
has
have
to keep
any
this
else to
point.
say, or can we move on to something else now?
What makes Black Lives Matter grifters?
Oh, there's a lot
The
of
fact that
things.
they got mansions and the black people didn't benefit from any of that stuff. They benefited more from what we were doing in 2011 and 2012 by exposing these cops as getting away with murder or having a license to kill, because there was actual changes made. In every state, you can get a FOIA request for a camera, except for North Carolina. That's the only state that you can't FOIA request a cop's body cam. And that was because of what we were doing, not me. What we were doing. We made changes.
So everyday
Who's
people
we?
that participate in Black Lives Matters protests own mansions.
They're religious. They're religious guys. Don't forget it.
That's not what I said. The
How many
owners
people in
have
BLM
mansions.
Yeah,
But
How
it's
many people in the BLM movement are Globers?
BLM's a
All of them?
decentralized
Majority?
movement. It's not like it's not like it's all they. It's not like they all just agree to do everything at the
It's
same
not like
time.
it's a religion.
It's a decentralized movement.
Kind of like Christianity when it started. Alright.
I love
Yeah.
how we just like have conversation enders and no one acknowledges them because the points are just so good, and then we just like move past it immediately. That's like
It's
my
not
favorite thing about
happens.
this place.
yeah, I think we should move on because this is not going anywhere. I mean, you guys think it's a religion? That's fine.
This guy's trying to move
But-
on
but
because he doesn't
this-
he doesn't
it-
like his
The
religion being
topic has been
challenged.
exhausted to what it is, and I
I'm
mean,
not even talking about
everyone
being
here,
religion.
everyone
I'm
here
talking
seems to
grifter.
agree that they're scammers and grifters anyway.
True. Yeah, they
No, but
are.
grifting
Yeah.
implies that you
Yeah,
like
move
actually
along. Don't talk
believe.
about this subject.
Why
Grifting
do you keep
implies that
interrupting?
you don't believe something and you're doing it only to make money.
Yeah.
Whatever you do, don't talk about don't talk about psyops in American culture. The last thing
Like
we should talk
religion?
about.
Like religion?
And you can't
The
say
globe.
that like the average Black
Wait,
Lives Matter
BLM?
protester is doing it for money because protesters don't make money.
No, they lose
Yeah,
money.
They're doing it because they have a belief, a religious. They're in a
They're not
religious
grifters.
fever.
So they're not
I love, how
grifters
you,
then.
I love how you have to specify it's a religious belief. You think that it wouldn't work as well if you just said belief. The only way to make it religious is just saying they have
It's
a
a
religious
political belief. It's not a religion.
True.
I mean, they have. It's a political
both.
belief.
You
can
They
say
have a
it's
very
both.
clear political agenda. I mean,
They're making a
it
moral
could be-
argument.
I mean, like it. I mean, it doesn't even have the structure enough to call it a religion in the sense that
No, but
everyone
they're literally,
like
they're literally,
everyone
they're
looks
literally
up to a,
incorporated.
a specific
They're
type of
incorporated like a
scripture or a
church.
specific type of
They're
leader. No,
incorporated like
it's
many
a
American
political movement.
denominations. They're
And, and
incorporated
much
like
of
many
their
American
agenda is
denominations. They have
entirely driven by
founders. They
political,
have funding.
That would make every
political
corporation
ability and what they want to do. So it's a political movement. That's kind of like if you look up anywhere, that's what it'll say.
Wait,
but
they're
did you
like
consider-
they're like not decentralized. They're
Well,
actually
they
very
are. But did you
centralized.
consider that they had a
They are
religious
They're
decentralized.
belief?
literally like funded. They literally have the groups are funded, and they have people who are literally working full time to like organize BLM and all their stuff. They have
they
have
they're
founders and CEOs that are
They
millionaires.
organize
There are
in
people that
different
work
cities.
in
Founders,
full-time, so it's not mainly except
why am
City
I,
has its own brand.
are there any moderators in the
entirely
room?
decentralized.
Are there any moderators in the room?
Wait,
Every
just to
time
be
I
clear,
go to speak, every
You
time I go
interrupted
to
like
speak,
30
four
people.
people come in.
Because
There's now 6 people
just
speaking
because
when
there
it
are
was
few
clearly
people that
my
work for
turn.
government, it
Oh my
doesn't
God.
necessarily mean that it is
Yo,
centralized.
Yo, the moderation
So
is
just because there is
wow. That's crazy.
I don't want to hear other people talk. That's all.
Yeah, this is
what?
this is clearly demonic oppression because they don't want to hear the truth. They have to make rambling and
here we
noises
go with the
instead.
demonic gospel again. I should
Unreasonable,
bring up my Pastafarian Bible.
unreasonable.
I mean, I totally
sounds,
agree.
unreasonable
Yeah, I mean,
sounds and
I should
noises
really bring
coming
my
from
Pastafarian Bible.
from human
Oh,
from male
pasta,
adults,
understand
male
that.
adults
Art thy
making
noodlage,
sounds out of their mouth
covered
so
by
that they
thy
can't
nudie
hear
appendage.
they can't hear
Might you
reasonable
actually be
usages.
resting in all the
Funny
There's
holes?
so much
yeah.
projection.
So
Guys, this is impossible to listen to. I mean, can you guys just go one at a time, please?
Yeah, because they're demonically possessed right now. They need to make noises out of their mouth so that reasonable.
No, I'm trying
Good
to.
Lord.
I'm trying to do something. Okay, guys, it's the audio chaos. Come on.
Wait, why did you? He like interrupted like 10 people.
Every time I go to talk, four people stick in. That's just the moderation should be aware of that.
Hold on.
Should you let other people talk too?
I'm muting. Everybody quiet. I can't believe what I'm hearing. I'm listening on YouTube and I'm trying to do some work. What the F is wrong with you people? Seriously, man. Where's the moderation? Left lane, what are you doing, bro?
It's not that bad. It's got people mumbling under each other and this one saying that and that one saying that. There's not any coherency to the conversation, and there hasn't been for about an hour now.
Bro. Get it under control.
I've tried. It seems like they just don't want to have a coherent conversation.
I swear to God, I'm going to mute everybody. I swear to God. You're all going to go on mute if you don't do it one at a time.
Leave it to SE and FE to straighten things out.
Order, baby.
Let Dr. Pepper talk because Dr. Pepper was actually the main point that Henry interrupted. So can we let him go?
One at a time.
Dr. Pepper, go ahead.
No, you don't. You
Yeah,
don't.
I
You
mean,
don't come in and say who goes ahead. You keep quiet, Akna. You're part of the problem.
Can Dr. Pepper go or no?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
Okay.
So thank you. No, what it's basically saying is that, I mean, there's very shadow of doubt that it's a political movement, but I mean, in all political movements, there's gonna be grifters. I mean, it's pretty much self-explanatory. I don't know what else to say that hasn't been said about it already. So I'm gonna move on and I'll just speak about it. Thank you for your time.
Wait, I had the Ben Shapiro question thing. Can we get an answer to that or no?
Is it about the cop that that got manslaughter for the, oh my god, what was his name? George Floyd?
Yeah. So Ben Shapiro thinks Donald Trump should pardon him, and I was just wondering if anyone agrees with that take that he should be pardoned.
I
don't know, man.
I don't
It's
take
like-
Ben Shapiro very seriously, but others might have something else to say about it. But I do not take him seriously at all.
I'm on the fence about the George Floyd thing, right? And I watched the trial and I heard both sides of it, and I really tried to stay like neutral and look at it objectively. But the fact that the cop's knee was on the guy, putting weight on the guy, after he stopped resisting like a long time ago, it's hard to say that he wasn't a contributing factor because gravity, right? Let's just
Also,
go ahead.
take it with gravity. Go.
Yeah, just the fact that he did it. But see, the same thing happened on 75 in Dallas to a white dude, and nobody cared, and that cop got away with it completely.
Yeah, but
So
we
it's
would never
really
say he should be pardoned. That's wrong, right? I'm just asking, do you think the dude that killed George Floyd, should he be pardoned? That was all my question.
I don't know. It's hard to say, right? It's hard to say that he should be pardoned. So take that for what it's worth.
Do you agree, though, that the coroner's report said that the cause of his death was that there was weight on his neck? Even though that there were contributing factors, such as drugs, do we agree that the main cause of death was the weight on his neck?
No.
You think the coroner
I
didn't say that?
I don't agree.
No, I didn't ask if you agree that's the cause. I was just asking the professional who analyzed.
I don't agree.
No. I didn't ask if you agree that's the cause. I didn't ask if you agree that's the cause. I asked if we agree that that's what the coroner's report said.
The
Like the
court
professional-
order report says that he had the knee on top of his throat for 9 minutes and 30 seconds, if I'm not mistaken, like 10 minutes, which is a ridiculously long time to actually detain someone. I've never even heard. I know that it's not part of the police training anywhere to do this, but have you ever heard like some guy a police officer laying on top of someone that they're detaining for 10 minutes? That doesn't happen. It's not normal, and even less if they have the knee on someone's throat. So yeah, and I read the medical examiner's report, and I also read the medical expert witness, and yeah, they all agree on that. The knee on the throat for 10 freaking minutes was a huge contributing factor to his death.
Yeah, so do we agree that's what they said? I'm not asking if you agree that's what the case was. I'm just asking if we agree they said that, the professional said that.
Sure.
I'm willing to agree with that.
Just anyone I
Who
want to hear
cares?
anywhere else.
cares?
It's so hard to
Who
have
cares
conversations
what
with
they
people who
said?
deny reality.
Yeah, but
It's so
I don't
difficult.
people care, and also like seriously, Al Shapiro says a
Who
lot of stupid shit,
cares?
and but sorry, Ben Shapiro, and I really can't take him seriously regardless.
Who cares
he's
what
a
the
political
dumb?
grifter
Who
as
cares
well.
what the lying
Dude,
coroner
stop
says?
interrupting, bro. Actually.
Yeah, if you don't have anything productive to say, Noah, don't say it at all.
It is productive. I'm
No,
saying
it's
the
not.
same
No,
thing.
saying no one cares isn't productive, Noah. Saying no one
productive.
cares when two people are talking is not productive. You were not raised
Yeah.
right as a person
is
if you think you can
productive.
go up to people and interrupt and tell them, "Oh, no one cares." No, that's not how it works, Noah.
I'm not going up to
Read
people.
the
We're on
room,
a
Noah.
shared
guys.
we're on a shared
Read
panel.
the room.
Mods,
No,
come on.
hang on. I don't know if moderation is being challenged or what's going on, but yeah, it needs to stop. And let's just have a good combo.
Yeah.
Every
I'm
time
trying to-
Noah
every
is here,
time I-
there's always moderation
time I
needed.
input-
Because Noah's always
every
here
time
to
I-
disrupt and say stuff to insult people and be as disruptive as possible. I don't understand what is even allowed to be here. He's
I
been
don't know why
muted
you guys.
endless times.
I don't know why you guys
I
are
was
saying that
coming in
about
to
Noah,
contribute
but
to the
there's a
conversation.
There's a guy like screaming my name when I'm trying to speak, interrupting me nonstop. And you guys don't ever say shit to that guy, but let's call out Noah, right? How about we call out both of them?
Y'all trying to make it look biased, and it is not biased.
It's 100% biased.
Then how come I don't get triggered when I go hang out with normies who don't have sides to be biased on? But I come in here, there's obviously sides, and you guys trigger the fuck out of me sometimes.
Now we work hard not to be biased, and I think maybe y'all are just here to press it.
I'm just gonna say that there was only one important thing that was in that George Floyd footage and the George Floyd incident, which I just posted, which is that gas prices were at $1.89. That's the only thing that's important.
We're really contributing to the conversation right now.
I mean, he does have a point. He does have a fair point, though.
I know we really want to contribute
Yeah,
to the conversation a lot.
so George Floyd didn't die. It was a staged the staged act.
No one cares, Noah.
No one cares, dude. No one cares, bro. No one cares.
Yeah, no one cares, Noah.
You were duped.
No one cares. Noah. No one cares. No one gives a shit.
The actor Derek Chauvin.
No one gives a shit. No one cares what you have to say about it, Noah. No one cares.
The next guy that says no one cares, I'm gonna mute him for a minute. You're gonna see how you're gonna care. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Derek Chauvin was an actor at
no one cares.
Can you provide evidence for that? I care. Can you provide evidence?
Yeah, in due course. I just want to get this. I just want to get it all out.
Fair. Y'all had to know I was going to do that, right?
Noah, why do you think it was a psyop, if you don't mind me asking? Was it something to divide the nation, more trauma-based mind control?
Please don't enable him. Please.
Yeah, Eden. Come on, man.
Talking, Eden, and you just talked right over me.
Seriously.
But if it was Taylor, you'd be yelling at everybody for talking over Taylor, wouldn't you?
Eden, true.
I didn't hear Coco, so did you want to continue?
Can we all take control of our fields? Hello? Can we all take control of our fields and just go on with the combo? Please, man. Please.
I'm trying. It's Sunday and we go to work tomorrow, so that might be a lost cause.
Wait, and also, you say take control of our fields. Someone's literally arguing that there was an actor for the cause of someone else's death. That there was a whole court.
Please don't enable him. Please don't enable him.
Yeah, so not only was George Floyd an actor, but also was Derek Chauvin. They were both actors.
And the family.
George Floyd, them too.
Do you have any evidence for this claim?
Essentially, yeah, we can get to that. The last time you guys you asked for evidence on the last subject, when I start to bring it to you and read it out, you guys constantly interrupted me and didn't allow me to bring it. So, anyways, basically the overview.
Bible that was completely out of context. That's why, Noah.
That was not.
You know why people have something up against it. So don't stop acting stupid.
Now he's lying. Now that guy's lying.
He's just crying.
I didn't even read quotes from the Bible. I'm being mocked. The whole chat has devolved to just mocking me.
There's a reason for that. Did you ever consider that?
There's a reason why people mock you, Noah. If you don't like
whenever I bring anything of substance, because you're not of the truth. I'm bringing you the truth, and you're not of the truth. That's why you mock it. That's why you mock it. You're not of the truth. Someone of the truth. You're not.
What is that pertinent?
Okay, so essentially, So essentially, they pre-planned all of the riots and stuff. Government, private agencies, government agencies.
Hamburgers can tell the future.
They pre-planned the riots.
I know the mayor of Venus.
Hold up, guys. Are we trying to have a conversation here, or are we trying to do the peanut gallery?
Clearly not.
Clearly they're laughing over the guy.
Stop.
Yeah, they continuously mocking me for the past half an hour, Mordwan. I have multiple witnesses.
All right. Well, let's just move forward.
Look, they're continuing. They're literally. See, someone literally mocked me as I said it to you, Mordwan. There you go. They actually admit it. They actually admit it to your face. They don't even. They don't even keep it a secret. Like they're not even trying to say that they're innocent. Like I accuse them of mocking me, and instead of pleading innocence, they literally mocked me in front of you to show you that's what it is here.
You gotta stop. You gotta stop with the tone police, man. Dude, chill.
Jeez. All right.
People are allowed to mock you.
What was even the argument about?
The whole George Floyd situation
No,
was staged. It was acted.
Guys, shut up.
As a George Floyd.
All right. So this is a reasonable point of discussion. I don't know why we're having ridicule.
He just said that all the riots were. He said all the riots were pre-planned. You think that's a reasonable discussion?
Oh, just I mean, are you here? Are you here to talk with people that agree with your point of view or people that disagree with you?
I'm laughing at you for saying that's a reasonable position to say all of the BLM riots were pre-planned and that George Floyd's death was an act.
Kyle
You said that's a reasonable
Rittenhouse was an
topic.
actor.
Well, I didn't ascribe to that.
Kyle
last
Rittenhouse
part.
was
All
an
I said
actor.
is that we should.
No, you said it was a reasonable topic, and I'm laughing because that's such a stupid thing to say.
A reasonable topic, not a reasonable position. Don't straw man me.
It's not a
I never
reasonable topic.
identified-
The topic.
Hey, kill those men.
With all due respect, Akna, you don't get to moderate the room, so you're going to go on mute. And then you do your little thingy-majig, so you're going to get timed out.
Leave him on mute. Leave him on mute, bro. Good move. Good move. Because if I didn't, they would have started drinking.
Yeah, you get to 5-minute timeout because he's trying to moderate the room, and then when people respond to him, he goes on and he gets muted by the mods. He goes on deafened. Right. So that's not nobody. In general, please do not abuse the moderating rules in the VC like that. He got a 5-minute timeout. If he wants to come back and play by the rules, he's happy. We're welcome to.
Wait, what happens when someone? Why does he deafen?
He's basically trying to avoid being moderated. That's why I timed him out. It's not just the over talking bit, but like every time you over talk, if you go on server mute, then he comes back and he just jumps into the discussion without having listened to anything because he's been deafened. So it's just we're just gonna move forward.
Oh, that's
and yeah.
Thank you. Thank
we
you.
are-
We love the modding.
So let's
Can I
move it
present
along.
the topic?
Yes, please.
That's been the
way better
best
than the current
moderation
one?
move all day. Mordwan, a round of applause for you, bro. That's been the best mod move all day.
Thank you. I'll be here all week. All right. Topic change was requested. Go for it. What was the topic?
So I will post an article about scientists that found out that the universe will end a lot sooner than expected. They have calculated that the universe will end in 10 to the power of 74 years, which is a lot shorter than anticipated. It was done by a team of, I think it was Belgian or Dutch, based on the Hawking radiation. So what they agreed to was that they were monitoring like black holes, and they came to, by measuring that, they came to a realization that the universe will end in 10 to the power of 78 years from now. That's a 1 followed by
like
78
humans will be long gone by then, right?
Well,
everyone.
they won't be proven wrong within their lifetime.
The Earth, our solar system, will be long gone by then. So yeah, you're right.
Yeah, with
So
that
that's
attitude.
It's a safe prediction, right? It's all right.
So I posted in the president's chat. These were by black hole experts, quantum physicist, and mathematician, all from Netherlands. And I can also link to the paper if anyone wants to read it. And it's based off gravitational pair production and black hole evaporation. It's some pretty interesting stuff. I think it strengthens the theory of what's called the heat death of the universe, if you ever heard of it.
Right.
Okay,
so the problem with the black hole. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Larry. I'm just gonna say something really quick, kind of like a general sentiment, but it is most probable that their theory of how long the universe is supposedly supposed to go or not go, or how long the human race is supposed to go or not go. So extinction, that theory that they have today is probably going to change relatively soon, like all their theories do constantly. So like really to be like projecting to the future and saying that you know all this about something that's extremely uncertain is really fanciful, and there's no real room in your own paradigm to really do that.
Right. So I want to point out. Can I be heard? By the way, good mic.
Yeah, loud and
Okay.
Yes,
Cool.
good.
Thank you. So I want to
Yeah, I
point
hear
out
you loud.
that there's like two different theories that I want to focus on for the black hole. One is that it sucks on everything, right? And then the other theory is that, yeah, but you can't like ignore the first law of thermodynamics, conservation of energy and matter. So these black holes would have like tentacles of matter hanging off of them somewhere, whether it's on the inside or the outside, and it depends on how you calculate the heat depth of the universe as to whether which black hole is actually in the model that works better. So the black hole in the second one would look like what are they called? Sentinels from the Matrix? Those little things with the arms, the squid arms hanging off of them, or octopus arms? That's what some people think the black hole looks like. Thanks.
Right.
So
I feel like we're having this conversation assuming we agree upon like what black holes are, right? Because otherwise you couldn't even have this conversation.
Well, I'm pointing out that we don't agree. We don't all agree what black holes are. So that's what I was pointing it out.
Yeah, there'll be a variety of opinion or knowledge base or whatever you want to call it, different ideas about what black holes are.
Definitely.
If we just discuss what black holes are, we'll never get to the actual subject.
Yeah, Rob, I was just talking. I was just gonna say the problem with space is that it's black, and the problem with black holes is that they're also black. So how do you distinguish between space and a black hole?
That's actually a reasonable question. Does anyone else want to take that?
I'm sorry. How do you distinguish what from a black hole? I'm sorry. Could you repeat it?
He's saying how can you see where a black hole is if it's black? Was his question.
Okay,
'cause
that's a
space
fair
is
enough
black.
question.
You know the space between the stars is black,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
All right. Do you want to respond, Dr. Pepper?
I mean, sure, I can respond. If no one else wants to take it, I can respond to it if that's fine with you.
Yeah. Take it away.
So it's a fair enough question. What is like? How can you even see a black hole? And truth of the matter of fact, if there is a black hole and there's nothing around it, it's not visible, and that's true. But you can study its effects and how it affects other stuff around it. So, as an example, one of the biggest black holes that we are interested in right now is the center black hole in our galaxy that's called Sagittarius A. So what you have to understand is that this black hole is absolutely massive. It's what's called a primordial black hole. It's very, very old and it's very, very massive. Because in the middle of our galaxy, there's so many stars and gases and stuff that moves around. You can clearly see that it's being affected by the black hole is affecting it a lot that's moving around. That's how we can see and how we can detect them. That doesn't necessarily mean that we can detect all the black holes out there. We can only detect the ones that have stuff around them or that have swallowed something and that they're spewing out a lot of energy. That's how we detect them.
Could you post a picture of one of these black holes, like, or just a CGI image of what a black hole would look like?
Well, we can't post a photo of them because they are so far away. So like a real photo, we can't do that for multiple reasons. One of them is because they're ridiculously far away. The other reason is because our galaxy is covered by a lot of stuff that blocks our vision.
I just want to.
But we have used other instrumentation to take photos of them in other forms of radiation, and I posted them. I posted the link to it. The one in Sagittarius A, I posted. That's the one that is the biggest. But it is a very known astronomical radio source.
Go ahead, Larry. Sounded like Larry wanted to get in.
Did that answer your question?
Sorry about that.
Rob?
Yeah, sorry about that. I'll be quick, as always.
I would keep going, but go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, sorry, I'm at work. I can't always speak when I get a chance to, so I apologize. Yeah, I just wanted to say that gravity's so weak that you guys need dark matter and black holes in the galaxy to make that shit work mathematically. Thanks.
Okay, that's not the topic, but okay.
No, he was on topic with black holes, but yeah. I'm just gonna take a look at what it was posted. That's cool. Thanks. Appreciate it.
So the main reason why we haven't been able to get like an optical spectrum of the black hole is because, for one, it is so ridiculously far away. The distance is 30,000 light years away. That's a ridiculous distance. And the second is what I said. Astronomers have been unable to observe Sagittarius A in the optical spectrum because of the effect of scattering by dust and gas between the source and Earth. So there's a lot of denser parts in our galactic core that just blocks our vision entirely. So for that reason, it's going to be impossible to get a photo of not just a black hole, of anything in our galactic center. And the fact that we are so like between 25 and 30,000 light years away, that's a ridiculous distance.
Okay, it really intrigues me when somebody posts an article and the very first sentences in the article says, as the story of our cosmos moves forward, stars will slowly burn out. Those are some bold claims. Thanks, guys.
That our sun is gonna die? I'm sorry, did you say which article?
I'm just reading the first sentence of the article you posted.
Yeah.
For I get accused of not reading the articles, but I just love it when the very first sentence says, as the story of our cosmos moves forward.
Yeah, that's just the news article. I posted the actual scientific paper there as well. That's just the story reporting the scientific paper. We're not basing this evidence of what a news source wrote. We're basing the evidence based on actual scientific research, and I did post it in the channel as well.
Yeah, so I'm just curious for the room, which one of you guys think that a black hole violates the first law of thermodynamics, and for the rest of you guys, which one of you guys think that it's more like a black hole with tentacles? Thanks.
Wait, did you say that black hole violates the first law of thermodynamics?
Right, because when something gets sucked into a black hole, does it get destroyed?
I mean, we don't have 100% proof of what
My
happens.
understanding, no. That's why we think there's Hawking radiation.
Hawking's, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that would be one example. I've seen other people say that the black hole has tentacles because the matter can't be destroyed. So you guys think it gets converted into energy and is radiated out? That's Hawking radiation, right?
That's possible.
Right. I was just curious.
I mean, are you asking what it looks like?
No, I'm asking, are people in here thinking that the energy and matter is destroyed when it gets sucked into a black hole? Or are you guys thinking Einstein-Rosen bridge? Or so what are you guys thinking about the black hole? Like, what is your belief?
I think it gets compressed into, some kind of degenerate matter and eventually radiated as Hawking radiation would be my guess. I honestly don't know.
So we have detected.
Is the black hole?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No,
I just wonder: is the black hole growing as it consumes matter? Is it growing?
I don't think it grows appreciably.
If it was growing, if this is, like he said, one of the really old black holes, it'd be a big fucker then, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I guess.
There are already big fuckers.
Yeah, but if it's been growing this whole time and it's an old black hole, then the bigger it got, it would just suck up the galaxies.
Not necessarily.
No,
I mean, you did the coolest, the most coolest evidence that I've seen is that lady astronomer that focused on Sagittarius for like 20 years. and put that animation together, and it showed stars orbiting something we can't see right in the middle. And it's, I mean, if you could get your mind to wrap around the scale of that and what's going on there, that's pretty amazing, you know?
So black holes can't consume entire galaxy because their range isn't that far. So it's not like it'll eat up entire galaxies. And secondly, not all galaxies do have black holes, ancient huge black holes in the center. That's also another thing that needs to be substantiated. There is no sure model or way of determining if all galaxies do have black holes in the centers or not. Some of them do, some of them don't. Point is, no, the galaxy will not get consumed by it because it doesn't have that range. Black holes actually don't have a big range. You have to be inside of the, I think it's called the Schwarzschild radius or something, for it to get swallowed.
So what if the black hole like consumed dark matter and distilled it? Would that create like neutron stars?
Neutron stars are a phase of collapse less than a black hole. So it creates the degenerate neutronium matter, but doesn't go all the way to a black hole. At least that is my understanding.
Well, I'm just talking about distilled dark matter. Maybe, that could be a possible cause of the neutron star. But if you're saying it's a precursor to it, okay, sure.
What do you guys think of that research that suggests the universe could be inside of a black hole? Have you heard that one?
I haven't heard of one. Would you mind posting it, please?
Sure, yeah. I think there's a Brian Cox video about it. I know the Flirts love Brian Cox. He's one of their go-tos.
Yeah, sure. If you have, yeah, sure.
So basically,
I'd love to have a look at it.
Basically,
Yeah, we love Brian Cox. He's a hostile witness. Thanks for saying.
Yeah. I know. Hostile Witness is the best, isn't it? But basically, what he says is that we have a visible edge of the universe, and what if that's really like an event horizon? Effectively, it is like an event horizon. It's very interesting. The way he put it.
That can't work because the visible edge is of our visible universe. There's a difference between the universe that we can see and the actual size of the universe. Does that make sense?
How would we know that, though? How would we know if we can only see part of the universe? How do we know that there's more to it than that? Or could be more? I'm legitimately asking. I don't take any position on it.
Well, yeah, but we can't conclude that just because we can see it, that it doesn't exist. That's one of the things. Like, you have to understand that the observable universe is based off our current knowledge of how old the universe is, and the visible universe or our observable universe is based off from us as a center point looking outwards. But at the same time, you have to understand that if someone lives, theoretically speaking, in another galaxy that is like several million light years away, they're going to see much more of the galaxy 2 million light years away further than us. So just because you live closer to the horizon of the observable universe doesn't mean that they all of a sudden aren't seeing anything.
But how would we know that from our perspective? Because we presumably have like a bubble of time, right? That light could have reached us in, right? Or something. Like, how would we know that there's something beyond that time bubble, as it were? I don't know if I'm using the right words, but...
Like we can't directly measure the full size of the universe because we are limited to what we can observe.
Right. That makes sense.
Yeah.
So is it hypothetical that there's more, or do we have like evidence on there's more through some other observation or model or inference or deduction or something? I don't know how you would put it, but
there are theoretical models and limits. There are, but there are theories that's because we know that the observable universe is, I don't know, I think it's 90 billion light years away or something absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
But because we are limited to our vision, like these models are based on the rapid expansion after the Big Bang and how far things move away.
Gotcha.
And they're based on like, I think they're based on like cosmic micro backward radiations and stuff. But like there's just theories we don't know because we can only see what we can see. But based off that, we can't conclude that there isn't anything outside that we can see.
Okay. That's basically what my question was. I don't know about much about cosmology and astrophysics, so I wasn't sure if we had some, direct observation that wasn't like optical or gravity. I don't know what that would suggest there's more outside. But
What's the cosmic microwave background radiation? What's that?
That is what has the residual energy of the Big Bang, I believe.
So that's the oldest known light in the universe?
I don't know.
Come again?
Well, if it came from the Big Bang, what is the CMB? He said the residual light from the Big Bang. If the Big Bang was the first thing to happen, then you'd be claiming that it's the oldest known light in the universe. It would have to be. So what's the dating method for light, and how did you tie it directly to the Big Bang? Thanks.
How we tied the light to the Big Bang?
Mm-hmm. Like the CMB, like how do we know it's evidence of the Big Bang and not something else? And that it's as old as we claim it is or whatever.
They don't. Just a guess.
Well, hold on, SC. Let him respond though. Let him respond.
No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I will have to look that up because I haven't looked much into the CMB. I will just have to look it up, but I can try and find out a good answer for you.
Cool.
Yeah, Dr. Pepper, have you watched the movie The Principal or the quote unquote documentary or documentary?
Oh God.
The Principal?
No, sorry, Marwan.
So my issue with The Principal and the reason I react like that, Eden, is that they were dishonest to the scientists that were in the documentary about what they were going to be in.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of that one.
So wait a minute. How could you be dishonest by not telling people where they're going to end up? Because as a journalist, like I post a video of a cop, right? And he kills this guy. Does that mean that the cop can be like, "Oh, I didn't know I was going to like end up on, my pastor's like Facebook page"? Like, how does that make sense to you guys? Can you explain that? Like, how does it make sense that?
Yeah, I remember The Principal. There were a lot of like real physicists and cosmologists where their clips were taken out of context and stuff. Yeah, I read about that. That was quite interesting.
Basically
case.
the ethical problem, Larry. Yeah, it's not technically illegal what they did, but basically they approached these people and were actively deceptive about what their documentary was about. And if that doesn't, to you, pose a problem for the credibility of the people that made that documentary, that we know that they were deceptive elsewhere, then whatever. But beyond that, I mean, the problem with The Principal is that it just recycles. It's essentially just the same stuff that Singenis and Bennett say, and it's all nonsense. None of it works. The idea
I don't know how
is
asking.
Well, let's move away from that. Let's move away from the meta. Like, okay, sorry. That was just a disclaimer at the start, but Eden, what were you trying to bring up in relation to The Principal? Let's focus
I just don't know how asking questions and then getting their answers and then providing their own narrative, how is that different from any other documentary ever?
Because they lied to them about what the documentary was about. They actively deceived the people that were involved so that the people involved could not consent because they were not aware of what they were consenting to. It's just a basic principle of human ethics that you don't engage in that kind of behavior, whether it's legal or illegal.
You're correct on that, right? Let's say they deceived them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would that change the answers to the questions, to the scientific questions that they were asked?
Well, the fact that they even chose to appear in that documentary at all is problematic. Now, as to your second question, that's why I'm saying let's focus on the content. But when it comes to the actual content, and I haven't watched The Principal, but I know Roberts and Jennings. I've spoken to Dr. Bennett on numerous occasions. I know the arguments pretty well, and they're all garbage. I mean, they don't amount to anything.
I just want to ask, how is that any different from any investigator asking someone to come downtown and
They
talk to
lied. They lied.
bro, hold on. I'm asking, how is it different than any investigator who says, "Hey, you want to come down here and just, we want to talk to you about what happened," and they
It's not
come
any
on false
different. It's not any different. That's also
that seems to
unethical.
be standard procedure for just how people ask questions. They let them answer, and then they report on the answers, and then provide narrative. That's media. Like, that's mainstream media. That's how it works.
I don't want to keep talking about this. Let's just move on.
You
to
don't
the
have
actual
to answer
content.
then. You don't have to.
But I'm just saying, as a moderator, I want to just move on to the content of the documentary. I've made my position clear. So let's just move on to actually talk about the content. Is there any specific arguments from the documentary that you find compelling that we could talk about?
That. Can we go over all the documentary stuff again?
How about Mach's principle?
Mach's principle. Okay, how about it?
Okay, do you think that's a legitimate thing? What are your? Maybe we could define it for some people in the room who may not know what it is.
Well, why don't you define what Mach's principle means to you?
Well, I think Mach's principle is saying that whether it's heliocentric or geocentric, there would still be the same forces acting upon the bodies, and you wouldn't be able to tell if the sun was going around the Earth or the Earth was going around the sun. Did I get that right?
No, you've kind of smashed Mach's principle into a statement based on Einstein, who's assuming general relativity is true.
Well, Mach's principle preceded Einstein, so of course Einstein might also be talking about Mach's principle. That doesn't mean that I smashed it into anything.
Well, it does, because Einstein wasn't talking about Mach's.
Yeah.
Like Einstein's statement is not a statement of Mach's principle. It's a statement of general relativity.
Can you define it?
Yeah, Mach's principle. Let's see. So the idea, it's very specific. What it says is that it's the idea that the action of like the universe and large amounts of matter in motion affects things on Earth. The problem, which is very different from what general relativity says. General relativity makes no such claim when it comes to the precession of gyroscopes. The idea that this is correct doesn't imply a geocentric universe at all. Mach's principle is not about geocentrism. And in relation to
go ahead.
And in relation to the real world, whether Einstein thought something or Mach thought something, I mean, it's a cool idea perhaps, but it's not borne out by the physical evidence and the measurements that we have. There's no theory, there's no credible theory that derives, and I've read Andre Assis's relational mechanics book, which, by the way, also explicitly refutes geocentrism. So a lot of people, Whitsitt has cited that as evidence of geocentrism. It's not. And I've read Popov's paper, which is explicitly arguing for geocentrism. The idea, though, but even Popov's paper, he invokes Mach, but his derivation is completely different from the idea of Mach's principle. So there's really no credible derivation of the universe causing the precession of the gyroscope on Earth, nor could there be, because the only credible theory of the dynamics of the universe as a whole is general relativity. And under relativity, there's no way for communication between distant galaxies or rotating matter relative to the Earth to influence gyroscopes on Earth. And Assis claims that he could derive it. He doesn't. Popov claims to be able to derive it. He doesn't. There isn't a derivation of it. So it's.
I think it's important. I think it's important to mention that Whitsitt always cites how Einstein gave a nod to Mach, and he did actually in like 1913 or 14 in a letter. But in 1917, his conclusion was, he said, according to Mach's principle, even if there was such a gravitational influence by stars or galaxies in the universe, they were so far away that their influence would be insignificant.
Yeah.
The Mach's principle is basically that rotation is relative to some distant masses in the universe. So according to the Mach's principle, the Earth would be actually rotating, because rotating, according to Mach, is when something is rotating relative to those stars somewhere far away, and the Earth obviously is, because from the perspective of the Earth, the stars appear to rotate.
Wouldn't
So
it
it's
also require that they have mass? Like, isn't this
yes,
just
it would also
conceding?
require them to have mass. So
Is it more flat Earth?
It's double contradicts flat Earth.
Yeah. Can't have it both ways. They can't just be points of light in the sky and sonoluminescence, but also have the effect as if they had mass.
But have you considered saying hostile witness and then just moving on?
It's true. I hadn't considered that.
But in seriousness, Embo, thank you for that explanation. That makes sense. I didn't understand it as well. So, but yeah, the idea, and maybe you could correct me if I'm wrong here, Embo, but is there any framework of geocentrism in which the Earth can rotate? It would have to be like synced to the rotation of the universe, right? Or something. If the universe, like the idea of the Earth rotating kind of kills geocentrism by itself, as far as I can tell.
Well, technically that would be dependent on what you mean by geocentrism, because geocentrism can mean either that the Earth is stationary, absolutely stationary, or in other way the Earth is an absolute reference frame relative to which everything else is measured to be moving, or that the Earth is like physically the center of the universe, like the universe is physically constructed in a way where everything orbits around the Earth. And these two aren't separated, because up to this date, really any geocentric model had those two things at the same time, right? You never had a model in which the Earth either wasn't like in the center of the universe, but was moving, or the other way around. Like the Earth being absolutely stationary was basically baked into a model where the Earth is like in the center of the universe and everything is moving around it.
So I'm referring to geocentrism in the sense of like Bennett and Syngenis, because in terms of like the modern geocentric movement, as it were.
Do they believe like in the same physical shape of the universe, like everything is the same distances and the same speeds, but just the Earth is stationary?
Yes, and everything rotates around the Earth. They actually think, Syngenis says on his website, that seasons are caused by the precession of the universe in its rotation. Which is pretty wild to imagine that. Yeah, it's pretty. I would consider it pretty nonsensical from the point of view of like physics, but to like back that, I mean, because
to be
charitable,
it is orders of magnitude less loopy than flat.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, it's true.
So the problem I have with that is that the way we determine something is absolutely rotating, because according to modern physics, acceleration is absolute, not unlike velocity, is that we measure inertial forces in this rotating reference frame. So like Coriolis force or centrifugal force, and a reference frame that is not accelerating is the one where we don't measure these forces. And the problem is that on the Earth we measure those forces, like for example bullets deflect over distance from the straight path, and then flat earthers and or other geocentrists say that it just doesn't matter, because those are just effects of some rotation of the universe. But at that point you have to ask yourself, in that case, what does it even mean to them that the Earth is absolutely stationary? They literally got rid of the only marker we have for absolute motion, for absolute acceleration. And when they say that it's equivalent because you can choose either reference frame, you can choose the Earth as stationary or the universe as stationary, and you have the same effect, then they literally admit that it's all meaningless, because acceleration is also relative. So the Earth being stationary is meaningless. The universe being stationary is also meaningless. It's just relative, just as a velocity.
I'm curious, what force is acting on the football if I throw it and there's a merry-go-round underneath it? What force are you talking about?
So from a perspective of of an observer on the merry-go-round, the ball will appear to deflect. This doesn't mean that physically some force is influencing that ball, but because you describe it from a coordinate system that is itself accelerating, the ball will be appearing as if some force is acting on it, because obviously if you want to deflect something, you need a force. So Coriolis force isn't something that is actually like physically affecting it. It's rather like asking yourself, in this reference frame, I observed this much deflection, and if there was some force acting on it, how much force would I need to cause this deflection? And Coriolis force is basically just this coordinate transformation that is like if a force was acting on it, and that much force would be deflecting it.
So the answer is no force. No force is acting on the football, whether I throw it over an open football field or over a string of merry-go-rounds. It's the merry-go-rounds don't cause any force. You're just imagining reference frames, and like you guys like to say force or something. I don't know. Do you watch a lot of Star Wars?
So wait a second. So obviously gravity and air resistance are acting on the football, right? The difference.
Right, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about.
Right. Okay. I just want to make sure that
he's asking about Coriolis.
Yeah. right.
Yeah.
I understand.
No, you said Coriolis force, and I was trying to get you to admit there is no Coriolis force. You guys just like to say force. Thank you.
Larry. But your metaphor doesn't apply, because Coriolis is going to be from someone who's standing on the merry-go-round itself, throwing from the merry-go-round, if I'm not mistaken. So the idea that you think that the relevant formulation of Coriolis is someone standing on the earth throwing the football over merry-go-rounds, don't think that that's what it is. Am I wrong, Embo?
They're both examples of Coriolis effect, not force.
Wait a second. Embo, is that correct, what I just said?
Sorry, I wasn't really listening. I'm sorry.
So he was saying that if you throw a football over a merry-go-round, there's no Coriolis, there's no force.
That's not what I said. I said there's no force. The Coriolis effect is still observable on the merry-go-round, whether you throw the ball from the merry-go-round or from outside of the merry-go-round.
The Coriolis force, if you have Coriolis effect, then you also have Coriolis force from definition, because force equals mass times acceleration, and Coriolis effect is an observation of an acceleration because the object appears to deflect.
How much
so
more
if
does
an
the
object has
object
mass,
accelerate?
it also
How
has
much faster
acceleration,
does the
then it
basketball
means
go?
it has a force from definition.
No, listen, how much faster does the basketball go during its one speed? You're saying the object went faster because you looked at it and you're spinning on a merry-go-round?
I guess, yes, it would be going faster because besides its forward velocity, it would also have the sideways velocity due to the deflection of Coriolis.
Nah, it only goes one speed. It doesn't change speeds because you're spinning around on a merry-go-round. If I'm going 100 miles an hour in a car past you, you could spin all day, up, down, all you wanted. I'm still going 100 miles an hour.
Yes, but
there's no Coriolis force. It's an effect. It's an observed deflection, not an actual deflection.
Okay, if you don't think... Yeah, but a Coriolis force isn't like only something that you imagine because you observe a deflection. Imagine if you actually wanted to stop this ball from moving, like you're on a merry-go-round and you want to catch it and stop it from deflecting. Then you will actually physically feel that ball like acting on you in that direction of the Coriolis force. And you would have to act with an opposite force in order to stop it from this deflection.
When the ball is flying over the air, right, and then flying over the merry-go-round, and it's not spinning, right, and then the guy throws it back, but now it's spinning, what force has changed from the merry-go-round to the ball?
If a guy
no
catches
force.
a ball?
No force. The merry-go-round doesn't put force on the ball, right?
It does not put force on the ball. What he's saying is, if you are trying to throw that football to somebody, you'll have to compensate for the turning of the merry-go-round.
Agreed, but he keeps saying Coriolis force, right? So that means that the Coriolis effect is causing a force.
Is this just, I want to, you don't like force and you prefer effect?
Yeah, I guess
Well,
it's just really
I'm just
a
trying to
matter
get
of
him to
semantics
clarify
and
because
philosophy.
I don't think you're trying to clarify. I
am trying to clarify what force is affecting the ball.
I'm not buying it, Larry. Not buying it.
Well, just answer the question. What force does the merry-go-round apply to the ball?
Well, a
Coriolis force.
Coriolis force is not something that is applied by anything because it's physically not a force in a way of an interaction. It's just a matter
then
of a
stop
coordinate
calling it a
system.
force.
What? Wait,
Stop calling it a
what
force.
force is applied in a centrifuge?
Whoever spun it.
What's
Doesn't
that?
have anything to do with the ball, though. Whoever spun the centrifuge, right?
So,
that
but what
force
is
was
what is
applied.
creating the centrifugal force?
The spin, but that's a different force. He's talking about some sort of pseudo force that doesn't
It's also a
exist.
fictitious force.
Okay, that's not my claim. I don't know why you're bringing it up. He said Coriolis force. I tried to get him to specify what force is happening to the ball. He said it's not a force. I don't know what we're talking about here.
Okay, so the key is some things that work, mathematically as forces are called forces in physics sometimes. However, the same way with centrifugal force, it's the spin is what engenders the force, but it's not. There's not an actual force that's centrifugal force. That is a result of inertia. It's an inertial force.
So how are we supposed to... Go ahead, I'm sorry.
So sometimes things are called forces, and there's like a bit of nuance to it, especially because you can work them out as F equals ma in the math.
So how are we supposed to trust you guys when you're talking about force if you guys are conflating pseudo force
You
with
don't
a
need to
real
trust
force?
anybody. You shouldn't trust anybody. What you could do is you can educate yourself about how it actually works.
Yeah, from the rotating frame, there's something causing the object to curve. There's something causing that thing to curve, and to change direction or accelerate requires a force, right?
I can't tell if it's just I'm mad about it being a force, or I don't understand why you're calling it a force. Like if you legitimately don't understand why it's called a force, we can go into that. But I don't think that's what's going on, Larry. I think you're just feeling like you're being lied to and people aren't trusting you. Yeah, like you shouldn't trust people because they're not speaking the way you want them to speak.
Okay, so this is real simple. If I throw the ball, what is affecting the forces on that ball, specifically from the spinning merry-go-round? That's all I want to know.
The answer is Coriolis force if you're in the spinning frame.
And gravity, obviously.
Well, I've already accepted gravity because I don't want to argue about that right now. But what I'm saying is that just because you're on a spinning merry-go-round and you look at a ball, that doesn't add force to it.
Well, okay, take it up with freaking the artillery guys.
I think this discussion is really pointless because from what I'm getting from it, we agree what is physically happening. We simply use different terms, and Lara has a problem with what word we call it, so we can just stay with the word effect and discuss it with this word if he doesn't like it.
So there was this guy, Gaspard Gustave de Coriolis. Okay, he lived from 1792 to 1843. So, Larry, what you need to do is find out where he's buried, dig him up, whatever's left, and let him have it with both barrels, man. Tell him he screwed everything up. In 1835 is when he did it. Also, if you get a time machine, you could go back and, forget about those other guys, man. Go take care of Gaspard Coriolis.
Look, it's not about whether I like something or not. It's whether about it's true, right?
Oh, I think it is about whether or not you like it. I don't agree. I don't think
you've already said that.
Either. I don't think that's
now you're repeating yourself.
Yeah, because I don't think you're being honest about that.
Okay, you can think whatever you like. You're free to, feel whatever you feel, right? If you feel like I'm being dishonest, that's fine. But I'm just saying, if I'm on a merry-go-round and someone throws a football and I'm not watching, so there's no apparent deflection because I didn't see it, does that mean the force isn't there? And if I am watching and there is apparent deflection, does that bring the force back into reality somehow? You know.
So if there's an anvil falling on the top of your head and you close your eyes, and then the anvil hits you, if you close your eyes and you're not seeing the trajectory of that anvil, would that mean it won't kill you? Because that's basically your logic. You're saying that if you're not observing it, that somehow makes forces that affect the object cease to exist.
That is not the same because the anvil is actually providing a real force, whereas the Coriolis quote-unquote force isn't a real force.
But what if
So
it's an
a false
equal and opposite
equivalency.
reactive force?
Okay, what equal and opposite reaction is the spinning merry-go-round underneath the football providing?
No, I'm just saying you don't
interact with
believe
the
in equal and
football?
opposite reactions. So I was gonna ask about that. I mean, if we're not
Well, what's the
believing,
equal and opposite reaction? The merry-go-round spinning. What's the equal and opposite reaction on the football?
I don't know.
Well,
I mean, I'm just pointing out that if we're gonna be disagreeing with laws of motion and how things are named and stuff, we could go to the third law of mechanics.
Okay, so can you answer the question? What's the equal and opposite reaction?
For what? For the football?
The force that's apparently
So the equal
affecting
and
the
opposite
football,
reaction
according
for
to
the
you guys.
football is when I impart when I throw it, the force that ejects it away from my body is reflected back on me. So if I'm sitting in like a roller chair and I throw that football really hard, I will go rolling backwards away from the direction of the football.
I'm not arguing about the forces between the guy and the football. I'm arguing about the apparent deflection force between the merry-go-round and the football. That's what I'm asking about.
I got it. So you don't like the fact that it's called Coriolis force? Okay. No
It's
problem.
not that I don't like it. Can you explain what is the mechanism that puts the force from the merry-go-round to the football?
I explained it. It is a fictitious force. You can go look up the definition. The merry-go-round does not impart the force. What happens is if you are tracking it from the perspective, from the reference frame of the merry-go-round, you will see the deflection as a force. Now, this is like
so it's not an actual force.
If you haven't taken basic physics, like this is, I think, towards the second semester of basic physics. So, you might want to take the first semester.
Well, for someone who hasn't taken a semester on physics, you still can't tell me what force the merry-go-round is enacting on the football other than an apparent force. An apparent force is not an actual force.
So, and it turns out in physics, there is some nuance to forces.
We do agree that
Wikipedia article.
We all agree that it's only an apparent force, but the fact that it's only an apparent force doesn't mean that it doesn't have physical effects as if it was a force.
Okay, then what's the physical effects?
The physical effect is the deflection, that the ball isn't moving in a straight line.
The ball isn't actually deflected, it's an apparent deflection.
Yes.
Okay.
From the perspective, from the reference frame of the merry-go-round.
So let's say if there's someone on this merry-go-round that is perfectly on the trajectory, that if this ball is curving due to Coriolis, it will hit that person on the head. Do you think that because it's only apparently curving, that there would be no physical effect of this person getting hit on the head by this ball deflected by the Coriolis force?
Once again, we're not talking about the interaction of the force between the thrower of the football or the catcher or the guy who wasn't paying attention and got hit in the head. We're talking about what is the mechanism that gets translated from the merry-go-round to the football to enact force upon it.
All right, well, like I said, it's clear that you don't like it, but the answer is it's not imparting a force on it. It is a fictitious force that is observed from the reference frame of the merry-go-round. That is the answer.
If it's not imparting any force upon it, then why call it a force?
Because it fulfills the formula for force. The formula for force is F equals ma, and you have m, you have a. So from definition, there is a force.
Okay, just because you can mathematically describe it as a force doesn't mean it's a force in reality. So could you please, in the future, not call it a force? Thank you.
No,
Okay,
because
well-
a force is defined using a mathematical formula. Like physical concepts are literally defined using mathematical formulas.
I think we have seen that that this does come down to whether he likes it or not. He doesn't like it,
Yeah.
so that's fair.
So that's why I wanted to discuss about the actual important point. Right. So do you think that Larry, can I ask you something? Do you think that if you have something stationary, like let's say the Earth, you believe the Earth is stationary, then you can still have Coriolis forces and centrifugal forces, even though it's stationary there? In this reference
No, you
frame?
need two separate reference frames, inertial and non-inertial reference frame for the Coriolis effect, which is an observed deflection, to be observed.
Okay, but like, do you agree that when there's like an artillery shell being launched, it experiences the Coriolis force from the perspective of an observer on the Earth?
I apologize. Can you repeat that? I didn't catch the first part.
Do you agree that when there's an artillery shell being launched, it experiences an apparent Coriolis deflection for an observer standing on the Earth?
Did you say if there's a rocket launched or something? Artillery
Like, for
shell
example,
launched?
Yeah, either an artillery shell launch or a rocket launch. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I don't believe there's any Earth-caused Coriolis effect. I do believe in the Coriolis effect with merry-go-round, though.
So why are there tables that correct for it for artillerymen?
So you don't believe it, but the artillery guys do.
Well, I've never asked an artillery guy about it. I guess if I ever get a chance to talk to one again, I'll ask him.
You should.
So, yeah, I will. If I ever meet another artillery, last guy that I spoke to was a Korean War artillery guy, and he said that he would launch them for like 8 hours. They would move up to the village that they just destroyed everybody in. He would puke his guts out, and they would do it again and move to the next village. So I forgot to ask about the Coriolis effect when he told me that horrendous story.
We missed our chance. Now we'll never know.
Omni, what's the topic? I had a question about black holes.
Okay. Black holes. Black holes are good.
They are way more interesting than this.
Okay, so I've heard that this vacuum of space is actually just the low pressure system. Do you guys think at one point the black hole, maybe the gravity absorbed, or the black? I have two questions about black holes. I should have checked, but I want to see what you guys think. Do you think that this low pressure system is because of the black holes?
No.
And then secondly, okay, thank you. And then secondly, when in the timeline did black holes appear? Shortly after the Big Bang, or what do you guys think? Thank you.
I don't know. We should get one of the astronomy guys in here for that.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, take a look, see what they say. But yeah, I just thought about that, hearing you guys talk about black holes. I've never thought about when they popped into existence, but I'm sure they have.
Who cares about this cosmology bullshit? It's boring.
Doesn't Professor Parks do astronomy and stuff? Maybe we can get him back for that.
Yeah, he would be one of the people. Yeah, we should ask him.
I wanted to go back to the one about this documentary where they sound like they were tricking cosmologists into saying things. I wanted to know what it was that they actually even said in the doco. Just about Mach's principle with it, and like, what did they say? What was out of context?
So they said that they were making a documentary about. You're talking about the principle, right?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah. So they told them that they were making a documentary and they asked him a bunch of questions, and then they edited it, in a way that a bunch of the people felt was deceptive. I don't know if it was or not because I haven't seen the raw footage. And the people were like, what the hell? So, I mean,
well, I think it's just because you guys don't like it. That's what it all boils down to. It doesn't matter if it's actually correct or not. You guys just don't like it. And
I think it's kind of funny, actually.
Yeah, I don't like. I side slightly with you, Larry, on the. I think it's a bit dodgy to lie about your intentions when making a documentary, but it's somewhat necessary. Like if you've got to do an expose, you're not going to say, "Hey, we're here to expose that you're a liar." But I do think that what you just said then is a bit rich, because if somebody in a documentary says I was quoted out of context, then that's what matters, right? Not whether somebody else likes it. If they said,
Eggs, he didn't like me characterizing him not liking the Coriolis effect as him not liking it, not liking the term. So he's trying to do it back, but unfortunately,
no, I don't have.
That method only works if you know how to do it correctly.
I don't have a problem with the Coriolis effect. I never did. I never questioned anything about this observed deflection, this apparent deflection. What I actually had a problem with, if you would have been listening, it would have been calling it a force. Thank you.
But we didn't call it a force. No one here came up with the name the Coriolis force.
Yeah, I think it's similar to like I was thinking
dig up that guy and give him a piece of your mind. If you do that, then maybe we can change it. But this is not something that the people here are perpetrating.
Well, it's a pseudo force, right? It's a pseudo force, right? It's pseudo force if you do it outside of whatever frame it appears as a force, then there is no force. But I mean, to me, it's a little bit like I think that if you want to quibble on terms, Larry, it's like it to me, it's a little bit like when I started trying to learn how to sail. And I really objected to the idea of a rope being called a sheet when we've got a thing like a sheet that's a sail. So why would you have a thing that's clearly a rope and call it a sheet? And it's like, it might be a valid outsider perspective, but it, as an insider, not valid. And for the insiders, they don't care what the outsiders see as invalid as a term. What matters is what's happening in the efficiency with which you can communicate ideas as an insider.
I'm sorry, I can't respond because I couldn't understand what you said. Your microphone was. If you could change headsets and repeat your question, I do actually want to hear what you have to say.
Can whoever was saying that say that again?
I think it was eggshells.
Eggshells. Can you say that again?
Yeah, I'm in a really noisy environment. I'll try again in a bit. I'll just type it in chat.
No worries. Maybe somebody will read it for me. Thank you, eggshells. Look, for me, it really isn't about winning, right? For me, like, if someone says the centrifugal force is a pseudo force, I'm going to be like, is it a pseudo force? Because, we can actually do things with the centrifugal force that we normally can't do. Like if you get a really big weight and you spin it and you pick up the weight and it's like, horizontal instead of like falling down on the heavy side like it normally would if you pick it up from the other end. Like, to me, I don't think that's a fictitious force. I think that's an actual force because you can demonstrate it. Now, with the, Coriolis force, quote unquote, that's not something that you can actually demonstrate because if the merry-go-round isn't spinning or is spinning, the football's not going to act any different in reality. Thanks.
Okay. I mean, I don't really disagree with you. I just don't see how it's, it's like, well,
Well,
why are you talking about how you can't trust us for it?
In your example, if you don't spin this weight, it will also act differently. So I don't see what's the difference.
Because there's no centrifugal force on the weight because you didn't spin it. But once you spin it, and that centrifugal force is noticeable because you can do things that would make everybody who doesn't know about centrifugal force and what it can do think that you're doing some kind of magic trick.
But the same thing happens with Coriolis force. If the merry-go-round isn't rotating, you won't have the Coriolis force. But if it is rotating, then you will have.
You'll have a force acting upon the football from the merry-go-round?
Well, it isn't physically imposed by the merry-go-round. We already went over that, but the centrifugal force isn't either.
But you keep saying force, like you're doubling down. Like, I agreed with you, but I'm still going to double think and call it a force. So I'm struggling with that.
That's what's called. You don't You may not like what it's called, which is totally acceptable. Like,
because it's a misnomer. It's like calling me Little Larry, right?
I don't know. Maybe Little Larry is a great name for you.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
I don't know either, but I can tell you this. The people who came up with that with that name for it did so a long time ago.
And I think they're wrong.
Yes, you can think they're wrong. That is completely fine. Thinking they're wrong is not a problem, but yelling at us for using that term is not going to be very effective at doing anything, I don't think.
If I was yelling, I apologize. I was only being passionate about what I believe.
That's fine. Like I said, it doesn't even, like, if we had a more clearer term for it, I'd be completely fine with that. Something that was just made it all super, so there was no chance of confusion. That's fine. But
I thought it was called the Coriolis effect.
There's both.
Okay, well, one truly is an effect. The other one is truly not a force.
Okay. No. Yeah.
So you wanted like a physical demonstration of a Coriolis force or a Coriolis effect, whatever you want to call it, and I found a really good video I was searching for, where they had like a gigantic centrifuge in which was enough big for humans to be there, and they requested someone to go there and to try like I don't know what word to use, to get your hands like straight away from you. And he tried to do that, but his hands deflected because the muscle memory that is used to the physics that is in a non-rotating environment. If you want to use the same muscle memory in a rotating environment, there is this additional Coriolis force that will deflect your hands. So if you actually wanted to put your hands straight in the centrifuge, you would have to additionally counteract this Coriolis force in the opposite direction. I can send you the link and the timestamp if you want.
All right, so I think you described a man on a centrifuge. So he would be on the non-inertial reference frame. So it's spinning, right?
Yes.
So centrifugal force is going to move his hand, not the Coriolis so-called force.
No, because centrifugal force, it doesn't act sideways, it acts outward from the axis of the rotation. So it wouldn't make a difference.
I have to watch the video.
I just sent you the link. Maybe like first watch the clip and then we can discuss about it if you want.
Word. All right, let's see. I don't know. You're my friend. What's your name?
Embo or EMBO, whatever you want to pronounce it.
Embo. Okay. All right, I gotta find you on here. There you are.
This is really boring.
Well, you can change the subject if you like.
Yes, it's absolutely boring. I would like
Black
to
holes.
discuss something else.
Black holes are good.
The black holes are good, but most of the people here are too stupid to discuss about them.
You said you sent it to me, like in a direct message?
No, it's in the chat, and I pinged you.
Oh. Oh, okay. That's different. Okay.
If you want, I can say something about evolution, because that's the topic that I'm pretty interested in.
So they're in a spinning room, and how is their hands getting deflected?
And the hands are deflected because of the Coriolis effect.
So where's this apparent deflection at?
The deflection is because he wanted to put his hands straight, but they got deflected.
No, the ball's getting deflected, not his hands.
No, I mean, the video is pretty long, so maybe you're watching the wrong fragment. I sent you the timestamp. It's like 2 minutes and 7 seconds. There are multiple experiments done in that video. The ball was also getting deflected. Yes, that's true.
So he swung his hands forward, and his hands got deflected to the left.
Yes.
Okay, so I thought.
So is Israel conducting a genocide in Gaza? I would say yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I heard that Bibi Netanyahu has a warrant out for his arrest, so
Only in countries that signed the Rome Accord.
Maybe he should stand trial, right?
He should be not alive anymore.
Can I suggest that that isn't? Can I suggest that that is not appropriate to say? I agree with. So I agree that is the Israel, the IDF are committing war crimes in Gaza, genocide, ethnic cleansing. I think those labels are accurate. Yes, I think that Bibi Netanyahu should be arrested and brought to trial, but I don't think that killing people or calling for people to be killed is appropriate.
What is the punishment if he was found guilty?
He would be sentenced to prison like other previous war criminals, like
He would meet
like Milosevic.
Yeah, he should face the ultimate punishment for such a thing.
You can say that if you're but that's not what happened. That's not the call, right? What the guy said was he should be unalived. That is not a call for judicial punishment of any sort, even capital. That is a call for a political assassination / terrorist attack. I am making the point that he should be subjected to judicial assessment and judicial punishment within whatever laws apply at the ICC.
You would be perfectly fine with his lawful execution?
I don't think the capital punishment is necessarily great, but yeah, if that's what if for instance he was arrested in the US and was sentenced to death, sure, that's fine. I mean, it's a legal process. He had his day in court. I've no real problem with it. I don't think that capital punishment is necessarily a great idea, but in this case, yeah, sure, fine. I'll agree with that. But I'm just saying that he should be unalived is a more general statement than he should be tried and sentenced to whatever the appropriate punishment is. Do you see the distinction that remains?
Yeah, of course. Okay. I just wouldn't care if he was
Yeah, I can totally sympathize. I think that would in fact be a just punishment in this case. I am inclined to agree, but I am very much opposed to people just saying, he should be unalived. I don't think that that's appropriate. I don't think that that is a call that we should allow to be broadcast on this Discord. Maybe I'm in the minority. I'm just expressing my opinion. Take it however you want to take it.
I agree with the doctor. I just wanted to say, after watching that video, I just think that when he threw his hands forward, it was the conservation of momentum that drug his hands to the right, and not some Coriolis force. Thanks.
Coriolis is conservation of momentum. That's what Coriolis is.
Yeah, but I don't remember the Coriolis effect being described as somebody putting their hands forward. It was a ball or something, a projectile flying over a non-inertial reference frame in a inertial reference frame. That's not what is being described.
You are describing the same thing using different words.
The only difference is that one is tethered to the person and another one is.
Then it's not a projectile by definition. Thank you.
But Coriolis doesn't need it to be a projectile in order to apply. Coriolis applies to everything that has velocity relative to the rotating body.
So if I throw a punch on a merry-go-round, you guys are saying that it isn't going to land because the Coriolis force.
It depends how fast how good your aim is and how fast the merry-go-round is.
Okay, let's say my aim is really good.
Okay.
And it's going really fast.
That doesn't clarify anything. I need to know so we can quantify how much deflection is going to occur to your hand because based on its velocity, right? But we need to know the angular velocity of the merry-go-round, and we need to know the angular size of what you're aiming at. Without those parameters, I can't answer your question.
Okay, well, I'm not sure if I can give you all those parameters. Let's say that I could hit a dime on a stationary target right in the center of my hand, but let's say we're spinning so fast that I could barely throw a punch. How about that?
Okay, you're going to miss. The Coriolis force is in that stage going to deflect your punch more than the width of a dime. So and you can the thing that governs Coriolis force is that there are two components. One is the velocity of the object relative to the rotating body, and the other one is the angular velocity of the rotating body, which can be presented by a vector. You take the cross product of those two vectors. That's the Coriolis influence. And there's I think the mass of the object also fits in there. But
well, I don't have a problem with you saying influence, because there is an influence there going on. If you're on the merry-go-round and you're throwing it, obviously the spin is influencing the ball.
Yep.
Apparently, because the ball's actually going in a straight line.
Yep, exactly. Yes.
If you throw it straight.
Yeah, exactly. So we seem to be in agreement that in a in an instance where the rotation has sufficient angular velocity, it would be clearly visible. And if the Earth were spinning with that rotational velocity, we should be able to see those effects. But in fact, the angular velocity of of Earth's rotation is much smaller than any merry-go-round. Because if a merry-go-round were that slow, it would effectively be stationary. So yes, we can point to Coriolis effects on the motions of bodies. We can point to Coriolis effects on storms, on winds. The fact that if you're on the high pressure side of a wind, if you're in a high pressure cell and you look out at the winds in the northern hemisphere, the winds always go to the right. In the southern hemisphere, they always go to the left when you're in the high pressure system and you're looking out at the winds. That's Coriolis. That's called geostrophic flow, and it happens all the time. Download a wind map for today. Download a wind map, and you will see that the wind vectors, they do vary a little bit because of surface effects. There are sort of minor deflections, but as a general rule, the winds go to the right when viewed in the northern hemisphere from the high pressure side. This always happens, and there's no flat Earth explanation for why that happens, because if there's no rotation, the air should just flow directly from the high pressure system straight to the low pressure system. If there's no deflection, occurring, that should just be a straight line flow, but it isn't. It's deflected to the right in the northern hemisphere, to the left in the southern hemisphere.
All right, so here's the flat Earth explanation. The sun is going to perturb the atmosphere in such a way that all this new energy being added to the system is going to cause the winds to act that way. Now, we can't scientifically prove that one way or the other, right? Because we can't stop the Earth from spinning or the sun from emitting its light. So it's like your statement is just, hold on, I'm almost done. It's like your argument is just as non-scientific as my argument. Thanks.
No, it isn't, sir, because I can demonstrate that it isn't because of the latitude of the sun, because the sun changes latitude through the year. It goes from the Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn and back again. If what you were describing were the case, then the rightward or leftward migration, deflection of winds should travel with the sun. It should go into the southern hemisphere and it should go into the northern hemisphere. It should be deflected as the sun moves, as the sun changes its latitude. This is not what we observe. We always observe that the winds are deflected to the right in the northern hemisphere and to the left in the southern hemisphere. So your causal mechanism fails. The additional point is that I can point to other experiments, other observations that demonstrate the effect of Coriolis. For instance, western boundary current intensification, or the Ferdinand Reich experiments where he dropped weights down a 160 meter deep mine and showed that they deflected to the east to about 2.8 centimeters, which is almost exactly what the theoretical expectation is due to Coriolis. So there are multiple observational data sets. There are multiple techniques by which we can demonstrate this. You have offered one explanatory mechanism for one observation, and it fails because it doesn't move north and south as the sun moves north and south.
Well, I never claimed it was the latitude that was causing it. I claimed it was the sun's light in general, and the sun's light is going to spread out in all directions from the source. So I wouldn't be claiming a latitude to begin with, just claiming the effect that we see is more likely to be caused by the sun, which we can verify independently that the sun's energy does affect and perturb the atmosphere. And as far as dropping something down a 160-foot mine, I don't really know how to argue against that because I don't understand how that's the Coriolis effect to begin with. I thought it was an object flying over a reference frame that's moving. So I don't know that the Earth is moving. So I guess I really can't argue against your second point. So,
Okay, this is you just simply don't. So there are multiple misunderstandings. Do you agree that the ground point of the sun moves from the northern hemisphere into the southern hemisphere and back again in the course of a year? So sometimes the ground position of the sun is north of the equator, and sometimes the ground position of the sun is south of the equator, and sometimes it's on the equator. Do you agree that that is true?
yeah, so I admitted that I can't argue against the second point.
No, sorry,
guess that,
this is the first point, sir, and I asked you a question. Do you understand that the sun is sometimes north of the equator, sometimes on the equator, and sometimes south of the equator? Do you agree that that is true? Okay, so if your explanatory mechanism is true, then for all points north of the sun, the wind should be deflected to the right, and for all points south of the sun, the wind should be deflected to the left. But the sun moves, so there should be a point in the tropics where sometimes in the year the winds are deflected to the right and sometimes they're deflected to the left. This is not observed, so your model fails to accord with reality. Second point, you claimed that latitude doesn't influence Coriolis. It does. Coriolis effects are much stronger near the poles. And we can observe that they are much stronger near the poles. This is what causes western boundary current. This is ultimately what causes western boundary current intensification. So your claim that Coriolis effects are not latitude dependent is false. And yes, you cannot explain the downward vector, but there will be a cross product between the velocity of the object and the rotation vector. They're not orthogonal when as long as you're not at the equator. So when you drop things down the hole, there will be a Coriolis effect. There will be an eastward Coriolis effect. So that you don't understand where that effect comes from. Okay, I understand that, but when we do the calculations, they match up almost exactly with the observations. So we tested our hypothesis, it was observationally validated. So I presented two arguments against your explanation, and I presented another two data sets beyond the winds for my explanation.
okay, so I'm going to try to get this out. So don't bust my balls if it doesn't come out right, because I'm trying to figure out how to word it. So I never claimed that it was latitude dependent, and I never claimed that it was not because of latitude. I simply claimed that it was because of the sun, and you're saying, no, that's not true because there's not a time near the equator where it's different because of the position of the sun relative to the equator. So I don't know if that's true. I also don't know it's true if you drop something down 160-foot well, because I've never done that before. So I'm going to have to, defer that you know something that I don't. And I simply said, I cannot argue against it, touche, which means that anyone else who can argue against it is free to jump in, or you could just stick a couple feathers in your hat. That's fine.
Okay. Well, can I say that is one of the most intellectual, honest responses I've ever received in a discussion. And of course, you should not believe me just because I say so, right? Because I need to get this out. You have no guarantee that I am not delusional, that I am not lying to you, whatever. You should never listen to a single person. So I encourage you to go off and research these things, and see whether or not what I'm saying is accurate before you accept it as true. You should never accept anything just because I or anyone else says so, and don't let anyone try and bully you into a different position. So I'm not saying you should just believe me. I'm saying you should go out and research this, but please do, because I'm not lying and I'm not delusional. But
I agree, and I will argue with PhD Tony. Now, what was it? What were we talking about?
We were talking about Coriolis effects.
I will
Well,
argue Coriolis force with you. It should not be
Okay.
called Coriolis. Wait, is Danny in here? Oh. All right. Well,
I thought Coriolis was a name of somebody or another. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay. All right.
Yeah, it's
Fair
the
enough.
name of some physicist.
I don't know. I just wanted to argue with Tony, but
Okay. Yeah. So the Coriolis effect is named after the French mathematician Gaspard Gustave de Coriolis. So
Yes.
yeah, I mean, you can. You're entitled to your opinion, sir. Let me leave it at that.
everyone is entitled to my opinion.
Excellent. Good. Good point.
Do we
So,
cover the black holes?
I wanted to add something to the topic of Netanyahu.
So I noticed that Taking Back Eden is very chatty in the chat about whether or not Coriolis is real, but unwilling to prosecute it in voice chat.
I'm here.
Okay. Well, do you have any response to the 3 strands of evidence that I presented supporting the existence of Coriolis?
Oh darn, Tonya. Sorry, I wasn't really paying attention to the VC at the moment when you were explaining.
Okay. No problem.
Sorry.
I also want to say, for the record, real fast, Coriolis effect is not my forte. I don't usually bring it up, but because someone kept calling it a force, it triggered me, and I was arguing about that. So maybe from now on, I should watch where I take my claims, and if I take my claims into unknown waters, I could, I expect to be defeated easily. So
Somebody should go
lesson
teach
for everybody.
Jeremy. Jeremy is the Coriolis kid. So he calls himself.
Right. Okay. But it is more accurate to describe it as the Coriolis effect. You're quite right. You're quite right in that term, Larry. Calling it is a sort of a fictitious force, but and it is more properly described as an effect of a consequence of our frame of reference, the default frame of reference that seems intuitive to us. Introduces some weird effects, but it is accurate. It is technically correct to say that it is not a force. It's a relic of our frame reference frame of reference accelerating.
And once again, I got to commend you. That's one of the most honest things I've heard. Starting to like this guy, fucking Tony. Wow.
Don't let Alan find out.
Tony's the goat, but I'm afraid I have issues with that explanation a little bit.
Okay. And you're allowed to have issues. What are they?
Well, it's simple, right?
Mm-hmm.
To me, I have it as a visual effect, right? It's simply the person that's on the rotating frame observes something to move. There's no force, there's no action, nothing happens. It's just a visual effect. That's the way I explain it.
Well, it's not just a visual effect because it does have an influence on how things move, and things will move in a manner that you might not have anticipated. So it does have an influence on how things move relative to the observer, because the observer's being moved and in the process. So I wouldn't describe it necessarily as just a visual effect, but it is a consequence of the fact that the observer is in a moving reference frame. I'm not sure that I'm necessarily communicating that especially well. So feel free to tell me if that is as clear as mud.
Well, Tony, look, I'll be straight with you, right? This is clear cut to me, and I can explain it very simply, right? How it's a visual effect, right?
Okay.
Merry-go-round and a ball. You throw the ball, you agree the ball is traveling in a straight line, right?
Yep.
Okay, so to the observer on the rotating frame of reference, it appears to be curving, right?
Yep.
So there it is. It's clear cut. It's cut and dry right there. The ball is going straight. It just appears to the person moving. So it's a visual effect.
It's an apparent effect. I wouldn't necessarily describe it as visual, because in that I'd stick with the word apparent rather than visual, if that's okay. Like to me, a visual effect is like, you remember the blue and white, or the blue and yellow dress that was black and white or whatever, or sort of those optical illusions or that sort of thing. I think of visual effects as being something that is associated with human eyesight, and so I would say it's very much an apparent effect rather than a visual effect. But I do agree with you. It occurs exactly because the person's in a rotation, so it's only apparent to them. There's nothing actually happening to the ball. It's just that they're moving. So I think you probably you properly understand what's going on. It's just a word choice. I'd be more comfortable with apparent. You're more comfortable with visual. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, I'll take that. It's the best I've ever gotten, so I'll take it. Yep.
Well, I think
as long as we both agree that nothing is happening to the ball, I'm good. Call it whatever you want.
Yeah, right. And sort of one of the things is that most of our measurements occur, for our convenience, we do them in our rotating reference frame. So we see stuff as though something is happening to the object, but as you say, in fact, it's just the object going in a straight line, not being acted on by anything. And I think this gets back to a problem that I have with a lot of globers, that they just think that flat earthers don't understand what they're talking about and are just reflexively wrong because they're flat earthers. My experience is that flat earthers tend, it's not universally true, some of them don't know anything, but many flat earthers, like yourself, like Larry, do tend to know a bit more than the average person on the street about the science and the observations involved here. And I feel like we should, we should respect that and not just yell at people because they identify as flat earthers. That doesn't make them stupid. A lot of people are just in this game because it gives them an opportunity to yell at people they think are dumber than they are. And they're usually wrong. The people the flat earthers that they're talking to are not dumber than they are, and in many cases are not even more ignorant than they are. The flat earthers are not more ignorant than the globers. Many globers are vastly more ignorant than many flat earthers.
Well, that
I'm
was
glad
kind,
you've
but
become
true.
reformed.
It goes both ways. Sorry. It goes both ways. So I just want to say that was kind. I appreciate the kind words. I had a problem because the guy kept saying force, even though he agreed that it wasn't technically a force from the spinning merry-go-round to the football being tossed over. And it's like, if the textbooks says it and the flat earth says the opposite, you should argue against the flat earther. And I just wish you guys would, think about things outside of your textbooks and outside of your professors, because people are fucking wrong sometimes, especially me. So if it goes for me, it goes for everybody. People are wrong sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, I will sometimes mistake, I've made mistakes in presentations where I was, in a recent debate, I was talking about how in circular motion the velocity doesn't change. What I meant was the speed doesn't change in circular motion. The velocity very much does change because velocity is directional, and in circular motion, the direction of the velocity. So everybody makes mistakes. Everybody misstates something. In the heat of the moment, I just used the wrong word, and it's embarrassing when that happens. And I will sometimes, I think, use the term Coriolis force, though Coriolis, and that's wrong, and it's an error. And when somebody says it's not a force, it's an effect, you go, okay, yeah, that is true. It's only something that it's an apparent effect, as SE said, we should be open to being corrected because everybody makes mistakes and everybody misunderstands stuff or misspeaks, and it's fine. But we need sort of, I feel, as a result of my interactions with Larry and SE, sort of I've come to better understand where they're coming from, and I feel a lot more respect for their argumentation. I'm hoping to have more constructive conversations because I used to just get really angry that people weren't listening to me and I'd scream at them. And it's not constructive, and it's not justified. It's just me being an angry old fart, as I sometimes am. And I've just got to calm down and try and communicate with people. And that means respecting what they're bringing to the conversation.
Well, I would recommend that you start screaming, "Let me finish," when people cut you off. And then when you finish, mute yourself so you can't interrupt them.
Yeah, that is such a good point, because I do complain about being interrupted, and then 2 seconds later I'll interrupt them. Yeah, that is a bad personal failing on my part. You're right.
I do it too, so I can't really, cast judgment. I get excited. Everybody.
Yeah, everybody does, but sort of I feel I'm getting better about it through time, and I think we're having in general more. I think we're having in general more constructive conversations through time.
Can I add something? Because I wanted to comment, but I don't want to interrupt your conversation.
Go on.
Yeah, so I disagree with Tony that calling Coriolis a force is necessarily something wrong. I would say that there's no objective answer if it's a force or not, simply because a force is just a word that humans made up to describe something, and you can interpret what's the definition of that word. It's kind of a subject to just personal interpretation.
I can see where you're coming from on that. I would say that describing it as a force is technically incorrect, but certainly you can accurately model it as a force. And this is something that, again, for instance, the famous statement, gravity is not a force. You can accurately model its effects, treating it as a force, if you do the maths that way. And it's a lot simpler to do the maths treating gravity as a force or treating Coriolis as a force. The mathematics is a lot simpler and you won't get the wrong answer. But in, sort of, I've been corrected by relativists when I talk about gravity. In an absolute sense, if you stuck an accelerometer on the, on an object that was undergoing, Coriolis effect, that accelerometer would not pick up an acceleration. It would be going in a straight line. So in that sense, in the sense of sort of absolute acceleration, there's no absolute acceleration there, so there's no absolute force there. But again, this is in terminology. In coordinate space, in Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate space, there very much is an acceleration. So it's a matter of coordinate space, what your reference frame is, and what you mean by the terms force and acceleration. If you mean something that is detected by an accelerometer, then Coriolis is not an acceleration or a force.
So I feel that we do agree because
earlier. Sorry, real fast. I apologize, sir. That's exactly what I was saying earlier, that you can model it like a force, but that doesn't mean that is actually a force. So I'm perfectly fine with somebody calling it a pseudo force or something like that.
Yeah, but that's again just going deeper into semantics and philosophy. It just boils down to what do you define as a force, because modeling something as it's a question if modeling something as a force is equivalent to it being a force, because when you think about it, something being a force isn't like something, it's physical property. It's just a word that humans place on that phenomenon, and we decide if it's a force or not.
Yeah, I agree that a lot of people call it a force, but I think Larry is, correct about everything except saying, I shouldn't trust you guys because you call it a force. People do call it a force. It can be modeled as a force or expressed as a force, but yeah, it's I agree. It's a pseudoforce, and that's probably the best way to describe it.
It's an effect. Yes, it's an effect, but it's still a product of Earth's rotation.
Well, that I mean, yeah, but I don't know that we have to agree. Like that may be a point of agreement. We are not prepared to all reach.
Well, but I agree. The Coriolis effect is very much an observable macro scale effect of Earth's rotation. It is very much a demonstration of that, and sort of the fact that the stationary flat Earth doesn't have an explanatory mechanism for it that fits the observations is a point against the flat Earth formulation. And there are other strands of evidence we can weave into this to confirm that Earth does rotate at around about the rate of one revolution every 23 hours 56 minutes. But I feel like that gets into a different conversation in which we dig into the observational evidence for that. But I have to go, I'm afraid, guys. I want to say Omni, and also Line was just about to chime in. He's another person who I've had some good conversations with. Omni, I feel you've set up a really good Discord here. Sometimes I'd like some stricter moderation on me as well as other people. But it's just been a pleasure to talk to Larry, Shubil, and Line sometimes. And I've really enjoyed it, so thank you. And you guys have a good night.
You too, Tony. Thanks for always showing up here.
Bye, Tony.
Yeah, bye, Tony. Thanks to the moderators and Omni. I appreciate you guys allowing me to come to your house and kick around ideas with you guys. Of course, it's never personal, and everything is forgiven at the end of the day. Start a new day fresh. Appreciate the mods. I also would like a little bit stricter moderation. There does seem to be a group of people, maybe I'm one of them, that's up for you to decide, that likes to monologue and not let other people speak.
I actually don't think you are, and I get a lot of feedback, let's say, about how it could be better. But I have yet to truly figure out how, we're trying. It's a work in progress.
I understand. I definitely understand, because I used to run free speech hangouts back in 2016. So I completely get it. And the best thing to do is take away all the moderation, except for the absolutely necessary moderation when someone is filibustering and funding you.
Yeah, well, I agree. That's what I have some moderation principles in the rules and roles channel. I would advise everyone to look at that. We also are posting. So just a real quick, some housekeeping stuff here. So we post anytime somebody is banned or timed out. I don't think we banned anybody yet, but when somebody is timed out, the moderator is supposed to post a reason what happened and the rationale, why, so that other members can see that and they'll have an idea of how things are developing and what's being done, so it's more transparent. And the other thing is, I have roles and rules and a list of moderators in that channel, and it has principles of moderation and what we're trying to do with the server and stuff like that. So you can check it out and see if you think it makes sense. And if Mordwan ever gets off his lazy ass and gives us is he in here? I might be wasting my. He's not in here. Okay. Anyway, Mordwan has graciously agreed to do some statistical analysis of our moderation files, which is way harder than it should be because Discord doesn't allow you to download your moderation log. You have to write a script for that, which is stupid. But anyway, once we get that going, hopefully we'll be able to to have actual data-driven moderation.
One more thing that I would recommend, or you could take this into consideration. It might be total bullshit, but if someone is repeating the same thing 3 times in a 30-second span, they're just spamming on on voice. It's just spamming. It's the same thing as spamming in the chat. Like repeating the same name, Larry, 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 like that. I don't know. I don't see how that helps.
Yeah,
No,
the
it
name
doesn't,
not
but
comes to mind.
sometimes
Yeah.
it's like people are in a flow and they want to get their point out there, and they might be repeating themselves without realizing they're doing it.
Or they might be trying to get that person's attention, because we do have quite a few people in here that monologue and don't shut up.
Or too often it's just trolling.
I will take that. Yeah. Okay.
Larry, that was funny, dude. I gotta admit.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I try to handle it myself by saying, "Say my name, bitch," but apparently that doesn't help. And it's not a big deal if someone's trying to get my attention. But if you're trying to get my attention in the middle of my sentence, that's when it becomes a big deal.
Yeah. Okay. All right, I'm with you.
But yeah, this place has potential. I love it. There should definitely be consistent effort to make it better, but some things you probably can't make better. It just is what it is. And I would much rather have a free flow of traffic and ideas as opposed to too much moderation, which, it's just as bad as not enough moderation. Because we're having complex ideas and topics in this room.
Yeah, I agree.
I just want to go on the
You have
record
to-
and say that this place sucks and Omni is the worst server owner ever.
That is also true.
I second that motion.
I want to say that Omnivore has satanic symbolism hidden within his profile picture.
Ooh.
Gotcha.
Yo, what is that
Call
on
it
you?
out.
What is that thing you got there, bro?
I typed in. I went to Midjourney and typed in omnivore biomechanic logo circular, and that's what it gave me. And I clicked on it and loaded it up as my PFP a long time ago. And then it got some people really mad at me, and those people were kind of being jerks. So I was like, I'm keeping it.
Looks like one of those creatures from Stargate SG-1 or something.
Yeah, well, I will concede that in the light of day, it does look a bit more satanic than I intended, but it really is just what Midjourney gave me. So, and now
I really want to
kind of
after our discussion about satanic symbolism in films, I really wanted to get people to try to propose a film that we couldn't find satanic symbolism in, and do a watch party where we all got to sit and try and find a 666 somewhere or some sort of. Because I think the number of things that you could show that didn't have some sort of satanic symbolism approaches zero.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, and as it turns out, I kind of see where people are coming from, with that. It really was not my intention, but that's how it happened. So, and then, like I said, because people got really upset with me, I was like, well, I'm keeping it now. So.
It does look kind of devious, but people will find quote unquote satanic symbolism in basically everything, to Egg's point.
That's true. That's true. Omnivore, I'm assuming that you've known me for a long time, right? I mean, your name sounds familiar to me.
Yeah.
I get triggered here a lot. Like some of you guys, not you, but some people in here trigger the fuck out of me. So this is a good place for me to grow and hopefully get my Raja Yoga down, because some of these people rob me of my Zen because of over talking. But I would much rather have over talking than too much regulation.
Yeah,
So,
well, I think I agree with that. I completely agree with that. Yeah.
Yo, I want to add to that too. I don't think I've been triggered as much as I've been triggered in here, honestly. And it's just certain characters, and that's part of the entertainment. People like that stuff. I don't know, but
I'm sure I've done some of the triggering.
You need the what are they called? The nemesis.
That's true.
You need a couple of nemesis. Yeah.
Do you think it's maybe a good thing to be triggered?
Sometimes, yeah, absolutely. But when you're just interrupting people and they're trying to get their point out, and you say that I'm just going to keep interrupting you because you're a flat earther and you're retarded,
Like, that's not exactly how conversations work. So there's got to be like a component of, the golden rule when having these discussions with people you disagree with. But yeah, triggering people is not anyone else's responsibility but your own, to maintain your own composure and emotions.
I
But
don't think I
triggering
do
people
that.
is a good thing sometimes.
Well,
Yeah,
somebody
I don't
said,
think
"I'm
I do
going to
that.
keep interrupting you because you're a flat earther." That I think that's like an instant timeout. I wouldn't ban them, but and come to think of it, somebody actually kind of did say that, and I think they got timed out for it. So I might be looking
Okay, I want to go back to something that Larry said earlier, though, which kind of makes sense in my mind anyway. The people that keep repeating things like 3 or 4 times, if I'm in that conversation and you keep repeating something 3 or 4 times and I have responded to it and answered it, I'm going to keep repeating it too. So take that into account.
It's an infinite spiral. Yes.
Yeah, I think somewhat the way to handle that is conversationally, to like steelman, to be like, I hear you're saying X, and play it to them so they go, yes, that is what I'm saying. Like, okay, you don't need to say it again then. I've got it. And then it'll they're more likely to self-moderate, and it's also quite likely that other people in the room are like, he's heard you, stop saying it.
That's not what happens, though. You can try that. Doesn't work.
Well, it works okay for me, with mixed results, obviously.
So what's the topic today?
Black holes.
And the golden rule.
Threat or menace?
I'm still stuck on this idea that the Mach's principle relies on agreeing with both gravity and the mass of distant objects. And it still seems to me like a stolen concept, in that it steals from something that relies upon mass and gravity in order to deny mass and gravity.
Well, okay. So to be clear about this, so first off, Mach's principle, as originally stated by Mach, was like, I'm standing on a hilltop, spinning around with my arms out, and if I stop spinning, or the stars, the stars could be spinning, or I could be spinning, or something like that. It was not espoused as a physical law of any sort. It was purely a philosophical perspective.
Yeah, but he made a good point.
Well,
Eggs made a good point, which, as it's used by flat earthers, it is a stolen concept.
I'm just saying that if you treat it like it's a real law of physics, like a real physical principle, that we know that this is true, then you have all kinds of problems because we don't know that it's true. We don't have any, as far as I know, there's no indication that we have that Mach principle would actually be true. It's a conjecture. And that's at its most rigorous.
I agree with that. It's just I'm saying, like, if you were to grant it for the sake of conversation, what that would be, what it necessitates is something else they deny. So it's like Mach's principle devoid of the causal mechanism that Mach invoked for his principle.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
I would also agree that it's not a given. Sorry, go.
I was just going to say, I don't know why we focus on gravity so much. The Earth could be a sphere without gravity existing.
Well, the problem without gravity, I don't think the problem is that gravity makes things into spheres. I mean, because that's very downstream of anything that people think gravity is doing. I think it's more that gravity, number one, opens the door to relativity, which most flat earthers either don't agree with or whatever, have problems with that are not specific to sphericity. And then the other thing is that gravity does things like deflection of plumb lines and stuff, which creates a number of and also gas pressure without a container, and just other issues that I don't think most flat earthers would easily agree with.
So I don't know how you can have gravitational collapse without gravity. So I'm addressing Brenda. I'm glad that I'll let you speak without overtalking you, so I can hear you say that.
Yeah, I just wanted to add. It sounded like gravity's the band-aid that cures all problems with the model.
Not refraction.
Not really.
So Brenda, how do you have gravitational collapse into a sphere without gravity?
I'm saying that there's no logical connection between the shape of the Earth and whether or not gravity exists.
Then how would you have gravitational collapse? That's the connection.
Yeah, we don't have, again, it's a logical connection, right? There's no necessary connection between gravity existing and the Earth being a sphere. They're different questions. In this universe,
I don't think so.
Yeah. So the deal is that the Earth can be a sphere without gravity because there could be some other hypothetical mechanism making things accelerate towards the center of the Earth. But the opposite cannot be true. A flat Earth cannot be a flat Earth if gravity exists, because in that case it would collapse.
Yes.
Wait a minute. That's a double standard.
No, it's not.
It's not. It's
So
just.
hold on. Gravity is not necessary for it to be a globe, even though there's this thing called gravitational collapse that causes it to be a globe. But if there is a thing called gravity, and things do fall down, therefore the Earth can't be flat because things fall down. That's the formological affirming the consequence.
No, it's not. It's not.
Larry, gravity is omnidirectional. When something's omnidirectional, it creates a sphere.
Right. So
No,
this isn't
sound
affirming.
waves below 500 hertz are omnidirectional.
What's that? I'm here. What?
He said gravity is omnidirectional. I said sound waves below 500 hertz frequency. Never mind.
So demonstrating, people knew that the Earth was a globe before they knew there was anything about gravity, right? So there's no logical connection between the Earth being a sphere and gravity existing.
The Greeks just believed that the center of the Earth is like a magical point that everything accelerates toward.
Yes, yes.
What did you get that off of Bart Sobrell's film? Just because they didn't know about the Van Allen radiation belt, it didn't affect them. So just because the Greeks didn't know about gravity, that it didn't need a gravitational collapse. I mean, that's kind of weird.
They knew about the Van Allen belts. They took precautions.
But also the difference there, Larry, is sorry, now I'm using your name, but I was just trying to make it clear that I was responding to that. One is like, are we affected by things we don't know? The second is, in the case of gravity, is I can see an effect and still not know what causes it. Right? I can see that the oceans are curved and go, don't know what does that, but they're clearly curved.
Yeah. So the demonstration that the Earth is curved doesn't depend on showing that there's gravity. We can just see that ships go over the horizon, which is evidence for the spherical Earth.
Yes, but that is
We
highly.
could have a Omni.
Okay.
I ruined it. I was saying you can also guess at a cause and get it wrong, because wasn't it? What do they think? Swans came from trees. They thought they hatched
I never heard of that.
as seeds. Yeah, because they were one of the migratory birds. but there was a tree that had seeds that were sort of fluffy and vaguely swan shaped, and they never saw baby swans because they were born in a different hemisphere. And so their proposed cause of adult swans was swan trees or something like that. I'll find it, put it in the chat.
Oh, I never heard about that. But they had a lot of strange beliefs.
So I'm still in disagreement that you could have the Earth being a sphere without gravitational collapse. Gravity being the key word in gravitational collapse. So you claim that you can have the Earth as a sphere without gravity. So ipso facto, that would be without gravitational collapse. And I would just like you to back up that claim somehow, maybe preserve evidence or support it with a logic.
Yeah, I can explain.
But I can admit. Okay, go on.
In this universe, right, you can't have a mass the size of the Earth without it collapsing into a sphere. But it could be true in a different world that there is no necessary connection between spheres and gravity. That's what is meant by a logical connection versus, a physical one.
Yeah, SC Montreal calls that La La Land.
Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
The point is, if you accept gravity, you understand intrinsically that a flat Earth is impossible.
That's true.
I don't know. Maybe my mic didn't work. What SC Montreal says, Brenda, is that's La La Land. When you just imagine some other reality than the reality that we live in.
But there's nothing wrong. Yeah, that's just his opinion, though, right? Why would I accept his opinion?
Well, no, your imaginary scenario.
Yeah.
Possible world semantics are well accepted.
Is logic an opinion?
I would say yes. I would say people rarely agree on one another's logic.
No, I do not. I would not agree. I think logic is not opinion.
I think logic is objective.
I think logic is objective, but the application of it is where the actual dispute comes in, right?
Yes, that is true. That is true.
Do people make an objective?
Logic is objective, but when you call out certain people for their logical fallacies, they go no, and then they repeat it again as if they weren't called out the first time. So the Earth can't be flat if there's gravity. There is gravity, therefore the Earth can't be flat. Is that your argument?
That's a fallacy. That's a fallacy right there.
Okay, I could have sworn that you guys just said like 30, 40 seconds ago that Earth, maybe not you, someone in the room said the Earth can't be flat because there's gravity.
I said that.
If there's gravity, yeah.
I said
somebody did say that.
That's a fallacy, right?
No, it's not a fallacy. If
No,
you
it's not.
understand how gravity works, you understand that a mass the size of the Earth could not ever be flat. Ever. Ever.
Okay, so
Anything but flat, guys.
you're saying that the Earth mass is floating in space, and if gravity exists, and it's floating in space, then it can't be flat. I would agree to that. What if
it would pull it into the wall?
Earth is not floating in space because the vacuum of outer space doesn't exist? Would it be able to be flat then? Yeah, I've never experienced it. That's my evidence.
Bold claims.
Well, if you're going to eliminate the reality of space, anything's possible.
Yeah, I just hear bold claims and no evidence.
Can we go to space tonight so I can see this reality?
What is
reality space?
I'm not sure you would even need space, like the contracting force of gravity. With a mass big enough, will always want to form into a sphere. Now, even if you went, okay, huge mountain, we're on the tippy top of a huge mountain, that mountain would still be crushing back in on itself. So you still end up with rounded surfaces.
Well, I'm looking at these mountains right now, and they're not seeming too affected by gravitational collapse.
They exist.
Are they the mass? Are they the mass of the Earth?
No, but I've never experienced or witnessed gravitational collapse in space. It's just a story I heard about.
Well, it can be demonstrated.
Yeah.
It can? Can you demonstrate it right now?
No, because we're just on the internet, right?
Oh, where can it be demonstrated at then, besides the internet?
I'm sure NASA has stars exploding and shit like that.
Is that gravitational collapse? Stars exploding? So
Yes,
supernova
it is.
is a demonstration of gravitational collapse, according to this guy.
You can
Yeah,
measure.
stars
You can
exploding is a
measure it.
demonstration of gravitational collapse. It precisely is that.
I don't know why you
So
would
the
need a
explosion is
demonstrator. To
evidence
me,
of
it's the
gravitational
question.
collapse.
I don't know why you need a demonstrator. To me, you just need the force demonstrated, and then from there becomes a logical necessity that an omnidirectional force will create a sphere, an outward force will create a sort of void sphere, and an inward force will create a solid sphere. But that's just
So
like
just
the
to-
obvious necessary conclusion. I wouldn't need a demonstration to conclude that that's almost definitely true, given the premise that it occurs.
So just to be clear, this conversation started when Brenda said that you don't need gravity to have the Earth as a sphere, and all these globe Earthers didn't call out Brenda for the bullshit, right? But then they doubled down and said, "Wait a minute, you actually couldn't have a flat Earth because of the gravitational collapse." And I just want to know, do you guys sense the inconsistency, or is it just me?
No, there's not inconsistent because she explained it, and you're like almost deliberately trying to avoid the point of which was that we figured out the world was a sphere long before we understood what gravity was whatsoever.
So,
That is the point.
can I wanted to just say
completely
something
not
because I've
listening.
been trying to say it since some time, that I can actually agree with Larry that the Earth couldn't be a sphere if gravity didn't exist, assuming that the Earth came into existence with natural processes. So the only option you would be left in that case would be like creationism, where God would just magically create the Earth already as a sphere. So yes,
Yeah,
but
I agree with. I agree with
what
that.
Brenda meant was we don't need to. I'm trying to throw to you, Brenda. I think it sounded like what you meant was more we don't need the theory to know the Earth is a sphere, but we do
Yeah.
need the force.
In this universe, you can't have something the mass of the Earth without it being a sphere, right? But I'm just saying, that's this universe. But there's a logically possible world where spheres don't mass the size doesn't collapse into a sphere, but you could still have a sphere. You could still have an Earth.
But there's really no other possibility except if just matter would
it's a different-
be coming together
Yeah,
because
it's a
of
possible.
the mass.
It's a possible world. It's a possible world. It's not
But
this
yeah,
one.
there's-
It's not this one, but it is a possible world.
Yeah,
No. Even hypothetically, if there was a mechanism like that, that mechanism would have to be about matter coming together, and this is from definition what we would call gravity. There's literally no other option.
I don't know about that.
Well, we seem to have exhausted
But
that.
you must be you must be a lot of fun in sci-fi movies.
But what is outside of the dome? Since flat earthers object to the floating disk in space, what is outside? Where is the Earth situated? Is it in space?
Not in space. No.
Well, what's
After
out? Where
10
is
years, you don't know that we're not claiming the Earth is a disk in space. You guys are the ones that believe in protoplanetary disks, not us. That's you guys who believe in disks in space. How do you not know that after 10 years of being on the internet with us?
I do know that. I'm asking you, where
Well,
is it
NASA.
that? I'm asking you, where is it then?
Where is the Earth? Below your feet, bro.
Yeah, but where, in relation to what? What's outside of it?
I don't know. I've never been outside of it. You guys are the ones that claim that kind of stuff, not us.
So it's just a question, and I'm just asking: is it
I know.
heaven?
I'm being honest.
Is it God? Is it God outside of the earth? Is it heaven?
Well, if God created the Earth, He couldn't be like part of it or inside of it. He created time, space, and matter, according
he's
to
he's outside of those things.
So so there would logically be a God outside of the Earth, but as far as like us as flat Earthers as a group, we don't all agree on too many things, but we do agree that the Earth is not floating in space. It's not an object.
Yeah, but what I'm asking, like in that picture, I go to the edge of the firmament, and stick my head out, what's out there?
I don't know. I don't know that there is an edge. Like for us, the edge of the earth is literally the beach where the sand is where the ocean, the sea meets the land. That's the edge of the earth. Then you're in the water realm, so to speak.
Well, there has to be an end to it, right? It's not infinite. Do you think it's infinite?
I don't know. I've never been to check.
Right.
Like
So
I'm not one of the people that argue the dome. Like you guys don't hear me bringing up the dome.
It can't be infinite because you have a dome, right? So it can't be infinite.
I just said I don't bring up the dome. Sometimes
Yes.
I might get tricked into arguing gas pressure, but it's not something I prefer to bring up.
Right. So if there is a container, it can't be infinite, can it?
Right. The people who believe that there's a container, they're not the infinite planers.
So you don't believe there's a container?
I don't know. I can get the logical argument that we have gas pressure.
Maybe
right. That's a logical argument, and I'm not an infinite planer, so maybe there is an edge.
So maybe somebody does have an idea of whether or not there's a firmament. Is there some other flat earther?
I don't think it's dome shaped. I don't think it's dome shaped.
What?
If
well, what shape would it be?
I think it would be more plate shaped.
Right. So there's nothing. That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, let me explain to you what I think about the gas pressure argument. The gas pressure argument is very simple. Where's the container? You're standing on it. So the gas pressure contains the oceans, and the oceans contain the gas pressure. Now, I know that might sound crazy, but that's kind of the way I look at it. Now, could the Earth be like a fish tank without a lid on it, and all the particles are just stacked on top of each other, like a fish tank without a lid? I guess that could be a possibility. That's why I don't claim anything about having an edge.
That's not possible according to flat earthers. It's not possible for it to not have a lid. But you said it was a plane. But what about at the edges of the plane? Wouldn't the air get out there?
Well, that's assuming that it's open, like for something to spill into. If this is the totality of the universe, this thing that we call Earth system, right, which means that there's the water, the air, and the earth, and they're all part of a system, and that's the end of it, and there's no, deep outer space and all that stuff. To us, that's just like metaphysics, right?
Right.
Like Lawrence Krauss said, talking about how many angels can dance on the head of a needle. Thanks.
So there is a dome.
No, I'm claiming that I don't think it's dome shaped.
But you just said that there's an end to it on the sides.
Right, and I said it's a plate, like plate shape.
So it's a box? We're in a box then?
No, parallel over the earth.
Yes, I'm asking.
A firmament,
yes, I understand. Larry, I understand you say that there's a plane parallel to the earth, but that has ends, right? What is happening at the ends?
Again, I've never been there. I couldn't tell you.
Well, it would have to be closed. It would have to be closed, wouldn't it?
What if it's like a force field?
Yeah. And unless people think there's an infinite plane. Those people exist. I'm not one of them.
We don't care about those people. We're asking you what you believe.
Maybe on the edges you have the Pac-Man, so you go into the one side and you go exit in the other side.
No, we're not doing Pac-Man.
Well, there's people that believe. There's people that believe that.
I know.
Yeah, there's people that believe that.
That would be actually better for your flat Earth theory. It would actually make more sense.
Yeah, because right now you don't have a container, Larry. You don't have a container.
The dirt's the container.
You guys should take up the Pac-Man theory. That would be better for your dumbass theory, to be honest.
The dirt is the container?
Yeah, there's gas pressure pressing on the dirt, right? Rocks,
right?
Ocean water.
But what keeps it from going out the sides?
Okay, let me try to explain it this way. You guys say that we've been to the moon, right? Flat earthers don't say we've been to the edge. So we can't answer questions about somewhere that we've never been. Now, we can ask you all kinds of questions about the moon because you guys say that we've been to the moon. You guys identify as astronauts. We don't identify as edge explorers.
So you come denying evidence and yet bring no evidence. That's where it's going to happen.
It's not. It's even
Is that
worse
your
than
like?
that.
Hold on. Is that your like obsessive compulsive narrative control speaking? I haven't brought any
It's a very
evidence.
simple, realistic, description of exactly what's happening.
So I haven't brought any evidence since I've been here for 10 years. Is that your claim?
Larry, how do two planes
Now, Brenda, you know that's not directed towards you. He's got to answer that question because he made a claim that I haven't brought any evidence. So, sorry, would you like to answer the question?
No,
Yeah,
go
I'd love to
ahead.
see the evidence. Then let's see it.
I haven't brought any evidence in 10 years on the internet. Is that your claim? Can you provide evidence for your claim?
Reliable.
Can you provide any evidence that that's true? So now it's a goalpost shift. Now you've qualified it to be reliable evidence. Can you get your shit together?
Well, wouldn't reliable evidence be reasonable?
So now it's based on someone judging whether or not it's reasonable.
This is a joke.
Well,
it's
you're a joke.
Larry, you claim that there's a container, and you can't claim that the flat Earth is a container because that's just a flat surface. You have to have a dome or a box or a container of some kind, and you can't avoid it by just saying, I don't know.
Okay, first of all, I said that I don't bring up the claim of a container. My 3 points is curvature, axial rotation, and demonstrate gravity without affecting buoyancy or density. Now, I get that you guys want to shove this claim down my throat and then regurgitate it like a good little flat earther, but that's not how this goes.
That's not true. That's not true, Larry. That's not fair.
Okay.
That's not fair, Larry.
Then stop getting me to answer for claims that I didn't make about gas pressure in containers and demonstrate gravity without affecting buoyancy or density. So that's my actual.
Right. So you can't claim that there's a container if you deny that there's a container, Larry.
Wait a second. I don't understand. I'm not clear on something here. So what is the problem with I don't know? I mean, if he's saying that gas pressure requires a container, then that's definitely saying that there has to be some kind of container. But if he's not making that argument, then
but he is, isn't he?
What's that?
He is.
No, I'm saying we can talk about it, but it's not my claim.
So you don't claim.
So what? Okay, so wait. So maybe I'm not. Okay, so if it's not your claim, what does that mean? Does that mean that, like, you think that it's possible to have gas pressure without a container, or
No.
What's that?
No, I'm just simply saying that, my 3 talking points that I'd like to talk about doesn't involve the gas pressure container. But I'm willing to entertain the conversation. I'm entertaining the conversation with you guys, right? But it's not my claim that there has to be a dome, right? For all I know, it's not. For all I know, the gas pressure is pushing against the ground, and it could hypothetically be like a fish tank where there's no lid, but all the weight is pushing everything down. So now that I've said that,
gravity does that.
Wait.
Now he's making me say gravity.
He's describing gravity without saying gravity.
If I could just finish.
Okay, but
now that I've said it could be a fish tank, and the pressure is on the ground, and there is no ceiling, now you can't make me back up my claim that it has to be a container. Does that make sense?
But Larry, you said that you didn't say fish tank. You said that there's 2 planes, the Earth and the sky above us, right? So you didn't say fish tank.
I'm going over possibilities, and I did say fish tank less than 5 minutes ago. Fish tank without a lid.
Well, fish tank isn't a container.
Without a lid, yes, a fish tank is a container. It contains the water and the fish and the atmosphere, if there's any on top, in your room on top.
What holds it
down?
down?
Mike's not shit. Just point out that this conversation came up because Larry is specifically said he doesn't strongly hold this view and doesn't argue it, and he sometimes gets drawn into defending
then
it.
maybe
And
somebody
that's
else.
exactly what's happened, and now it seems like he's getting in trouble for not holding the view more strongly or clearly.
Well, I think you need to defend the views that your views are implied by, right?
Yes, somewhat. Like I think, yeah, like if you're presenting something as true and it necessitates other things being true, then yes, absolutely. But I think if you just say it's flat and I don't know beyond that, and it could be X and it could be Y, it doesn't make sense to get angry at them for not being
All right.
clearer. That,
Well, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, but then we're just, why are we even talking to him? Because it's
Yeah, why are you talking, Brenda? Why? Yeah, don't talk.
I just so if I mean I agree that there are a lot of people who say, you know, that there must be a container, and then say, and Larry's not one of them, but there must be a container. It's not a dome, and they get offended by you talking about the dome because I guess the dome sounds goofy or something. I'm not really sure. And then, you know, they don't. There is not any discussion about what is outside except like maybe the stars are outside the dome or something like that. There's some, you know, there's like some alleged geometry that isn't nobody's real certain about, but you know, you put it together various ways. So
yeah, my arguments. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just saying that. But if you're willing to say that you can have gas pressure, so first off, if you say, well, yeah, if gravity exists, it would contain the atmosphere. You know, I think that is like a middle ground that I would say is logical, right? You don't know if there's a container or a dome or something. Gravity, if it exists, would contain the atmosphere as described. If you agree with that, then I think it's okay to say, I don't know. If you say, I'm not claiming there's a container, but there does need to be containment to have gas pressure, then I don't think that works.
Okay, so here it is. The reason that I've chosen, these three is because I can talk about the Earth. I'm on the surface. I could talk about axial rotation and how you have to have absolute space and time and motion or relative space, time, and motion, right? We could talk about those things. I could talk about gas pressure. I'm sorry, I could talk about gravity without, buoyancy or density because these are things that we can talk about. But as far as talking about the edge of the Earth, I make no claim. As far as talking about gas pressure without a container, yeah, it makes logical sense if gas pressure is defined as the pressure it exerts against the container. But then again, I don't know anything about what's going on up top. Is there a container up top? I don't fucking know. So that's why I choose usually not to bring this stuff up and engage in topics about the edge of the Earth, whether it's sideways or up.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, I agree that nobody, as far as I know, has claimed to have been to the edge. No flat earther, So I agree with that. I don't think that's, had any, like, nobody's claimed that to my knowledge.
So can we maybe talk about like gravity and stuff? Maybe that would be more interesting. For example, what do you think about the Cavendish experiment? Well, that's pretty awkward.
Somebody brought up Netanyahu before.
No, we're not doing that again. No. Let's
Oh,
not.
it was done already? What happened? I missed it.
Somebody got timed out for it.
Okay. Okay.
I'm just saying. I wasn't there for it either, but let's not.
Shut it down.
All I'm saying is that I wasn't there for it, but it didn't go well, and I would prefer not to have a repeat.
Let's have a repeat. Who got timed out? I'm curious.
Hold on. It was red tape. Friend red tape.
Does D-Muck deserve an unmuting?
Yeah, we can unmute Dimmuck. Sure.
Oh, wow. Thank you, Omni.
Hello, Dimmuck. You're unmuted.
So why was he timed out? There was a scrap? I don't get it.
He was
Why
apparently calling for Netanyahu to be killed, which is against Discord's terms of
Oh, my God. Okay, well.
I mean.
Yeah, that actually
That's
makes sense.
ridiculous.
You know, we can't say that free speech is covering that sort of thing, so that does make sense.
No, but that's unacceptable.
We should not be inciting violence. Aggression and violence should never be initiated, so we shouldn't even incite it and can't claim free speech on that.
Yeah, I thought red tape was like a libertarian, non-aggression principle.
No.
I didn't know that.
No, he's a hardcore tanky. He's a authoritarian communist. And it wasn't just for that. I was the one that did it. It was because I then tried to talk to him about it, and he just wouldn't listen to the moderation. So that's kind of it was a two-hit. One thing to do the wrong thing, and then another thing to not take the feedback that you've done the wrong thing and you're in someone's space and they don't want you doing that thing.
Well, I do question moderation sometimes, but I try to be as what's the word, understanding or reasonable as possible if I'm doing.
Oh yeah, I don't mean to be like authoritarian, like you can't question it. I just mean I said that's a violation of TOS. Don't say that again. And he wasn't even defending. He just responded saying, yeah. And so I was like, okay, bye-bye.
Yeah, well, we can't have. He literally said, yap.
Yeah,
he just typed the word 3 times in the chat.
Oh. Yeah, that's probably not a great response to somebody saying.
Yeah, that wouldn't be reasonable, right? That's not reasonable to say, hey, you violated times of service, and?
Well, also, yap is like, fuck you, moderator. This is my server. It's like, I'd like to keep it. So, yeah, okay. Anyway, yeah, so we should probably avoid that. Our very own Tapioca Weasel is starting Bad Science Sunday, which is a thing that he YouTube thing that he does every Sunday night. I'll put it the link.
Oh, nice.
What's that?
Oh, nice. I hope he includes Nat Geo and PBS.
Well, everything's science if you're on a globe.
Well, it's really more of a comedy show, so
That's what a globe is. It matches. Globe Science is a comedy show. I'm with you, brother.
Can you tell us what science really is? Because we never heard it from
Doesn't really
science.
exist. No one's ever done it that I know of.
Okay, no one's ever done it.
Yeah, no one's ever manipulated the Earth, Sun, and Moon, have they?
That's that. You have to do that to do science?
Yeah, you got to manipulate the variables that you're talking about. So if you're talking about suns and moons and Earths, and that's in your thing, yeah, you got to be able to manipulate them. Yes, sir.
Why?
Well, like I said, because nobody's doing science. Don't cry about it, son. Figure out what science is.
Why do you have to
Don't
manipulate
get mad
them?
at me. You got excuses for hopes and dreams of science that you can't do. It's not my
Demarc's
problem.
got a point. Let me explain why Demarc has a point. It's real simple. If you guys are claiming the moon's gravity caused the tides, and I'm claiming the moon's sunlight caused the tides, how would we know for sure? I mean, yeah, we can look at observational data and say, yeah, the tides coincide with the moon, but I might say, well, the sunlight, you can't, calculate and vary all that stuff. So because you can't vary it, you don't know what the cause is. So I think
so. That's not true. Wait.
I'm just asking for any evidence to back up any of those claims.
Wait. There's something that's really super important, and for some reason, it is like I've never run into a flat earther who understood it from the jump. So I'm not sure if it's just not being communicated well, or people are understanding it and I'm not getting it, or something like that. But in order for a theory to be validated, it's not just that we do X and something happens. It has to be we do X and Y happens to a prescribed degree, like with numbers. So if you want to claim that sunlight causes tides, you have to have a theory that actually tells you how much sun causes which tide and how much tide, and whether or not the the amount of light causes a higher tide, and how much light do we need for a higher amount of tide, or whatever. And then we
demonstrate how this works.
What's that?
A demonstration of how it works would be most important.
Yeah, well, you have to have the theories that are like relativity is highly falsifiable, incredibly falsifiable. Because if somebody does one of those experiments, and the Cavendish ball doesn't move by the right amount, or the atomic clock doesn't speed up or slow down by the prescribed amount, you are, even if it speeds up or slows down or whatever it's supposed to do, if it doesn't do it by the correct amount, you are falsifying relativity. So in order for you to come up with a theory of something else being responsible for whatever, you have to have, to make up your unicorn theory, you're going to have actually have unicorn math that predicts something. Whatever it is, you have to have a theory that predicts something, or it's, just saying I think this other thing is responsible for it is not enough.
Yes, I know.
Somebody else trying to get in, or should we go back to the mock?
I don't know. I heard somebody talking, but I'm not sure. It may have been hot micing.
Yeah, it's somebody hot micing, but I never see who it is when I hear it.
Okay. Well, anyway.
I thought it was her.
Not me. I've been on mute.
Okay. Whoever it was. But yeah, in order to have a theory that something else is responsible for gravity, you would have to have a mathematical theory that explains what we should expect to see.
Glow, bubblegum gravity glow.
It's Democ. Democ is hot micing. Democ, you're hot micing.
Democ, what happened to your testicles, bro? You sound like
I'm glad that your butt is red.
All right.
Democ must have walked away.
Do you want me to hang up on you?
Yes.
Yeah, you can hang up.
Press the red button.
Okay. Well, I'm going to move.
Mark's grandkids, hit the red button or the microphone button.
Yeah, I'm moving him to hot mic. Yeah. We'll do that. So.
Thank you.
Whatever's going on there, it's fine. So anyway, yeah. So, if you want to claim ether is responsible for the gyroscope moving, the mechanical gyroscope seeking north, that is a fine thing to say. I think ether wind might be responsible for this. But then you have to have a theory that will give you how much, how ether wind affects that gyroscope, and what we should expect to see from this ether wind. So, for example, it's forcing the gyroscope points north, or the gyroscope deflects the artillery shell, or the gyroscope, or I mean, the ether wind makes the thing point north, or the ether wind affects the changes the course of the artillery shell, or the ether wind moves the pendulum. But you also have to say why that ether wind moves it exactly that much. Why it deflects the pendulum by that much, or why the ether wind affects the gyroscope the way that it does. And it has to be numerical. So it's not just having an alternate reason. That's why when these theories are validated, they are, we have a pretty good reason to think that the theory is credible, because it gives us that answer that is within those numerical values.
And in there lies the problem. If you can mass it, you guys believe it. That's part of the problem. I won't say it's the problem, but it's a major thing.
Well, okay, that's true. But the question then is, why shouldn't I believe it? If we say the atomic clock will speed up by this amount when I slow down, or I go to the top of the mountain, the atomic clock will speed up by exactly this amount, and it does. Do I have a good reason why I shouldn't believe that?
I do. I don't know about you.
What's that? I'm just saying. I
said I do. I have a reason not to believe the atomic clock myself.
Yeah. Well, as I understand it, you don't believe in atomic clocks really anyway, because you don't believe in that level of precision. Is that right?
Well, that's one of the reasons. And also the uncontrolled environment, the how the cesium works when it's heated, and it has to be precise if it's a little bit hotter or colder. There's many things. There's many things that need to be accounted for. And by the way, they just carried them on the plane. Like two guys literally just carried them up and the plane was a propeller plane. I could go on and on and on. Like basically the controlled environment.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, I think that, so I don't think I necessarily see eye to eye with you there. I think an atomic clock is a pretty controlled environment. I don't think that the speed of the plane or the altitude at the top of Pikes Peak versus at the bottom is, a reliable, has a change that will reliably change how the cesium atom's working. If you don't think the clock is as described as viable, okay, I mean, that's, it's a pretty, I admit, it's a pretty phenomenally accurate thing. So
no, I didn't say that.
Oh, well, I okay. I mean, I'm just saying, it doesn't seem to me like the factors, like the clock itself is in a metallic case that has, like it's like temperature controlled in there and stuff. It's not like it's open to the elements.
No, I'm aware.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I think that counts as pretty controlled. Anyway,
well,
like I said,
not really, because there's pressure. It's not as controlled as you might think. If you look into it, how precise and what it takes them to. Have you ever seen how they do it? It's like
I've seen some stuff. The one on the plane was a long time ago in terms of physics years, so I know less about that. But I looked at some of the more modern tests, and they're like moving. They have like two atomic clocks, and like one of them is like a few yards above the other in the same facility, and they're able to measure the difference in in the time passage. So I don't know. I don't know that I agree that I think that if the number matches what this weird ass math says it should match, I'm inclined to think that there's something, that the math is on to something. Now, you could argue that it's not whatever the truth is. That's possible. But if the math is on to something, then, I don't know that I have I mean, outside of just saying, I think these people are fucking with us, and I don't think those clocks work the way they say, which I don't see any evidence for, but it's like those things are so accurate, so precisely accurate that I don't think it's a unreasonable thing to just be kind of astonished by the fact that you can get something that precise. Like that's a pretty heavy thing. Anyway.
Well, I said earlier that I agree with Democ that it's a problem. I'll be super quick. I agreed with Democ that it's a problem because you can't really argue with demonstration and experimentation, but you can argue with explanation, right? Just because you explain something that way doesn't mean they have to believe it. But nobody here is going to argue that gas pressure doesn't play a part in holding down the ocean, because without it, it fucks off. You can't argue with that. You can pretend to. And that's getting off topic, and I apologize, but back to what Montreal was saying.
So what holds down the gas?
Well, gas pressure, the atmospheric pressure does, is responsible for keeping, the oceans from boiling. Because in a vacuum chamber, you can get the water to boil. That's true. Like, I don't disagree with that. But I also think that if you demonstrate that an atomic clock at a higher altitude runs faster, that's also a demonstration. And people still argue with that.
What is causing the gas pressure is my question. Larry?
I don't know. I don't know what holds down the atmosphere.
Huh.
What's that?
Like, I've never seen anything holding it down. What do you want me to say?
Well, when you have
Huh.
All right. Well, I'm gonna step away for a bit, but the barometer will show you gravity holding it down.
I'm an insane person that's allowed to talk on the internet sometimes.
Oh,
Who's hot
whoever that
micing?
is, they're coming in low or hot mic, but I can't tell.
Why don't we float off into space?
Because the buoyant force is not enough to hold you up.
Can you describe the buoyant force?
When there's displacement and the medium is more dense than the object in the medium, in this situation, you'd be the object and the atmosphere would be the medium.
You know that buoyant force can't do anything without gravity?
Prove it.
You prove it.
It's your claim. You prove it.
You're talking about the buoyant force. All I have to do is Google it, and it says gravity.
Okay, so you think gravity pushes things up?
I didn't say that.
So what do you mean by gravity?
You said the buoyant force is the reason we don't fly out into space. But Google or anything you could this is like 4th grade science tells you the buoyant force doesn't exist without gravity.
Okay, what's your independent variable? Show me the 4th grade science.
Go back to fucking 4th grade, dude. This is killing me.
No, you're making baseless assertions without trying to back them up in any kind of way. All I'm asking you to do is prove what you're saying is true. It should be easy. You got 4th grade science.
This would be like a simple thing for you to understand your position and how dumb you are, and you don't bother to do any research on it, and then you
Let's
just
not
sit
do
here
that,
and
man.
try-
He asked you a
sit
simple
here
question,
and
bro.
try to say
That's
that
unnecessary.
You stay down on the ground because of buoyancy and gravity doesn't exist, but he doesn't even understand that gravity is the reason that buoyancy exists.
Prove it.
He asked you why.
Prove it
All you have to
doesn't.
do is tell
Prove
him.
it doesn't.
Prove it.
Google it. Google the word
you
buoyancy.
said you got science. You said you
Google
got
the
4th
word
grade
buoyancy.
science. I want to
Google
peer
the word
review your
buoyancy.
science.
Google the
I
word
want to
buoyancy.
peer.
Google the word buoyancy.
Bro, just because a textbook says something doesn't mean that it's true. You have to support your claim.
You're a
maybe I
joke.
can help with it.
Peer review, bro.
So you can
You're
actually
willfully
prove.
ignorant. Willfully ignorant.
So I'm willfully ignorant to the thing that you didn't
Can't
provide to
Google a
support your
word.
claim.
Google the word buoyancy.
Just because you
Obvious, he's
pin
not
the
going to
tail on
respond, Larry. It's obvious.
just because you pin the tail on the donkey fallacy by slapping the label of gravity on buoyancy, even though gravity is supposed to pull things down, whereas buoyancy actually pushes things up. So how are you going to make a baseless assertion that when I say prove it, you get mad at me like I'm a retard because you can't support your claim? That doesn't make sense, bro. Stop being weird.
Your claim is that buoyancy is what holds things down. Prove it.
That's actually not my claim. My claim is that
My
you can't
question was
demonstrate.
specifically what holds things down. So
Why
my
are you
question was
over-talking?
specifically, why don't we fly off into space? And your specific answer was buoyancy.
Yeah, there's not enough
Let
buoyant
him
force
respond.
there's not enough buoyant force to pull you up. So that's why we don't fly off into what you call space.
Anybody that's ever gone to school knows how dumb that is.
Yeah, everybody who's been to the government propaganda campaign knows that you can't. They know that you can't back up your claim because in school, don't they teach you to back up your claim and not just make baseless assertions without supporting evidence? And if you claim that you got science, hold on. I was in the middle of speaking. Why do you lack the capacity? Why do you lack?
No,
Why do you lack the mental capacity to not speak over me?
I asked a question. You're saying I have
Why
to back
do you
up a claim
lack
when I asked a
Final
question.
warning. Don't interrupt
My
or you're going to
question
get
is,
muted.
why do we not fly off into
Who is
space?
this guy? What's
And
this
your
guy's
answer
name?
is,
Dude, I'm modding. Don't interrupt. Thank you.
Okay, this is really simple. If you claim that you have fourth grade science and then I ask for the science and then you start talking about how unintelligent it is to talk about backing up your claim with science. Oh, well, for the room. This is for the room, right? If you're going to make a claim, you should probably back it up. I'm pretty sure they teach you that by the time that you're in the fourth grade, especially if you're claiming science and someone says, hey, I'm a peer. I would like to review your experiment. And you go, you're stupid. That's not actually how you debate. Huh.
So can I maybe try to defend his claim with better evidence?
Yes, I would love to hear you speak because you seem like an honorable guy so far.
Yeah, thank you. So how buoyancy is caused by gravity is basically that gravity pulls the medium down just as it pulls the object that is in the medium down, and it creates a pressure gradient in the medium, like for example in the air or in the water, because the lower you get in the layers of the medium, there's more of the medium above that point pushing down. That's why you have higher pressure the lower you go. And when you have an object that's submerged in a medium, like in water, there will be slightly higher pressure on the bottom pushing on it, and slightly lower pressure on the top pushing it. So the pressure on the bottom will be slightly stronger, and that's why there will be a force upward. Even though gravity pulls downward, it creates an indirect effect that causes an upward force. And now there are two forces that are basically fighting in that case. The first one is the weight or gravity of the object, and the other one is this buoyant force from the medium. And if gravity is stronger, then the object will go down. If the medium is stronger, then the object will go up.
Well, that's the difference between demonstration and explanation. You have a really good explanation, and you can probably describe it mathematically and all that good stuff. But when it comes to an experimentation, right, like I can manipulate the relative density and make things go up and down. Can you manipulate what your presumed cause is with an independent variable being your presumed cause? That's the only variable that you're going to vary or manipulate while holding my presumed cause as relative density or specific gravity as a constant and only demonstrate your cause to be true. Can you do that?
Yes, I can. That was just an intro to explain the theory, but you can actually experiment with this because you can create a force like that in any really direction you want, not only down. So, for example, you can take a car. In that car, you can hang a mass that is denser than the air, like a pendulum from the roof of the car, and you can have a helium balloon that is less dense than the air that will be hanging from the bottom. So you have one object that is more dense, another that is less dense, and then you can accelerate that car. So basically start that car. And you will notice that the object that is more dense will always appear to deflect in the opposite direction than the car is moving. And the object that is less dense, so the helium balloon, will actually appear to go in the direction of the motion of the car. Why? Because the air inside of the car is getting pushed to the back of the car as it's accelerating, and that air creates that pressure gradient sideways, which then pushes the helium balloon. So you can basically induce that effect in controlled conditions in any direction you want by manipulating the acceleration of the reference frame.
So I get that manipulating the acceleration causes these effects, but can you manipulate whatever you're presuming gravity to be and make things go up and down like I can when I manipulate my presumed cause, which is specific gravity or relative density, whatever you want to call it?
But gravity is just a specific example of what I mentioned. Gravity is just an acceleration that is exerted in all of the objects around the Earth. So you will expect gravity to do the same things as when you accelerate something else.
I'm sorry, I don't see the connection between gravity and accelerating in a car. The acceleration causes the effects, but acceleration is not gravity.
Gravity actually is an acceleration of like 9.81 meters per second squared. That's what gravity is.
All right, so if gravity is defined as acceleration, if I'm in a boxing match and I punch a guy in the throat, is it gravity that knocked him out? Or is it just, the fact that I hit him in the throat? You can't just slap gravity on everything.
Well, gravity would be an acceleration that is exerted in all of the objects. So yeah, like any force can create acceleration, but gravity is the only thing that can create an acceleration that is uniform for all of the objects.
But my force being applied to the guy's esophagus, it's not gravity that knocked him out. You see what I'm saying? Like the force is not gravity. The force is just the force that my muscle, tendons, fibers, and bones applied to his throat with a certain momentum and velocity and vector. It's not gravity. It's not gravity that knocked him out. See, this is the pin the tail on the donkey fallacy, right? You can't just slap a label of gravity on things and then say, well, that's what's causing it. You have to demonstrate a cause by manipulating the cause and then witnessing the effect like a light switch and a light bulb.
Well, I can agree that it wouldn't be exclusive demonstration of gravity in the meaning that mass attracts mass, but it at least would be a demonstration that all of the objects, including the medium, have that uniform downward acceleration of 9.81 meters per second squared, or in other words, that going down is the default state and going up is only an artifact caused by this downward acceleration on the medium, just as you can experiment with this in that car example, right? The car going forward is the actual acceleration, but the motion in the opposite direction is only buoyancy, which is an artifact of that acceleration.
So you say buoyancy is an artifact of the acceleration, but when I fine-tune buoyancy, right, by having a balloon in the room and I slowly drain out the helium until it reaches neutral buoyancy, that's proving that it's buoyancy that's the cause and not an artifact of whatever you're claiming, because when I manipulate it, I see the effect. Can you do the same with whatever your presumed cause is for gravity? And all I'm asking is that science has never settled. I'm not saying that I'm 100% right and have everything figured out and know about all the variables. If you could show me what you're varying to see the effect of things going up or down, then I will take it into consideration and peer review your science.
You can vary the density, right? So you have more dense objects will be going in the direction of the acceleration, less dense will be going in the direction opposite to the acceleration. But in order for it to happen in the first place, you have to accelerate that car. If you don't accelerate the car, then this effect is not going to happen. Only if you accelerate that car, you will see this relationship between these variables, that the more dense things go in the direction of the acceleration, less dense go in the opposite direction of the acceleration. So you can, even though it requires still density to manipulate, right, which I agree with, in order for this to work in the first place, for density to be impactful in this context and cause a force, the entire system needs to have an acceleration. And that's my point.
So I get that the car accelerating is causing these effects, because if you don't accelerate the car, you don't witness these effects. The problem that I'm having is at the end of your demonstration, you slap gravity on it and try to add street cred to gravity, but you're not manipulating gravity, you're manipulating acceleration, and then conflating the two at the end. And I get that globe earthers like to say that you can't conflate the experiment with the hypothesis, but in my opinion, the hypothesis test is the experiment. So you can't, change out the hypothesis and the experiment and expect to have valid results. So if you were only manipulating gravity and we could see these effects, whatever your presumed cause is for gravity, the gravitation cause, then, we could talk about that, but you're manipulating the acceleration, and then at the end of it, you say this is evidence for gravity. No, it's evidence that acceleration causes these effects.
Yes, but at this point, we would already prove that there is an acceleration on all of these objects in the system. So the medium has an acceleration down, and the objects in the medium also have an acceleration down. And even though it isn't sufficient to prove gravity as mass attracting mass, it already would go against your theory, because your theory isn't that all of the things have acceleration down. Your theory is that there's no default state down, there's no bias down. That the force up or down is just kind of determined by density. But
yeah,
I can demonstrate
agree.
But I can actually demonstrate by inducing acceleration that I need acceleration of the system to create this relationship, relationship in the first place. So you do agree that the medium has an acceleration down, that everything basically accelerates down, right?
Well, yeah, if the medium is the only thing around, and it's obviously ipso facto the densest thing around, of course it's going to go down. That's what I'm claiming.
That's not what I meant. I meant like even if something is going up, right, due to buoyancy, like for example something is less dense than the medium, it still has an intrinsic force that pulls it down, but the buoyant force is simply a little bit stronger. Would you agree with that or not?
Well, you say intrinsic force, and I'm going to say intrinsic weight, right? So weight makes things go down. Well, what causes weight? Well, it's the relative density between the object and the medium it's in. And because there is no such thing as a vacuum, ipso facto, there's always a medium. And if there's always a medium, then the medium is going to be the densest thing around. It's going to go down. So now, a medium is always going to have a little bit of buoyant force. The question is whether it's enough buoyant force to hold up the object. So if you think about it like Mario 3, I think it was, Super Mario World with Yoshi, one of those two video games, Mario gets a balloon, and then he starts floating around, right? And it's only because the balloon puffed him up and made him more buoyant. So this is a really good representation of reality. Now, normally Mario's on the ground, because the atmosphere that Mario exists in cannot hold him up. It's not enough buoyant force, even though there's a little. So the thing that I'm claiming here is that it's the relative density that's causing this up or down. Now, up or down is just like natural. I don't know. It's part of nature. Like there's an up or down, and what's causing things to go up or down is the relative density. And I think that this is demonstrable, and I think that everybody agrees. But they also have this notion of gravity, and I'm begging, please, what is the thing that I must manipulate to demonstrate this gravity? But you can't use buoyancy or density. You have to leave that out. That's my cause.
I think we already went over that, so I would be just going in circles that by inducing this acceleration in some other case, in actually a controlled experiment, you can demonstrate that in order to have this buoyancy density sorting in the first place, you still have to have a bias in some direction and an acceleration in some direction, which you kind of just dodged, if I were to be honest. But if you want to just kind of prove gravity straightforward without like any other possibilities to explain this phenomenon, then you can just go to Cavendish experiment. But last time as I asked about it, you didn't even answer.
Okay, I'm not trying to avoid the Cavendish experiment, and if it appeared that I was dodging, I apologize. I do have a little trouble with your accent. I'm not sure where you're from, but the whole Cavendish experiment is showing sideways attraction. I'm asking for something to manipulate to make things go up or down, and I understand that you believe that, by manipulating the mass next to the object on the torsion, the objects on the torsion balance, that it's demonstrating gravity, but just like buoyancy can't be gravity because it makes things go up, sideways attraction can't be gravity because gravity is supposed to pull things down. So you can think that I'm dodging it, that's fine, but I just have one question for you. I don't care if you're Muslim, Jew, or Gentile, but you do believe in a deity, right? Because you seem to be respectful. Is that a good guess that you're not atheist?
I don't believe in some specified god like that is worshipped in some religion, but I do believe that it's that there's probably like some higher power that created the universe.
Okay,
But I don't really
that's what I
see
thought.
how that power would interact with the humanity.
Right, that's a really good way of putting it. But yeah, I assume that you weren't an atheist because you got to be more assertive. I definitely want to hear you speaking more in here. And back to the Cavendish thing. In my opinion, it's not science. It's a demonstration. But what's causing it, right? You put a really dense piece of lead or whatever next to the torsion balance, and then that causes the things to get closer together and touch. But every Cavendish thing that I've seen, it's always like it's oscillating, right? It gets closer and then further away, and then when it gets really close, they like cut the video. So if I could just see, a long form video without the cuts, that'd be great. And I do get it that everybody has TikTok brain and fishbowl attention spans, and that's not made for YouTube. So I just want to see the original video where there's no cuts and you can see the oscillation stop at the end of the so-called experiment.
Maybe I can find it in the future. I don't really have like a link saved to give you it right now. But
Well, I'm talking
don't
about the
really...
top results on YouTube. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but like the actually high quality Cavendish experiments, I don't really think that's something that would be recorded on YouTube. That would be rather something that people do in the lab and then report the results in like peer-reviewed papers.
Right.
The ones on YouTube are like rather to kind of show it to people who are curious about this stuff, like more kind of pop science. But you can't expect such accurate results as you would get in those top measurements that actually determine like our best value for this gravitational constant from a YouTube video.
Right. So just to be clear, my claim is It's relative density that makes things go up or down. Just show me your presumed cause without manipulating relative density, and just make something go up and down, and then we can examine that science together. But without that experiment, you mathematically describing buoyancy as having density involved, sorry, gravity involved, that doesn't qualify as science. It has to be an independent variable that you're manipulating, like I do when I boil the water. That's directly demonstrating that it's low temperature and high gas pressure that's holding down the oceans. That's my actual claim. Thanks.
Okay, but I think Cavendish experiment actually fulfills your requirement, because the variable, which would be the distance between the masses and the masses of the masses, is something that can be varied. Maybe people don't do that throughout one experiment, because like proving it with different objects isn't really the goal, because right now like gravity was proven so many times that people just take it for granted. But there are different Cavendish experiments done by different people in different places, and obviously they all use different setup with different masses, with different distances, and the ratio that they come up with these different setups is always the same gravitational constant. So even though like the same scientists don't really usually vary it with different masses, it is verified, it is varied throughout different experiments, if you know what I mean.
Well, at this point, there are people that are questioning whether, gravity is a constant, like Dr. Rupert Sheldrake, and that's why he gets called a quack, because he talks about the constants not being constant. And he kind of throws theoretical astrophysicists under the bus for creating 96% of the matter and energy out of thin air to make their model work. But if you listen to Dr. Rupert Sheldrake, he did a Set Science Free with the Thunderbolts project. If you listen to his speech in there, he talks about gravity and the speed of light not being a constant, and that kind of destroys the whole idea of, Einsteinian special and general relativity. So yeah, I know that he's not a theoretical astrophysicist. I think he's a biologist. So yeah,
but Larry, the constant part, the speed of light varies in different mediums and blah blah blah. But the letter C, capital C, the number is a constant. That doesn't mean that the speed of light is constant in all situations.
right, but they're saying there's a speed limit. Well, Dr. Rupert Sheldrake discovered that the speed of light had changed over the years, and then when he asked him about it, he said that they tied the speed of light to the meter. So if the speed of light ever changes, you won't be able to know, because then the meter will change. It's on the. I'll post a video for you guys if you're interested in hearing Sheldrake. He's a really, really different guy compared to most scientists. Most scientists are kind of by the book, but he's a little more influenced by a bit of Eastern philosophy. So I guess to each their own. You guys can call him a quack if that's what Wikipedia says. You better do what Wikipedia says. But I'll go ahead and post the video so you guys can hear what I'm talking about when he's talking about the constants not being constant.
Yeah, the meter would change. That doesn't make sense. I mean, if the value was different, meters per second, maybe the number would change, but it wouldn't change the length of a meter. I don't know how that would be.
The guy who responded to Sheldrake said that they tied the speed of light to the meter. So the meter is defined by the speed of light. So if the speed of light ever changes, you won't know it, because that's what the meter is measuring, the speed of light. So the meter changes when the speed of light changes. Anyway, Set Science Free is what the thing was called. Rupert Sheldrake. Here it is. Oh shit! I fucked it. Let's see. What's the timestamp? Intellectual phase locking, I think is what he called it. Intellectual phase locking. Damn, I can't hear the audio because this stupid headset. I'll just go ahead and share it. Does anybody remember what that's called? Is it intellectual phase locking? Anyway, I posted it in the omnipresence text chat. I gotta go on mute.
E equals mc squared. How do you square the c? Isn't the c constant? Isn't that what you guys were just saying?
Well, it is constant, but
Yep,
in that
even
case,
constant numbers can be multiplied by things.
Yeah, in that case, you're calculating something else using the value of C, which is then the energy. So even though you're using C, the number would mean like something completely different.
Energy equals mass, speed of light
Times the speed of
squared.
light squared.
Speed of light squared. How do you square the speed of light if it's constant?
How do you square anything in a non-Euclidean framework?
Exactly. What's up, Buster?
Hey.
So let's say you have a let's say you have a square that has a length, the length of the side of 2, and you want to calculate what's the area of that square. Then you have to square the 2, and but the side of the square didn't change. It's still 2. So it's like asking, why are you squaring 2 if the side didn't change? It stayed constant. Like, okay, but you're calculating something else. You're just calculating the area. You're using the side, but now the value means something completely different. That's just as stupid as what you said.
Isn't that what Scooby-Doo does? Can you simplify that? Or, I don't know, maybe it was just me that didn't get it.
You square the number, you multiply the number by itself. That's all.
Yeah. I think he doesn't
So you
grasp
square
the concept of
you multiply the speed of light by itself. That's all.
Yes.
So you're not.
Is that what you're saying?
You're not saying the speed of light is actually the end result of that number. You know, at the bottom line, that's not the speed of light, right?
Yeah, you're calculating the value of energy using the speed of light, but the final number doesn't mean the speed of light anymore. It means energy.
No, but energy, E, right? Energy equals what? What's the rest of it? M mass times so it's not energy. So energy is on that side, right? Energy, and then on the other side equals mass times the speed of light squared. That's pretty. Like, I mean, why did they put the square there? If it wasn't needed, why is it there? I mean, it's a simple question.
I don't know the exact derivation. That's beyond my level of physics.
It's a straightforward question, right? If the speed of light is constant, why are you squaring it in a function? Maybe I don't understand. Maybe like math is not my forte, right? But if somebody cares to explain it, I would appreciate it.
I can try. You're squaring it to get a different value. So it's like if I said, somebody's giving the example of speeding, right? I said the speed limit here is constant, it's 100. And then I said speeding equals more than 100, right? So if 100 times itself by 1,000, that equals speeding. It's not 100 equals a different number. I'm struggling to think of how I could simplify this enough that it would make sense to you. It's not saying C is equal to C squared. It's saying E is equal to mass times C squared.
Well, I mean, I've been asking for a while and for many years actually, and yeah, I've been getting these sort of things, but bottom line, if C is constant, why are you squaring it?
Yeah, I wouldn't admit that anymore if I were you. I think that's giving away more than you intend, because it's just essentially saying how does one square numbers.
I am confused if he's like confused by the concept of a function in mathematics in general, or if he's confused by why the c squared is in that formula. Like, what's the derivation of that specific formula? Because that's what I don't even know the answer to the second one, but the first one is pretty stupid.
I see that there's three explanations. Is light constant? Yes or no?
Yes, it is.
Are you squaring it? Are you changing the speed of light?
Yes, you're squaring it. So what?
Oh, it's not that stupid after all. Who's stupid now? So was that a double speak you just did right there? You just said yes, you're changing it without changing it.
And what are you multiplying that speed of light by?
That's your fantasy. Don't ask me to explain it.
By mass. So when you multiply speed by mass, would that still be speed or not?
You change the speed of light, yes?
If you multiply speed by mass, is that still speed, or is
Did
it?
you change the speed of light? You just said yes. Now you're walking it back. You didn't change the speed of light.
Bro, I don't think I can help you. If you
Oh,
don't
no, I don't
what
think I can
the
help you,
function
bro.
is.
It's either the speed of light is constant or it's not. That simple. I don't give a shit about your equations, right? You just said that in this you just said what you understand of this equation, that the speed of light was changed, right? So that makes it non-constant, right?
See, it doesn't have to do with changing the speed of light. It's just the value of the speed of light they're changing.
I know, but he just said that it's changing. So, I mean, oh.
The energy, the value of energy depends on the value of speed of light squared times the mass. But that's energy, that's not speed of light. It has a connection with what's the value of the speed of light, but this doesn't change the speed of light.
Right. Mm-hmm. It's amazing the kind of stuff that they make you guys believe, right? Just an equation. Then again, you know, they make you believe that one brother could age faster or slower than the other. So, you know.
Hey, Montreal,
You
I
guys
wanted to
like
ask
believe
you.
in fantasy, right? And when we show it to you, it's like you think that the other guy is crazy. No, you guys are the ones that have been duped, right? That you believe in this crazy stuff.
Montreal, give me a
us.
sec, Montreal. I want to get it to something simpler. What about Pythagoras? Are you familiar with the formula and how it works? What do you think of the square numbers there? Can you just tell us about that?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I said SE, yeah.
I'm not into mathematics. Mathematics is not my forte. I was talking about the belief in the fantasies that you guys believe in. When we challenge them, right? You make it look like we're the ones that are crazy.
Well, you're gaslighting a bit.
SE, it's like, are you familiar with Pythagoras? How to work out the hypotenuse on a right angle triangle? I'm asking if you're aware of it, if you've ever come across it in school or whatever.
I'm vaguely aware of it. Yeah, I'm not like I told you, mathematics is not my forte. So
yeah, so the way it works is if you have a right angle triangle, the sum of the square side, the sum of the squares of the sides that are adjacent to the right angle equal to the square of the hypotenuse. That's the opposite angle. They're not saying that the sides are becoming squares of themselves. It's just how you calculate. It's a relationship. Equations are relationships. They got nothing to do with
bending reality. It's how you work things out. Do you understand
No,
that?
I understand what you're saying, but it's just you know it's just an observation, like MC squared, like you know, just it's not the end all of, you know, not a big deal, but it's just you guys were talking about the speed of light being constant, right? So I just thought I'd bring that up.
But you're saying you understand it, and you understand the fact that equations are effectively describing relationships, and then you're saying, but no, you're squaring it. It's you're changing the constant. No, you're using the constant to calculate things. Eggshells is right. You're revealing a lot more than you should be by saying this. You're self-reporting.
He's
Like
not
you're
allowed
outing
to ask
yourself
questions about
very
the
badly.
formula here. Or are we just
I can't ask questions.
Yeah, no,
I can't ask. But now they're gonna
he can ask the
try to
question.
make it look that I don't know this and that. That's all they do. These guys, you know that.
Yeah,
it's understandable.
It's very hard for you to take. It'd be very
Let me
hard for
get
you
in
to
real
take on
fast.
E equals MC squared if you don't know how to square numbers and how the relationships work. That's a big ask.
Okay, so
that was
the whole
pointless. Go ahead,
thing.
Larry. Yeah, go ahead, Larry. Sorry.
Okay, yeah. I just wanted to say the whole thing is light a constant, and I posted a video where Dr. Rupert Sheldrake is talking about how it's not a constant. But what this all boils down to is Einstein had all of academia worldwide chasing its tail for 100 years over something that we can't prove. So even if we could get, the mass to go super fast, would it equate to, whatever? Like nobody can prove that shit. It's not falsifiable. So
That's
I
fine.
get it that
We
you
know
can
how to
work it
square
out.
numbers.
Oh, by the
Get
way,
it that
they
you can
found
work
that
it
light
out
is not
mathematically.
constant now, right, guys? By the way, light and the way they think of light in the universe and the way their laws are, they have to admit now that light is not constant. Gravity differs in different areas. They have these things called voids, right? They have these timescape theories. We're going into fantasy la la land here, and their whole cosmology is falling apart at the seams.
Well, I don't think. While it might be, I don't think not being able to square numbers will do it. Like, let me try another one on Duck's thing. Pi is a constant, right? The number pi doesn't change. But if we're trying to work out the circumference of the circle, and so we get 2 pi r, have we changed the value of pi, or have we just multiplied it by 2?
Let me ask you: in your geoid, does pi vary? I mean, does your radius vary? Because Brenda told me the other day that in your model, right, in your geoid model, your radius varies apparently.
Sure, it's a bit of a misnomer to call it a radius, but the question still stands. So you get the point about 2 pi r. Do you think that the pi is changing, or are we just multiplying pi by 2?
Like I told you, the mathematics is not my forte. So, like,
evidently. Then what I would recommend is don't take on math if you would agree it's your if it's not your forte. I would.
I'm not taking on math. I asked you a question.
I would also claim math is not my forte, but that doesn't mean that I can't ask questions.
No, that's what they're trying to say.
don't
No,
ask
we're gonna keep asking and we're gonna keep talking about it. So, bro, but Larry, you understand, right? In their model, right? Where they say they have their radius, right? And it's a certain radius. They tell us 39, 69, all that bullshit, right? But when they describe Earth as a geoid, right? When you ask them, does R vary? They have to say yes. So they have a variable R.
Well, I understand that math is a useful tool and it's a language and you can describe things with it, but you can also describe things that don't exist in reality with it. So when it comes to Einstein, yeah, it's a pretty good model for, describing the solar system. It works pretty well most of the time, I would say, if not all the time. But when you start taking the other claims, about the expansion of the universe and how it's increasing, well, that's showing that gravity's really weak. And it's always
but
an
it doesn't
excuse
work,
when
Larry.
the math, right. That's why I'm saying there's always an excuse when it doesn't work. It's always this, that, and the other thing, but in reality, it should work.
They'll give you like mathematical formulas and, gravity is this to the square and this and that. But when it comes down to it, when you press them, right, their gravity doesn't work. Their explanation of gravity doesn't work.
But why when you're pressed, but you get pressed on subjects and then you get to claim, oh, I just don't know, I'm not comfortable. But the thing is, earlier,
look, I don't know math. Anybody, a 5-year-old could outdo me in math. There you go. I'm not a math guy.
I 100% get that, but like it's a bit disingenuous to go through E equals MC squared without going through the whole equation. Like the square ends up being there because of the whole equation, not just the end result.
Okay,
like
let's
said,
go through it. Renee, are you familiar with the formula? Maybe you can walk us through it.
Yeah, maybe you can walk us through it. Yeah, go ahead.
So, I mean, the whole formula, from what I remember, is something like E squared equals like parentheses MC squared parentheses squared plus parentheses P C parentheses square. And I think the P is about the momentum, and you set that at 0. Keep on going through for the end. But when you take out the whole equation, that's why, like when you see the MC PC and you break it down, that's why you have the square. That's why it gets squared, because it's a function of the math. It's the leftover of it. It's not like someone just says, "Hey, speed of light's like, oh my god, something crazy, like 3 to the 10th or something, probably less than that." But we square that, you know what I mean? And we get, 3 to the 9th to the 20th, I guess. And that's the number we're using, you know what I mean? But it's not because of they just said, hey, we're just going to square it. It's a function of the math.
But what does it have to do with reality as far as, like with science, you can like prove things or you could disprove things depending on the results of the hypothesis test. When it comes to like math, like you could just say anything, right? And what I mean by say anything, math is a language, so you could describe models that don't exist in reality, but they mathematically work out to be true mathematically, but not physically.
Yeah, I mean, you have, I don't know what to kind of say. Like you have times where you get errors. You know what I mean? I kind of don't know why in this case you say that though.
What do you mean by that? What is that?
That you can't rely on math, basically.
Oh yeah, if you're talking about real things, like I have 2 fields of corn, right? And plus 2 more fields of corn makes 4 fields of corn. So yeah, that works out perfectly. But when you're making like mathematical models, like for example, there was an Imperial College in London that had a mathematical model. I don't want to get too into the weeds, but 500,000 was the number. And then there was a country, Switzerland, where they were actually the control group, and there was no 500,000 of those somethings. I don't want to really get into it because of medical stuff can't be talked about, but you see how the mathematical model was incorrect, even though the math worked out. But in reality, it didn't work out that way because Switzerland's just fine.
And it's kind of like I was saying earlier a bit, like it's just you throw in like variables and expect the same outcomes, a bit.
So you have to square the speed of light to get joules. This is how they do it. Okay.
Yeah. No, Yeah, you start
To
the
make it
original
equal,
equation.
to make it equal energy. Okay.
Yeah,
But Montreal,
But they are
Newton's,
squaring the speed of light, though. They are squaring it.
You're taking the number of the speed of light, and then you're squaring that basically, And like I said, that's just a remainder of the simplification of the initial problem.
Yeah, but in reality, is it really this? Like,
I get
can't
that.
verify it. So I just want to speak real fast. Newton's razor basically says that if you can't prove something with experiment, then it isn't really worth arguing about. We've been arguing about this Einstein thing for over 100 years. What have we proved? Like, is it settled? Like, did we scientifically validate it that you can manipulate space-time and this causes things to go up and down? Like, I don't think you have.
I mean, when you look at like when people get the Nobel Prize, he didn't get the Nobel Prize for this. People kind of misinterpret that. He didn't get the Nobel Prize for E equals MC squared. He got it for like that 1905 paper. But with this, like it is, the term is theoretical, but in practice, and I know you're going to say the math works, and then in practice, you can observe these phenomena essentially in nature. But that's kind of what it is with this one. It's very very I don't want to say theoretical. It's just very very hard to prove, I guess.
look, you can make any math formula, right? This is my point. You can make any math formula you want. You're never gonna make a black hole. You're never gonna make a brother age slower than the other. No matter, that was my point. Maybe I came up with a dumb example, but there's no way that you're gonna make a mathematical formula equal a black hole, or make up for dark energy or dark matter. These are all fantasies that, yeah, maybe they work out mathematically, but in reality, you can never prove them. You can never show them.
And that's why I don't think he got the Nobel Prize. You know what I mean, for E equals MC squared. But the revelation of it and what else it's unlocked. Other people have won Nobel Prizes based on basically what he did. You know what I mean? But I don't know about being able to prove this, that, or the other, like empirically and definitely for true. But it's just more of like you said, like making people age at different rates. I mean, I don't know the reality of this, but could I put you in cryogenic stasis and now you age at different rates? You know what I mean? Like I just don't like using the superlatives of never, 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 unless I put a case on it, like never in this case or never, you know what I mean, in these situations and stuff like that. But like I said, math is not the most. It's not 100% reliable, that's for sure. But it's kind of like what Larry was saying. If I have 2 fields of corn and 2 fields of corn over there, I'm highly confident there's 4 fields. I may have to have some deeper understandings to get through the entire E equals MC squared aspect of it, but it's built upon the same concepts.
Look, I plead guilty to not believing or understanding E equals MC squared.
No, it's also very
no problem. No problem. Guilty.
Let me try another one.
Perhaps
You could still be correct. Would you prefer this, SE? It would be a weird way to do it. It wouldn't really make sense. But what about if we divide both sides by C? So you would get E over C equals MC. Would that be acceptable to you? Would that be maths?
Look, I get what you're trying to do. You're trying to equal both sides. I get it. But to me, it still doesn't.
Both sides are already equal. That's what the equal means. But now the C isn't squared. Would that make you happy? Would that then be an acceptable formula? Yeah. Okay, so it's both are equal to one another. Both saying the same thing. That's what I'm trying to drive at.
If I can, so you don't believe E equals MC squared.
Do you
it's not that I don't
understand?
believe it. It's how can you prove it?
Okay,
How
well,
can you prove
there
that
are.
energy equals mass, times the speed of light
Okay,
squared?
all
How
right,
can you prove that?
that's an excellent question. We can prove it using nuclear reactions like fusion and fission, right? So when we do these processes, the objects involved lose mass, and that mass is turned into energy. That's how nuclear reactors work, for instance. So when we do, and this is on an atomic scale, so we're exposing a nucleus to some form of stimulation, usually in this case a neutron emission. It breaks apart, but it breaks apart into stuff that has less mass, and the amount of mass that is lost is equal to the energy released. And we can show that that energy is equal to the mass that we have lost times c squared. Does that make
How can
any
you
sense?
show that? How? No, I get what you're saying, but how can you show that? How?
Okay, so in a nuclear reactor, we can weigh the fuel before and after it's been used, so we can tell how much mass has been lost, and we can measure how much energy has been produced by the reactor in the meantime.
But nuclear physics is particle physics. It's the same thing. And when it comes to the quantum, I was understanding that Einstein was disagreeing with the quantum theory because his theory didn't work out there. But you're claiming that this quantum stuff that you're talking about is somehow proving Einstein. So I'm a little bit confused. Maybe you could straighten me out on that.
Yeah, the bits you've kind of misunderstood Einstein's problem with quantum mechanics. Einstein's problem with quantum mechanics came from entangled particles which separate from one another. And then if you test one of the particles, its quantum state collapses and the other particle has the exact same quantum state. And what Einstein argued was that that's a transfer of information that is happening faster than the speed of light. He called that spooky action at a distance. I'm not really competent to go into the details, but that's where Einstein's problem with quantum mechanics claim. He didn't disbelieve that energy was quantized. And indeed, there is a lot of relativity used in particle physics. At CERN, they accelerate particles to very high velocities, and they demonstrate that special relativity is correct. They can see time dilation and mass increase as they speed the particles up, and it agrees perfectly with special relativity. So the tension here is not so much that the theories are in conflict. Einstein didn't understand and didn't really accept the possibility that this information could travel faster than the speed of light. And the fact is that neither of the theories is complete until they can be reconciled. But they don't contradict one another, they just haven't been reconciled yet. That's perhaps a better way of expressing it.
Well, spooky action at a distance, I could explain to you what Einstein meant by that.
I thought I had explained what Einstein meant by that.
I thought you said you didn't know.
I said it isn't my speciality, but it came down to quantum entanglement and the quantum states being shared by entangled particles over a distance. He thought that was traveling faster than the speed of light. Is that not a correct explanation of what he meant?
Yeah.
It is. I just wanted to say that I watched a video. I posted it last night. It's still there in the side chat. So the chat that's connected to this audio room, not the back chat, which is, when you scroll up and down. It's still there. It's 12:40 a.m. my time. So yeah, side chat. It's Penrose. and two other people. It was a very interesting conversation, but what I noticed, they kept saying there's these problems with gravity, but at the end, they would always slap the gravity label on what they were talking about, like double speaking a little bit, double thinking. But that's a really interesting video as well. Dr. Penrose is.
I would. So again, I advise caution here, just like I did earlier today. So Penrose can in these interviews and that sort of thing, scientists will express their opinions, and we need to be very careful about distinguishing between scientists' opinions and what science as a whole actually accepts as true. And so when Penrose is expressing his opinions, he's doing exactly that. He's not actually expressing science. He's expressing his thoughts, what he thinks is true. And it's not necessarily validated.
Sounds like a religion.
I've tried to explain this to Globers, right? Is that when the scientist stops the experiment, he takes off his scientist hat and he puts on his philosopher hat. And then when he's talking about the experiment, it's all philosophy, the science is over. Would you agree to that sentiment?
I'm not sure that I would entirely agree with that sentiment. I can see sort of where you're coming from, but as long as they are talking in sort of formal evidentiary and logical terms, I'd say that they're doing science. As soon as they sort of express ideas beyond what is supported by the evidence, they're speculating. And it can be very difficult sometimes to exactly describe where that boundary occurs. But yeah, in essence, I think you're right. But where you've drawn the line, I'm not sure that I agree entirely with that. I draw it slightly differently. If they're talking about strict logical consequences of their experiments, I think they're still doing science. If they start speculating, if they start introducing ideas that aren't in evidence, or they start exploring consequences that aren't supported by their conclusions, they can stray into philosophy. But that is a very good point. I would counter with that happens at the very fringes of science does not mean that it happens in more mundane applications of science. So I would say that just because Penrose can go off and discuss some philosophy doesn't mean it's reasonable to believe the Earth is flat, because the evidence that's been established very, very strongly. And I'm not saying you're saying that. This is just an example of sort of what I think. Anyway, I've talked too much.
Well, Penrose rewrote cosmology. I mean, his latest thing with the universe like expanding and then dying off and then just rebanging. There was never a beginning, never an end. Penrose is the godfather of science right now, of cosmology. I don't know why you're saying.
So what I said earlier about you shouldn't listen to any one person, you should only listen to science as a whole. That applies just as much to Penrose as it does to anybody else. Just because he's a very good physicist and rarely misspeaks or rarely has ideas that are not validated doesn't mean it never happens. And so we should, if he is stepping sort of beyond the boundaries of that which is formally demonstrated, which is the case in some of his explanations. When he says quantum mechanics is wrong, it is what he should more correctly say is our understanding of quantum mechanics at the moment is in contradiction to how we interpret some of our observations. And there are a lot of chains of reasoning there, at which point, it may turn out the quantum mechanics was correct and we were misinterpreting the experiment or other stuff. I haven't seen the videos, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure I'm actually being relevant to what he's saying.
Yeah, you're absolutely relevant. That's why I brought it up.
I would just encourage. There seems to be a tendency. A famous scientist said this. Therefore, all science thinks this, and it's not true, and it can lead to some misinterpretations. That's all I'm cautioning against.
Tony, when you're talking about quantum entangled particles, do they change spin instantaneous of the other spin? Like when I change one particle, the other one changes instantaneous?
So there's no evidence that the other one changes spin. It's that their quantum states aren't determined, and then all of a sudden, both quantum states are determined, and sort of we can prove through Bell's inequality and the other, and a couple of other very clever experiments that there aren't hidden variables. That there was a suggestion that they had a fixed quantum state the entire time, and it was only when they were together they both had the same quantum state. They kept that quantum state, and then when you measured one, the other one had always had that quantum state. This is called the hidden variable hypothesis, and it's growing increasingly difficult to defend the hidden variable hypothesis.
That's right.
More and more experiments. Sorry, carry on.
No, 100 years ago, Einstein was talking about this hidden variable problem, and they've had like 100 years, over 100 years, to kind of work that hidden variable out. So, in my opinion, the hidden variable was kind of like a way to make an excuse, but make it seem like you're being humble about it, right? So I think this is a really important thing to understand, because the way that he described it in the video was, imagine there's a weathering pattern at some planet light years away, and before we get the information, it's all these different possible weathering patterns on this planet. But as soon as the probe comes back to Earth and gets close enough where we can actually see the weathering pattern, we get one weather pattern instead of all the different possibilities all at once. So they're not saying that the cat is dead and alive at the same time. They're saying that there's all these probabilities of what's going to happen, and then when we can observe it, it's been that probability, it's been that result the whole time. We just couldn't tell. I think everybody should watch that video I posted in the side chat. It's really
That's impossible. That's impossible.
Yeah, I tend to agree with SE because I think you've misidentified it. Hidden variable theory, the hidden variable hypothesis is what you just described, which is to say it had this value all along. We just hadn't sampled it. We hadn't looked at it. Therefore, we didn't know. And that's the hypothesis that is being disproven. It is an intuitive hypothesis. It makes great sense to us in a macro. That's what we would expect. We would expect that from our macroscopic experience, that's what's happening. That it had this value the entire time. We just hadn't looked inside the box, so we didn't know. But there are more and more experiments that are showing that the hidden hypothesis, the hidden variable hypothesis, just isn't the right explanation. And this is one of the things where I think that there's a misunderstanding about physics, that physicists just make up this weird shit because they can. No, we make up this weird shit when we've got no other way to explain it. When something weird is happening and we can't explain it, we have to go to weird shit. And there's a lot of stuff in physics, from relativity and quantum mechanics both, that is just so weird that the only way we can explain it is with weird shit. We can't use any of the intuitive, simple explanations because they don't work. And so, yeah, I think you've slightly misunderstood what I said there. Go on.
That's possible.
This one, you can't get away with this one because C is constant, right? So there's no way around this one. This is one time I agree with Einstein. There's no way around this. When one is across the universe and the other one is here, right? You can, and they're going to say, oh, it's not transferring information, but how else would one know what the other one did, right? There's no way around that. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, you're right. So it would seem there's no way around it, but it's what happens. So you can say, there's no way around the fact that the signal can't travel faster than C, and the signal seems to be traveling. Yeah, it does. And there are people who understand quantum mechanics way better than I do, who would argue that Einstein's understanding of what's going on here is wrong. And at this point, all I'm qualified to say, because I don't understand the topic anywhere near as well as these other experts who are sort of saying that Einstein got it wrong there. I'm just not qualified. All I can say is that they've got a fairly strong consensus that Einstein was misvisualizing the problem.
I don't think so. I don't think so, Tony.
Okay, well, like I say, I could be wrong, and I'm not the expert. So, but we've gotten to as far as I'm comfortable, sort of trying to explain it, because I feel if I went any further, I'd just be giving my guesses or half remembrances and I might lead you astray on a very complicated and important topic, and I don't want to do that.
I think you're intelligent enough, way intelligent enough to understand this. Tony, there's a speed of light, right? Information cannot travel faster than the speed of light. If these two objects are at a distance greater than the speed of light, there's no way around that. You can't say, well, quantum mechanics explains it. You cannot explain it. If information is limited to the speed of light and you're further away, you can't have instantaneous knowledge. It's impossible.
Well, all I can say to that is that the majority of quantum, the experimental results we have show that is exactly what happens. So we have experimental data that shows that it does happen, and so the argument that it can't seems to, I understand your argument and I can't contradict it. I cannot contradict your argument, and I can't explain why these experimental results happen. All I can say is that when they do experiments testing this, that's what they see, and they have dispelled the hidden variable explanation, or at least they believe they have. And you're right, I could be misunderstanding, I could be wrong, and I don't see the hole in your argument. I can't explain why that argument is wrong. All I can say is we've done the tests and it doesn't seem to be right. And so we have to allow the observational data to direct us. As sound as your argument is, we're missing some piece of this puzzle. That's all I can say.
I have one question, Tony, and it is about the quantum entangled particles. Distance is not a factor.
Distance does not seem to be a factor. So they sort of, there are arguments over locality, which is to say, have the particles been distant enough, and as sort of the time between the assessment is, you assess one particle, then you look at the other one and see whether or not they're the same, and you do it in a way that it's so fast that the signal can't travel across that period. And that means that if it happens on that smaller scale, as SE said, it has to happen on cosmic scales as well, with entangled particles that are an arbitrary distance apart. And as SE said, that seems to contradict the idea that information can't travel than the speed of light.
Again, I just want to point out that you said something very interesting just there. You were talking about how the laws of the universe are the same at the macro as opposed to the micro. Is that what you were talking about? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
No. So a couple of, what I was saying was that that the length scale doesn't matter, not that the laws of physics are the same if for instance we can demonstrate the signal traveling faster than the speed of light over a meter, or 15 meters, which is more like the length scales for these experiments, then it would remain true if they were a light year apart. We can't physically set up that experiment, but the actual distance doesn't matter. That's what I was saying. I was not saying that the laws of physics from the macro to the micro are the same.
Okay,
Sorry,
so you weren't saying it. You weren't saying that, but is it true? Is it true that all the laws of nature are going to be the same, whether you're talking about the really small or the really big? Because a law can't be untrue over here, but yet be true all the time over there. That's
it actually kind of can. For instance, conservation of energy is something that applies as a whole. So this is something that is true for you and me, for us, for people inside the solar system, for people inside the galaxy. But it isn't true for the universe as a whole. Conservation of energy is not something that is that holds for the universe as a whole. So something that we think of as law may not be a law. Newton's law of gravitation turns out to break down in some circumstances, yet it is still accepted as a law. So there are regimes in which certain things hold, and certainly there are things that happen at the macroscopic scale in a way that is very different from the way things happen in the quantum scale. So there are mechanical principles that are very different between the two systems. I'm really sorry, guys. You've pointed this out to me before. I can waffle meaninglessly at times. So when I say stuff and everybody just sits there silently, I get the horrible impression that I've just been incomprehensible.
That's an assumption on your part.
Okay to tell me that. Sorry.
That's an assumption. Yeah, we're just thinking about what you said, because
Okay,
I'm thinking to myself that calling it a law is kind of a paradigm shift thing that just hasn't happened yet. If we're observing it, that Mercury's orbit breaks down perihelion and Mercury, then Newton's stuff isn't a law. It's a useful tool, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's exactly, that's a really good distinction. There's a famous aphorism in science that no model is correct, but some models are useful. And Newton's law is Newton's law of gravitation, which you can argue is misleadingly labeled. I'll grant you that. Is a very, very useful tool. And that's a very accurate way of understanding science, that Newton's law isn't so much an invariable law, but it is a very useful tool in most everyday situations. So yeah, I consider that sort of, I was a long way into my scientific career before I really understood what you just said. So, I think that what you just said has great value.
I was on the third day of being a flat earther when I came to that conclusion. So.
Okay. Yeah, well, that's good for you. It rather befuddles me then that you remained a flat earther, but how long have you been a flat earther, Riggs?
That's about 10 years now.
Okay. Have you studied any geometry in that time?
Why would I need to?
Because you're talking about the geometry of Earth. Do you not think that studying geometry in general would be a useful adjunct to that?
I mean, it might be, but
discussion?
I didn't find it useful personally.
Okay, well, using geometry, I can, as I say, demonstrate that the Earth is not flat. I promised Larry that I would present my presentation at some time, but you can from very simple mathematical principles demonstrate that if the Earth is flat, there is a flat Earth distance formula, and we can show that flat Earth distance formula is wrong. If the Earth is spheroidal, there is a spheroidal distance formula, and we can show that spheroidal distance formula is correct. And these are very simple.
Well, I guess the reason would be that I don't think that learning the geometry would waver my opinion either way. So
that's very difficult. Isn't that a very difficult statement to say without that knowledge? So there's this knowledge you don't have, and you don't think that having it would change your opinion. that seems a very myopic epistemology, right? If I don't know something, but I hold a strong opinion about something related to that topic, why do I have so much confidence in what I think I know when I actually don't have much knowledge about the topic? It seems weird.
Well, I mean, you think that the whole Earth can be measured. I don't.
Okay.
And
Well,
I wouldn't. I also accept different forms of evidence than someone like yourself, where you think it all comes down to a calculation. I think that there's far more occult significance happening as well, and so I have a larger body of reasoning when it comes to the topic. It's not just, is this number matching the number I expected? When I don't,
isn't that a sorry, go on.
Well, I think that the numbers are they might be good for some people, but I'd rather leave them up to the people who care for those things.
Okay. Or sorry. Well,
I just want to say real fast, the next time that guy's in here going, Larry, you need to address that Newton's law is a useful tool and not a law of nature, because that guy, every time he sees me, he brings up the fact that I don't completely agree with Newton. So maybe if he heard it from you that there are people that don't agree with Newton that have a reason not to completely agree with Newton, like the perihelion of Mercury. Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, well, I have heard that argument, and sort of, yeah, that there are some, that the whole thing is that, if you take Newton's first law, for instance, an object at rest remains at rest. Einstein would argue that's a meaningless statement, right? Because at rest relative to what? And the next statement, an object in motion stays in motion, unless acted upon by and moves in a straight line unless acted upon by an external force. Again, relative to what? No object accelerates in its own reference frame. If I define my my brain as the origin, then it never moves relative to itself, so it's never accelerating relative to itself. And if I define acceleration that way, I get a very different system. Now I can treat it exactly the same. I just need to change the laws. I just need to change Newton slightly in order to get accurate answers. But Newton's main point was that these assumptions that are built into Newton's laws, they break down when you start to think about it in rigorous terms. And of course, Newton believed in absolute time and various other things. Again, that Newton's laws of motion remain extremely useful tools, but there are some very serious deficiencies in how they're formulated.
Well, that's another thing that I hear and hear all the time. These fundamentalists that believe like Newtonian gravity, that often don't talk about Einstein, and maybe they have trouble understanding it, which is fair. They'll say that Newtonian gravity is somehow the same as Einsteinian gravity. With Einsteinian gravity, there is no absolute motion. It's all relative. And I can't get them to grasp on that either. So maybe we should address that to the rest of the room. And if they still don't believe it, that's fine. But it's not the same thing.
It's not exactly the same thing, but it is Einstein devised his theory in order to match Newtonian gravity where relativistic effects were weak. So by design, Einstein's physics match Newtonian physics where relativistic effects are weak. And I can show you the bit of the paper where he makes that discussion and does that derivation. So they're not completely wrong to say that Einsteinian and Newtonian theory match in areas where relativistic effects are weak well, I say exactly, I should never say exactly. They match very, very closely where relativistic effects are weak. But you're exactly right that the Newtonian gravity breaks down at points inside the solar system and is not an adequate and cannot be seen as an adequate tool for describing the full complexity that we observe within the solar system and indeed outside it.
But for the year 1666, it was pretty fucking good. But you know, things change.
Exactly. It did exactly that. Having read about Newton's career, Newton was a prick. In Australian terms, we would call him an absolute cunt. He was a horrible human being, but he was a genius, a dead set absolute genius. But he also had some flaky ideas about alchemy and various other things. So he was a product of his times. There were things we knew at the time and things we don't know. It's really weird for me. So I'm an earth scientist, a geophysicist, and I was reading some of Feynman's lecture notes, and he was talking about how we don't know what causes earthquakes, and I was struck by that. And then I thought about when he was writing. He was writing in the 1950s. Yeah, we didn't know what caused earthquakes back then. And it's just weird to think how our knowledge base has, Feynman, again, another certified genius, but he just didn't have the information that we have now. He didn't have access to the observational data that we have available to us today. And it's, it is weird that people, that these great scientists of the past, it's not that they were stupid. It's not that they wouldn't have come up with the ideas that we eventually came up with. It's just that they didn't have the measurement tools or the length of observations that we have available to us now.
We have hindsight, which makes us extremely biased.
Yeah, that is true too. It's a potential. It's
nice to go down this history.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, I love what you guys are doing, right? Because you went from Newton to Einstein, but now the problem is that the Einsteinian one doesn't work at greater scales.
Yeah.
So we have to rewrite. There has to be another one. There has to be Newton, Einstein, and somebody else now. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is one of the main hypotheses that you hear about is, of course, dark matter, and it's a placeholder. It may not even exist. It could be that our theory of gravity and gravitation needs adjustment. Dark energy, we don't really know what causes that. We've given it a name, but we don't really understand the processes here. And a lot of people throw these terms around as though they're real, and throw around numbers. How much of the universe is dark matter? Well, you haven't even demonstrated that dark matter exists yet. These are the sorts of areas where that speculation and a lot of the press throw around articles where people talk about dark matter in a very careless fashion, as though it's a demonstrated thing that we totally know exists, and we don't know that. And similarly, we don't know that luminiferous ether doesn't exist. All we can say about it is that we've got no evidence for it yet. And if it does exist, it doesn't exist in the way that Michelson and Morley thought it did when they did their experiment. So you often hear people make these terms and present them in the press, present them to the public, and they're not actually getting the science right. They're not being careful.
Well, they say we have observations, which is true, right? But they don't explain the postulation that you're talking about right now. So where were you in 2015 and 2016 after I watched the Principle movie documentary, and I was publicly questioning dark matter, saying that if dark matter doesn't exist, then gravity breaks down at the galactic level, and all the Globers were going, or they called me Hank back then, Hank is lying, it's not true if dark matter doesn't exist. And then very few globe earthers would actually say, yeah, actually, if dark matter doesn't exist, then there's something wrong with gravity at the galactic level. And my understanding of gravity, Einstein's gravity, it's a useful tool, but it's incomplete. It's not a complete scientific theory, but it's useful for describing things in the solar system. But when it gets to the galaxy, if you're using Einstein's gravity alone, there's a bunch of gravitational anomalies, and that's the cause for dark matter, black holes. These sort of things are placeholders, like you said, for the inadequacy of gravity in the galaxy.
Well,
I didn't like that.
So there are a few points to clarify. There are galaxies for which relativity gives exact solutions. So it's only some galaxies that relativity has problems with. And you're right. You're right in the sense that our theory, if dark matter doesn't exist, and it might not, then we have to revise our theories of gravity. That being said, I wouldn't say that gravity necessarily breaks down. It needs to be revised and expanded. I think SE used the term extended, or he said it was incomplete, which suggests that it needs to be extended. I think that's a very fair way of saying it. But that we have those problems on the galactic scale doesn't mean that we have them on the solar system scale or on the Earth-based scale or that sort of thing.
Yeah, I agree. I don't have a lot of beef with Einstein at the solar system level. In fact, I learned a long time ago not to make arguments about the solar system model because it was such a good model that you can't really make a valid argument against it. Now, does that mean that just because the utility is there, does that mean that it's absolutely correct? I think that's a fallacy. What's it called? The utility fallacy? I can't remember what it's called.
Utilitarian. It sounds like a utilitarian fallacy. But yeah, just because something is useful, therefore it's right. That's more generally applied to sort of ethical stuff, like if a certain moral position is useful. In general, in science, we do accept that if a model performs extremely well and agrees with all of the available observations, then it's a good model, and we should stick with that model until we've got a reason not to, until we've got something that it can't explain, or a better model is introduced.
Until it's so extreme that first of all you cease to.
Sorry, Humble, were you saying something?
I think it was just a hot mic.
Okay.
Actually, I've been sort of listening and wanting to ask something, but it probably getting a bit late. I'm just curious about something. The what you just heard me listening to some of this Brian Cox sort of things. Where does he weigh in your opinion as to a reliable source?
Well, that depends on what he's talking about. In general,
I'll give you
okay.
Go on. Let me give you a specific example. When he talks about upward rising Earth.
Yep.
Bad.
Yep.
Good.
That is a correct formulation. There is
That's Einstein, right?
Yes, that is Einstein. So the traditional formulation is that we're falling down, but what's actually happening is that we are being sort of held upwards by the Earth underneath us.
This is where SE Montreal is going to want to ask about that.
Well, yeah. Well, actually, that's because I'm such a simpleton when it comes to this stuff. That this is where I think you sort of lose me, because maybe another simple question, see where we agree. Do we agree that when he says that there is no scientific proof or way to prove movement of the Earth at all?
No, he's wrong about that.
Okay,
he's wrong. So, and I suspect you're misquoting him. So, if the Earth were moving in with a velocity, with a fixed velocity, there is no way to detect that. If an object or a system is just moving with uniform velocity, you can't detect that. But the Earth is undergoing multiple accelerations, and we can detect accelerations.
I want to talk to the guy who's asking questions. Just a clarifying question, brother, real fast. When you're talking about, this sort of stuff, never mind, it slipped my mind. I'm sorry for interrupting. Please continue.
Oh no,
Okay,
I can literally play you the quote.
All right, then
Right,
why don't you play me the quote?
Okay.
Can you just
okay.
read it real quick, or provide a link?
Yeah. Okay. Just give me 2 minutes then, because
Okay.
no, what I'm saying, he was actually in this quote. He was actually talking about flat earthers and saying, well, the one thing he does agree with flat earthers is that the earth is doing this moving up. Like when you're sitting down, the chair is actually moving up towards you.
Yeah, that's
Well, we don't believe
actually
that.
not a
Hold
bad
on,
idea.
time out. That's
Okay,
not a flat
just
Earth
one at a
idea.
time,
Sorry,
please.
just to clarify
Yep.
real fast. That's not a flat Earth idea that the Earth is moving up. Now there are some people that
That's
claim.
not what. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying yes. He was actually he was making that claim that some flat earthers believe this, but he was basically defending the fact that the earth does move up to me when I'm sitting down, when I go to sit down.
Yeah, but that's a very different thing from what flat earthers say. I've never met a flat earther who says that the earth is moving upwards.
I know a
that's why
few of
things
them.
fall down.
Yeah, but you would agree
there
that
may be
Brian
there may
There's
be
a fringe.
sorry,
There's a fringe.
Small fringe.
Sorry, but just to reinforce Larry's position, and Riggs is right. There are a few. I've just never met any of them. Is all I'm saying. I know that it's the explanation that's given on some Flat Earth Society website, but it just goes to show that I think that Brian Cox has never actually talked to a flat earther, because
Okay,
he would understand that that's not in general their argument.
Oh no, I was just trying to explain to you that he, Brian Cox, was actually saying that he believes that the earth moves up.
I think you need to be very careful about how you express things like this. He might be saying that the earth provides an upward acceleration, but that's very different from saying that it moves upwards.
Okay. Well, what do you think it means when if it's got to be moving in order to have a...
No, it doesn't. Things can apply an acceleration without moving. If you're moving at high velocity and you run into a wall, the wall can accelerate you without moving.
Can I help?
Sure.
Yeah, so in relativity, there's an exchange of force. So when you're jumping up, you're attracted to the earth, but the earth is also attracted to you. So it's this balancing act of force.
Yep.
So that's when he's saying that the earth's coming to you, that's typically what they mean is the relativistic attraction.
Okay. Yeah. But this is why I'm saying that I'm a bit of a simpleton, because he actually had a cartoon, right? Where a person letting go of an apple, right? He visually showed the earth moving up to the apple to make the point.
Okay. So
under Einstein, just real fast. I'm trying to help you out, bro. It's because with Einstein there is no actual motion. Like it's all based on a reference frame. So the Earth isn't actually moving up in all directions because apples fall all over the world, because that would mean that the Earth is expanding like a balloon. And so there is no absolute motion under Einstein. So Brian Cox is very much Einstein. So because he's saying this, you have to think of it like, if I put my camera over the basketball goal, everything is going to be relative in the frame to that basketball goal. But if I put it on top of the basketball player's head, it makes it look like the basketball is moving towards him when he dunks the ball. But it's not actually moving. It's only relative motion. Does that make sense?
Well, I've watched the show he's talking about, And what Brian Cox is meaning is everything has gravity, even people, and a human will ever so gradually pull on the earth, just like the earth pulls on the human. Even though he shows that thing where the earth comes up to the human, it's a very exaggerated effect, Humble. What he's meaning though is the human actually pulls on the earth just like the earth pulls on the human, and the earth actually comes towards the human, but it's so small. It's on the scale of like an atom width
I
of
just said
movement.
this.
So
Yeah,
under
we're talking about
Newton,
something completely different.
under Newton, gravity pulls. Under Einstein, gravity
That's
pushes.
not at all what he's talking about. All he's talking about is how everything just has an attraction, and humans attract to the earth just like the earth attracts to humans. That's it.
Okay, but
That's simple.
let's respond to Humble's point. So, do you accept? Let's imagine a tug of war. Okay, you've got two teams of people. They're both pulling on the rope, and the rope isn't moving. Does that mean that there are no forces being applied to the rope? No, it doesn't. Right? It means that there are two forces there are two accelerations that are in balance. When you're standing on the earth, you are stationary because your tendency to move is being resisted by an acceleration. And it is that resistant acceleration that he is talking about. You are being accelerated upwards to keep you stationary relative to the surface of the earth. So in order to stop you from falling, the earth is accelerating you upwards because you have a natural tendency to progress downwards unless you are acted upon by an acceleration. That's what he's meaning when he says that the earth is accelerating you upwards. That does not mean that the earth is moving you upwards. It means that you are being accelerated away from a trajectory you would otherwise follow.
Well, to me, things are pretty simple. Like if I'm closing a distance between myself and something else, right? We both could be moving, right? Or one could be moving towards the other. We would agree with that?
Yes, we would agree with that.
Right. Now, if there is, I'm just trying to take all these things I'm supposed to understand together, right? If, and honestly, you can call me a simpleton, but what
I'd
I saw
rather not call you a
demonstrated,
simpleton, but I would like you to get to your point.
yes, what I'm saying is if I picture myself, right, on the North Pole and somebody else on the South Pole in the globe model, and myself on the prime meridian, and then someone on the international dateline at the equator, and we're all dropping something at the same time. To me, the description that the Earth is rising up to that thing, to all those people at those 4 points at the same time, I'm not sure how to visualize that happening.
Okay, because that isn't what. No, stop talking and listen, because that isn't what happened. What is happening? Nobody is saying the Earth is rising up. That's not what's happening. Imagine two people either side of a wall. They are both running at high speed at the wall. They run into the wall. The wall stays stationary. The two guys fall down. The wall accelerated them without moving. Right? You accept that, don't you?
No, I would say the wall stopped them.
That is applying an acceleration, sir.
Okay, if something, okay. See, the language is what I'm trying to get around here. Okay,
so if you don't know what an acceleration is a change in velocity, right?
But a change in velocity for whom? The people running or for the wall?
Well, let's stick in this. Well, more technically, an acceleration is something that is.
No, I think my
then
question is fairly
you are
simple.
going to have a much easier time understanding what is being explained to you if you don't talk over me. And the fact that you keep on talking while I'm talking suggests to me that this is why you don't understand stuff, because you won't be quiet long enough to have something explained to you. An acceleration is a change in velocity, in simple terms, right? So if somebody, and velocity includes direction. So if I am running at the wall at 10 meters a second, and then I hit the wall and I stop moving relative to the wall, my velocity has changed. I have been accelerated. I have been accelerated because of the effect of the wall. The wall did not have to move to accelerate me. It just had to exert a material effect on me, right? So the wall doesn't need to move to accelerate me. The ground doesn't need to move to accelerate me. Are you seeing the principle here?
Can I ask you a question then?
Sure.
In what you just explained, was the wall accelerating?
No.
Was it moving?
No, not
Okay.
not in.
It's an
reference to-
exchange of net forces. So
Yes.
you have a net result where only one is going to exhibit, any kind of observation.
Okay,
Jesus
thank you.
Christ! This is like I've fallen through the. I'm having a science discussion, and the flat earthers are on my side. I'm woken up on the wrong side of the mirror today. Like, this is
Tony,
weird.
is it like this, like Joe the Toe Rogan would describe? If you were to be in a fight and you fall to the ground after being hit in the face, and the entire earth is hitting your head, once you fall onto the earth, the entire oblate spheroid earth is impacting your head, correct?
Mm.
The force from the Earth is hitting you in the head by you hitting the surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
Well,
I think
the
that's,
Earth and your head.
I think that's a more accurate formulation.
The molten lava covered iron core pulling me to it is really what's going to kill me, right?
No.
Not the Earth's crust.
No, so
The acceleration's what's going to kill
your questions are at this stage barely coherent to me. I don't really understand what you're asking or trying to formulate.
You're reading
But
this from
I
a
was
script.
trying
Thanks,
to teach-
Tony.
I was trying to teach Humble something. Humble, did you were asking a series of questions about, is the wall moving? No, the wall is stationary, but it has exerted a force. It has accelerated something that hit it. This is because because of the crystalline structure or the material structure of the matter comprising the wall. So that structure compressed a little bit, and then it resisted the compression elastically, and it was pushed on, it pushes back. Newton's third law. You run up to it at a speed, you hit it, it exerts a force on you, and you stop, right? So you have been accelerated. Your velocity has changed. It has exerted a force on you. This is exactly the same as the upward acceleration being provided by the ground that stops you from falling.
I was supposed to say Humble.
Don't forget to put the disclaimer, Tony. Don't actually physically do this in person. Run up to a wall.
So, Humble, I just want to be real with you. When talking about these concepts, some of them concepts are so hard that the people that talk about it don't even understand it. And just because you can't understand it doesn't have anything to do with you, because these concepts are brain-rackingly difficult to understand sometimes because it goes against the counterintuitive mindset. So this has nothing to do with you. People have been talking about this for. No, sometimes it's really fucking hard to understand. The Earth is moving up. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't mean to go all DMOC.
Again, it's not that the Earth is moving up. It's not that the Earth is moving up. It's that the Earth is stationary, just like the wall is stationary. The Earth isn't moving Earth isn't moving, but it is applying an upward acceleration. We can't fall through it, right? That's the point. We've got all this matter that wants to fall inwards, and the heavy, dense stuff under us has gotten there first and is saying, no, you can't come in. We're here. So it's just stopping you from walking. If you imagine,
It's like a boat.
Yeah, it's like a boat. It's very much like that. It's just or like walking on a platform. The platform is just applying it's stopping you from falling downwards, right? And that's an acceleration because your natural motion is to fall downwards. So you are being deflected from that natural motion by this upward acceleration, and that's why you appear stationary in your reference frame.
Well, again, maybe it's my listening ability, but I think what I was watching and listening to was a person telling me the ball that I would release from my hand, or the apple that I picture falling out of my hand and going down to the earth, that's not what's taking place. It's that the thing that I'm standing on is rising up to the apple.
Okay, you may have understood that to be what you were told. You have understood it incorrectly, and allow me to reframe. And allow me to reframe. And allow me to
Tony, before you reframe it real quick, what I said a while ago is exactly, I've watched this video. All he's saying is that you have gravity just like the Earth has gravity, and you pull upwards with your gravity on the Earth just like Earth pulls downward with its gravity on you. That's what he's saying.
Okay,
that's it.
Okay, that's yes. Okay, in which case, yes, the apple and the Earth are both pulling on one another. There is a force being exerted on the Earth by the apple, that is pulling the apple that is pulling the Earth towards the apple. That force is there. It is, however, extremely small. Cole's right. That force is there, and that may be what he's describing. But the upward acceleration that keeps us in place, it does not mean that the Earth is moving up against us. That's when we're in contact with it, neither we nor the planet are moving, right? That's not what's causing the upward acceleration. It's the material strength of the rock underneath us stopping us from following the trajectory we want to follow.
So you would agree with me then that when I release the apple is the thing moving down towards.
To you, but that's because you're being accelerated by the ground underneath you. And this is what Larry was saying about it being a mind-bending way of looking at the universe.
Yeah, and I'm just into simple because I believe there's an up and a down, and things do fall down.
Okay. So that's very much a Newtonian way of looking at things, and it will serve you well for your entire life, pretty much, unless you choose to do something exotic. But in a relativistic framework, that's not what's happening. And if you're listening to a relativist, you need to be prepared to abandon your preconceptions, because what you've just done is assume that your reference frame, the reference frame that we're in right now, is a natural reference frame. And the whole point of relativity is that all reference frames are the same.
Okay, can I just finish? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, can I just finish with this? The place where I go, I'm reading a book, and it's by a fellow named Bill Bryson, and he's a science writer. And this is what he gave me a little bit of comfort. It says, when a journalist asked British astronomer Sir Arthur Eddington if it was true that he was one of only 3 people in the world who would understand Einstein relativity theories, Eddington considered deeply for a moment and replied, I'm trying to think of the third person.
Yes, that's extremely true.
No, I'm just saying, so maybe I can add you to the list of the people.
No, you can't add me to the list. I'm not a relativist. But it is. But there are multiple sayings along this, like Feynman's saying that if you think you understand quantum mechanics, you don't know anything about quantum mechanics. There are and Einstein's theory. When Einstein was asked that question, the notation, the formulation, the way it was taught was very different from what it is now. And our understanding has improved, our notation has improved, our ability to present it to students has improved. So the number of people who can understand relativity has increased since Eddington's day. But I wouldn't count myself as completely familiar with relativity.
Well, that's why you'll have to excuse me as a simpleton. Thanks for your time.
No problem. But thank you, Riggs and Larry, for your help there.
Yeah.
Down is a fun concept to think about in relativity, though.
I think math is like useful for conversions or like if you're an architect or if you're trying to design something, but I mean, I think there are more useful ways to solve problems like for other things.
I think it depends on the problem. There are
Yeah.
some problems where maths is the right tool.
Like like baking, chemistry. I mean, math can be pretty useful for that, but
yeah. But and you make a very fine distinction there because cooking, baking requires very precise proportions and that sort of thing. Whereas cooking, you've got a lot more leeway. You can make a lot of different choices in cooking.
Fun fact about cooking: my mathematical physics teacher went through and solved the heat equation for his steak to cook his steak.
Yep.
So cooking includes math as well.
It can. I mean, there is such a thing as molecular gastronomy, where in order to cook a steak, they'll wrap it in plastic and sous vide it in 60-degree water for 12 hours or whatever, until it gets the right temperature. Then sear it on the outside and serve it.
but then you have plastic steak.
Well, the plastic is supposed to not react with the steak in an ideal world. You cut the steak out of the plastic, but yeah, and and again, you raise a valid point. There is something of a risk of contamination if you do that. You need to be very careful not to use a plastic that could contaminate your steak. And indeed, a lot of our foodstuffs today do seem to be contaminated with things that aren't necessarily good for us.
Microplastics. So searing a steak, there's a science behind it in the crisp crunch that's not only holding the water in the steak itself when you sear it, opposed to the plastic bag holding the water in it, but it's that char that the human being loves so much. I think it was a French scientist who had done the scientism behind that.
To be honest with you, I hate charred food.
Okay. Well, I mean, it can. I actually do quite like charred, moderately charred food.
You wouldn't want to come to my barbecues that my dad does.
Right. Okay. Lots of char in there.
a little bit.
I overcharred them a little bit, I'll admit that, but I still ate them.
Okay. So it is very scientific, and when you break it down, sort of, there was a food presenter in the United States I really liked. His name was Alton Brown. He did these quite scientific discussions of how to cook food and how to present food. He was also a funny dude. You should check him out. He
Sounds
was on
familiar.
Yeah, he was
He
in Cutthroat Kitchen. It was very good.
he was. I think he was on the American version of Iron Chef. He was sort of the color commentator. He was, and he's got a couple of shows of his own.
I got a question for Larry. Larry, have you ever put a steak on a platter in an oven without charring it first?
That's called a reverse sear.
Well, I had a platter, or whatever, pan full of water and a steak that wasn't cooked.
I think with a reverse sear, you're cooking the marinade into the meat before you sear it. Other ways to sear it, you sear it really good, and then you put the flavor in with the butter and or powder, whatever you're sprinkling on your steak after you get a good sear. So there's two ways to sear it, but you don't want to eat, gray hamburger meat. That's disgusting. You want it to be brown.
Yeah, I've had some of the most delicious steaks I've ever eaten were reverse seared. So I'm with Larry on this.
Bad man. Is it actual blood that comes out of the cooked steak when you see the red watery stuff come out the top of it as you're barbecuing?
I'm not sure. I think some of that might be fat, right? I'm not entirely sure how much of that is.
I think it's a brine that's been pumped through the meat.
Okay.
Meat juice.
Anyway, I might have to go. Thank you, gentlemen, for another good conversation. Talk to
Stay
you
blessed,
later.
Tony.
I will
Cheers.
maintain that rare is the only acceptable way to eat your steak. If it's not moving at me, it's not worth it.
When a steak is cooked rare, it's well done. You know what I mean?
So when it's let's say you're eating raw meat, right? How much energy are you burning just to digest it, just to cook it in your stomach, right? Because when you're cooking something, you're pre-digesting it, right? Would you say that? And our saliva, once it hits our saliva, that's when it first starts digesting.
I'd rather have what tastes
That's
good.
when you start to break it down.
Like they say, civilization evolved because we had meat, and when you eat cooked meat together around a fire, you build embodiments of trust between people. You build tribes that way. They say, having not eaten berries and being vegans forever, we would have tiny brains and we wouldn't be talking to each other from across the oblate spheroid-shaped Earth right now. Cooked meat, fire, and air gave us the nutrition for our body to, and the fat ourselves, we can most efficiently turn into energy. And when you cook that fat, it's even more so.
Rare steak is still cooked steak, not cold steak.
That's right.
Yeah, and you're still going to get protein, but you're not. I don't think you're doing it as well as you could. I mean,
But that's fine. I don't eat because I have to. You know what I mean?
Tell me what sushi is, melodic.
Delicious.
You can
Disgusting.
eat cooked. It doesn't
Melodic.
matter.
What's that? Mushy mushy?
Sushi is delicious.
What is sushi? Define sushi.
Well, it depends on what kind of sushi you're getting.
Oh,
there is sushi that's made with cooked ingredients.
riddle.
Believe it or not.
Yes. It's a Vegas roll, and they deep fry the motherfucker.
I think the Globers got tired of the flat earthers agreeing with the Globers.
That was the one I heard. So melodic. Does all sushi have rice?
I'm not an expert on sushi, so I don't know if I could actually answer that
What
one.
if I told you sushi was the rice?
Okay. Then you've told me that.
Now you know something that you didn't fucking know 2 seconds ago, but now you know something about that you.
No, I might know something. It requires further confirmation, but
you have to remember it. That's gonna be the hardest part, huh?
Yeah, sashimi is raw.
But it still has baked sticky rice. You know how long it takes to make sticky rice? You bake it or whatever, cook it, steam it, whatever, and you put it in the fridge to ferment for 3 days. That's how it gets sticky.
That's not true. Sticky rice
You're
comes out when you cook it for too long.
When you Google that it's true, melodic, you can unblock me on here. How about that, dickhead?
It wasn't even me, buddy. Not melodic.
That
You could
was
also just
me.
use
Getting
jasmine rice.
tested.
Those are sticky from
Am
just
I not
cooking it.
talking? Or hold
You
on.
were
I was
no, that
kind of
wasn't me.
talking, and you talked over me.
It was actually I wasn't. I was responding when I was talked to after responding to him saying what he said. But the whole yeah, I don't know, I've lost my train of thought now. But
The whole idea of sticky rice doesn't take 3 days.
Yeah, no, that's it. It doesn't take 3 days. I made it in an afternoon because I overcooked the rice and it was all sticky balls of rice. It was great.
You can also just cook jasmine rice. Those are
Say
sticky
my
just from
name.
cooking it.
Quit the sentence. Say my name.
Say my name.
Do you know who you're talking to?
About it.
Are you ignorant on that as well?
FE or no, the real flat earther.
Yes, hello. Good to meet you. My name's Marty.
Nice to meet you, Marty. I've met you before. We haven't had many conversations, but we used to hang out in Geo's when I was on there before I left.
Who is hot mic? And is that Taking Back Eden? Welcome to the conversation, Mr. Eden.
I'm just curious for all the Globers who just heard like the last hour and a half of conversation. What do you guys think about that? That flat earthers can agree with globe earthers sometimes? Is that weird?
I think broken
No, it's
clocks are
obvious.
usually right twice a day.
Gay. It's super gay. Why would they do that? Oh my god.
Don't be picking gay, guys. Why are you gay?
All right, what does the big hand mean on a non-analog clock?
What is this guy talking about?
What the hell? Yeah, this is going out of bounds.
Come on, you're talking about
First he's talking about
twice a day.
steaks.
Right twice a
I
day.
mean, it's
You
an
don't
hour.
know.
It's the hour hand. Oh yeah.
There you go. You're not a millennial. Congratulations.
Hey, you know what the millennial anti-theft system is, right?
Anti what? Theft?
Anti-theft. Yeah, millennial anti-theft
For cars, you mean?
cars.
Oh, I thought
yeah,
you
it's
meant. I thought it was just having a checkbook.
Oh no, it's called having a standard with like a stick shift.
Oh yes.
Anti-theft.
That's
You
what I
have to
drive
pay-
every day. My car is stick shift.
You have to pay
What?
more.
Matthew,
My
are you
stick
serious?
broke down. I'm so sad. I'm jealous of you.
Yeah, I've been driving one since 2011.
You
I'll
get
be damned,
great
Matthew.
gas mileage.
I totally had you picked as a guy who like shifts gears by turning a knob on his dash.
You thought I was driving a Prius and plugging it in every night or something?
Bro,
I
you
learned-
learned
I learned-
all he's saying.
My
gave
first
me
cars I
Texas
learned to
now.
drive. My first cars I learned to drive with 3 on the trees.
Those are hard. If you're not used to those, man.
All right, so
you must have
here's
been born in the '60s, bro.
Do you
Well,
remember the time,
61, yeah.
Terry, when you first started driving clutch and you went to go take off, from you're driving and you go to the stop sign, you go to take off and it dies on you. You try again, you start it up real quick, you're doing the clutch, you're pulling it out just slow enough, and it dies again, and then you realize you had it in second gear.
No,
Did you
sorry,
ever
I'm
do that?
gonna toot my own horn here. I never ever had a problem learning to drive when I was younger.
You were just immediately perfect with the clutch. You didn't have that
Yeah,
one
yeah.
time you fucked up, and you were maybe out in traffic, and you're like, "Holy shit, I'm in traffic! Here, they might be
No.
coming down the road real quick.
Or
I
if
gotta
you're at
get
a
it in first
stoplight and
gear."
it's on a hill and you're like, uh-oh.
No,
That's always
There's
the
no
worst.
hills
You're
in
on a hill.
Australia.
I even learned to do a handbrake on a hill without the handbrake on the manual.
Yeah, I drive a
Handbrake on a
5-speed.
hill.
You've seen my truck, Terry, that Toyota,
Yeah.
and it's a little 5-speed. But I grew up on a dirt bike driving a clutch, so when it came time for me to drive a standard, it was pretty natural. But I'm trying to teach my son, and he's doing what Marty said. He keeps having it in. He'll have it in third instead of first on accident or something. Because I'm just
Trying to take it.
he's only drove it like a couple times. And
I can imagine what it'd be like.
yeah.
I remember I was my mom. I gotta go to guitar lessons, and she doesn't say anything. She goes and she makes a phone call, and I hear her saying my name, and she's like, "All right, you're on the insurance. Drive yourself, but you got to go get gas first." And I remember driving down the street, and it was that second gear. I thought I was out of gas. I was like, "Oh, I'm just in second gear." I was like, "All right, let's go." Do you have to pay more to get a clutch if you wanted one, or isn't it even an option?
Nowadays, brand new, probably so, because it's not the standard anymore. So standard's not the standard.
Yeah, they used to be cheaper, but I'm like you. I don't know if they still are or not. If you watch the old Price is Right games, all the cars used to be like 5 speeds and stuff because that was the cheap base model. They all had manual roll-up windows and shit, the cars they give away on them. And they were all manual transmissions, every one of them, because that's the cheapest base model. But that was years ago. Now, like he said, it's not standard anymore. So it's probably more expensive now.
Jesse, Path of Light seems like a Prius, plug it in at night, econo buttons always pushed on, huh, Jesse?
I don't know about that one.
I just wanted
Yeah,
to
those old manual cars are worth more nowadays than what the automatics were of the same one back in the day.
Hey Terry, would you shift gears without using your clutch and just get it at the right RPMs and slide it right through?
Yeah, I used to do that on the 3 on the tree.
I've seen my dad do
had
that
to get it into
in his
first.
work truck, and I was
I
then I started doing it in my car.
I used to
See, if you're
put it
really
into
good,
first.
you can start in. I was gonna say you can start in second if you're really good. But have you ever driven a 4-speed, like a Muncie 4-speed?
Oh, I had an '82 Honda Accord hatchback 5-speed.
I have a '83 Chevy Muncie 4-speed or Granny 4-speed or whatever you want to call it. Dude, it's not way different, but it's different experience than a 5-speed for sure.
Well, that's nothing. I have a 1987 diesel F250 with the 4-speed, but one of them's reverse, so it's got 3 forward speeds. Maybe it's 4
That sounds
forward. I
sexy,
don't
bro.
remember.
That sounds sexy, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I've got the Chevy Silverado '83 dually gasoline engine 4-speed. Yeah, it was like 5,000, or no, we got it for 4 instead of 5. But it's
In
a good truck.
reverse,
I like it.
it's only 1 speed, right?
Yeah.
But the way this thing is geared, if you're unloaded on level ground, you can get enough speed in first gear to then shift into high gear, 4th or whatever it is, and then you're cruising. And that'll take you all the way up to 65 or 70 miles an hour, however fast you think you dare go.
Yeah, I used to do that on a bit of a downhill run. I might took off in first and I just went straight to 3rd and then 4th.
My first truck was a Toyota T100. It was a 96 T100, and it had the granny gear that you guys are talking about. So I'm sitting there in like a half-size pickup truck because the T100 is like in between the size of today's Tundras and the 1990s version of the Tacoma. So it's like right in between. So full-size pickup trucks, these hicks and rednecks will pull up to me and rev up their engine. They'd want to race. And, when I had that truck, I was probably like 19 years old. So I would fucking beat the fuck out of them in any kind of drag race whatsoever. I would just destroy them because that truck had the dual overhead cam and the granny gear, right? It was a 4-cylinder, and I was making these rednecks with their $35,000 diesels back in the 90s. That was a lot of money. I was smoking them.
Sounds amazing, man. Yeah, I'll pull up in mine. I'll pull up, or one of those guys will pull up next to me in their big modern day puffy like F-150s. The truck's almost like bigger than my truck, but all I have to do is hit the gas and it sounds so much prettier than theirs. I'd gotta put the mufflers back on though, I gotta say. There was one time I was sitting at a red light and this lady in front of me was on her phone, and the horn in the truck is broken, and so I didn't hit the clutch and I just hit the gas and went vroom. Her phone was bouncing around in her hands and she reached out the window, flipped me off and said, "Fuck you," as she was driving away. It was great. One of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, here in Phoenix, you can have your exhaust as loud as you want, and unless a cop wants to pull you over for exhibition of speed.
Hey Terry, I got a question for you. Can you tell us all what a torque converter does?
A torque converter has fluid, has the oil inside it. And
you're supposed to say, well, it converts torque.
It's got the and then the impeller, yeah. From the flywheel to the gearbox shaft, output shaft.
It was one of those "Who's the father of Zebedee's sons?" questions.
Yeah, I've never really got into that. I just knew that was basically what it was.
By the way, if you guys ever need a cash car, I would definitely recommend those 1996 Japanese cars. That little Arrow right there, especially if you can get like a Civic with a 1.6 liter. I mean, those are just
Right, hatchback,
amazing little cars. Yeah,
I remember
yeah.
that.
Oh
One
my
of them.
god! Every black guy I knew had one of those. I only knew one black guy.
I don't like little cars. I feel like a sardine.
Well, I'm just talking about point A to B, get you to work because you can't afford to make payments on a car. Like those little 96 model, like even the Nissan, not after 2000, no, before 2000, even like
Before
the Nissan.
2000, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were okay, all those cars. Not very many of them around. I only see the odd one around, little cars like
Well,
that nowadays around here.
You sound like you live in a rust zone. I'm from Texas, so you can get them in Texas.
Not too bad. I'm inland. We're near the coast here, but they are around. But when we had that, what you classed as that cash for clunkers thing or whatever it was, geez, a lot of them went off the road back then. All
Oh
those
yeah,
cars.
that's sad. Yeah,
that
that's
was sad. Mine definitely didn't go for that. I kept mine.
Well, I started a family, and once you start making kids, the single cab T100, it ain't all it's cracked up to be, especially if it's a standard.
Yeah. No, I took advantage of that because I took advantage when we had the cash for car thing. I could go to the wreckers and I could get all the good parts for my car because all the cars were scrapped.
I think people need to go back to doing that. Like people just throw away a car because the alternator went out. It's like the alternator's not the car, bro. You just got new car fever. Stop it.
Yeah, I saw a clothes washing machine on the side of the road. It says "Need new belt, free."
Dude, you know how they build cars these days? We were looking into buying a more modern car within like the last 10 or 15 years made. And they make them to where the transmission goes out after like 75,000 or 100,000 miles. Like that's it. And then, but their warranty is made to where you can get it replaced if you don't break any of the arbitrary rules in the warranty. So it's like, they're not even, I don't know.
But you got to pay the labor on some of those deals. They're really bad deals. Don't buy a Nissan Murano, whatever you do.
Nissan, we looked at Kia, we looked at what are some of the other new brands? Hyundai, a bunch of them. They all sucked. Like good gas mileage usually, but man, they're just gonna break. They're made of plastic, it seems like.
What's the transmission on an EV? Just go?
I don't know. Jesse, do you know?
I don't think EVs have transmissions because you can just apply the torque at the wheels.
They can.
I think a lot of times they're just geared at. I mean, they have transmissions in that they transmit the torque from the motor to the wheels, and they probably have some gears, or maybe they do or they don't. But it's fixed ratio in any case. A lot of times they just have it geared such that it's got decent starting torque and can run at a high enough speed to go 60 miles an hour down the highway.
What about, are they supposed to be having big rigs? I mean, I haven't heard anything recently about that. The EV
There's been some
big
prototypes, but
but it's just going nowhere, huh? Like the Hubble telescope in the 90s.
Except for when that went up.
What was it, 2002 when it went up?
No, the Hubble Space Telescope went up in 1990.
And then it perpetually had, no, it didn't. I'm Googling it.
No, it had one problem. They fixed it, and that's the last service mission that went up there.
What was the problem? They forgot to put a lens on it or some bullshit?
They forgot to take into account, they didn't test the lens properly is what it boiled down to. So
Yeah,
when
it was ground
got
wrong.
When it got up into the sky, it had spherical aberration, so they had to go up and apply a correcting lens.
So NASA, the money pit, put up a money pit.
Yeah, the optometrist gave it a new set of glasses.
That was one visit. How is that a money pit there, bud?
No, I remember hearing about so many problems with it was all through high school. I was waiting for like stuff to come back, and then I graduated and stopped caring about science.
JWST took a while to get up into the air, but its results have definitely been worth the wait.
Oh, James Webb. Who is that guy? No one cares. What's the newest one?
One of the
that's
original
coming out?
founders.
Yeah, there's supposed to be
No
a new
idea
one
because the budget got pulled according to the latest budget proposal, despite the fact that the telescope is already put together and just waiting to go up.
Don't worry, globetards. Just because Trump hates you guys doesn't mean that Congress isn't going to come through with a budget. Don't worry, guys. Don't you worry about that.
Far enough into the past, 900 billion years. That's far, far away. We looked enough. We don't need any more money.
But that one would be the Nancy Grace Roman telescope, which will be the true successor to the Hubble.
The Nancy who?
Grace Roman?
I assume that's a black woman.
No.
Nancy Grace?
We're talking about astronomy, remember?
Oh, yes. Only whites are allowed.
That's not true. A lot of the
Not
early
true,
stuff was done by the Moors, Moroccans. Islam did a lot
But
in the beginning.
if it's the U.S. naming something for somebody for that, like, prior to the 1960s.
Are you trying to say the U.S. is a racist?
No, I'm trying to say use some common sense.
Is that what you're trying to say, really?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to say.
Use some common sense.
Have you met Melodic?
No, I don't know everybody's name on here, so I'm really terrible with names. So sometimes I'm just reacting to you motherfuckers and don't know who you are.
He's asshole number one. We'll name him.
Okay.
I don't know about that.
No, asshole number one is usually you when you're here.
Say my name.
Oh, that's terrible.
Marty's been mostly sober and nice today.
I haven't gotten drunk in over a decade.
I don't know, man. He's been asking me weird questions in the other room, so I feel okay in saying that.
Well, he's always asking weird questions. So what's new?
Yeah. That's basically Marty, to be fair.
Yeah, calm down, dominatrix.
Who's being fair with me now?
I was trying to be, because apparently I'm asshole number one, though, so maybe that's not allowed.
Well, you still got me blocked, right?
But yeah.
You could be an
hold that stat eye.
Have a lot of people locked.
Coco, are you going to answer any of these questions?
How are you ever going to teach us to juggle cow turds if you have a spot?
Well, why would I answer those questions? Do I have
You
any,
just did. You answered with a question.
do I have any reason to trust that any of those questions, that answering those questions will go well?
Just answered.
They're yes or no questions, Coco.
She's a woman. She don't understand.
No, those are WTF questions some of the time.
WTS?
F.
WTF.
Like what the? Yeah.
Yeah, what the fairy?
There's some weird ones out there sometimes.
So am I the only one cussing in here? Because I drop all kinds of F-bombs.
I don't know. I said fuck.
I've definitely cursed in here.
Yeah, you won't hear me curse unless it's an extreme circumstance.
Yeah, I like calling someone a good fuck face.
I mean,
That's low level.
I was in the army.
Never said
it just comes
in my
out.
life.
As far as I'm aware, there's only one person who has an issue with any fucking cursing in here.
That's you. You got an issue with everyone.
I just call him a burnt piss blanket.
Exactly.
You got some extreme colourful language, Demo.
Did you just call him gay?
No, he
No.
said you're a burnt piss blanket.
D-Mock, call me a goof.
You smell like a old tire with rotten air in it. You goofy motherfucker.
Damn. Air is rotten.
Did that work?
Yeah. How does that work?
That's disgusting, D-Mock. Of all
Fucking air
things
is
I can
rotten,
come up
bro.
with.
That's bad.
A troop. What do you call more than 5 goofs joined together, huddled together?
Dude, what do you call what?
What do you call 5 goofs huddled together?
A goof troop.
There you go.
Yeah, that's the term I use a lot. Yeah. Goof
What's the
troop.
difference between weed and pussy? If you could smell weed across the room, it's good weed.
He's not wrong.
You can smoke both of them, right? Still.
Get your bowl out of the gutter.
My own place for a white ball?
Yes, it's upside down.
What do you call a group of flat earthers in a globaling server?
Teachers, rabbis,
boss
masters.
motherfucker.
I'm only joking. I can learn from you guys. I don't know if you can learn from me. Fodder.
Oh man, I've learned so much from these guys, Larry. I've learned something from everybody in here.
I've learned that it's okay to be dishonorable and talk over people on purpose so that they can't speak in certain places and certain times.
Has SE been chiming up in here? Here we used to call it SE in the mornings over at Geo's, but
I
Yeah, he was here
learned.
last night. He's been here
he was
most
here.
evenings.
He was here earlier.
I think we need an SE hour in the morning, a couple hours to.
If you speak 3 or 4 different words, I've learned that a lot of people don't understand words anymore.
Like in a row?
Like, well, no, just one at a time sometimes, or in a row. And they're like, I don't know anything. I don't understand. This is so hard. And then they'll explain intricate mathematics of some kind of crazy formula or this and this and this. And then they're like, but I don't understand this one word, horizontal. It's hard. You know what I mean? It's a hard word. Up and down. These are hard things to, to visualize. One thing versus another, and to keep acting like they act like each other in some weird realm of reality is just crazy to me.
D-Mock, what does zontal mean? Because I got a horon, but I don't know what the zontal part is.
Lying down.
There you go.
No, but I'm just saying, imagine you didn't know that your clouds were that way, up and down. A sphere of supposed clouds all the way around a ball. Imagine Globers had no clue that up is that away. They didn't even understand that. They didn't even understand that concept that they're up that away, horizontally pointing that way with their left or right arm, is up or down on a globe.
Is curvature over yonder?
There's no such thing. If there was, you would follow their arm, and then you would follow their other arm pointing up in the air like an L, and both of those arms would increase the same rate, the same amount in elevation, one to the clouds that way, one to the clouds that way.
Hey, T-Mock, do you think if I pointed into the sky. That where
Sky where?
that line exits
Sky
the
where?
atmosphere
How
is
do you point to
up
the sky?
above.
How do you
Just
point to the
up,
sky?
right
on the
above
ball?
the horizon, D-Mock. D-Mock, just right above the horizon. I'm just
Oh,
pointing
so
right
you're
above the
5 foot.
horizon.
So you're
So
5 foot tall.
eventually,
Hold on.
on my model, and according